That's crazy. Somebody said all of the above. How is all of the above cheating? God damn. Y'all different. Y'all different for real, for real. What if he was looking at some naked body parts? What if he was deliberately looking at private parts? Is that cheating? Okay. Oh shit. So whatever. I'm not gonna do that because it is giving me a hard time. And what we're going to do is just talk about it. Looking didn't really have a description. It's just what do you consider cheating, right? It didn't necessarily say looking at what exactly. It's just let me see. Whatever. So let's do the podcast and then we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it with the peoples. uh some people are unreasonable and I'm aware of this. This is why this is such a good topic. You will. You will know my version in a second, my friend. Okay. This is a good one. We're going to be talking about cheating. This is podcast 182. And tonight we're going to be talking about what do you consider cheating? I just need better camera quality um on my fucking thing. By the way, guys, if you're not subscribed to the podcast, make sure you subscribe to the podcast because these are really great topics. I feel like a lot of them don't really involve the conversations that I have with the people on TikTok. But today we're going to be talking about podcast number 182. What do you consider cheating? So there's two stories that I want to give that are really good indicators of why the conversation of cheating needs to be had before you get before you get in any type of relationship. And really what that conversation is just really boundaries, but also discussing this specific thing because everybody may consider cheating something different, right? I'll tell you one story about a client that I had by the name of John. I'm not going to say his last name because you might fuck around and know who he is. And with John, what happened with him was one day he was at a bar. He was at a bar with his friends. And what happened was he was at the bar with his friends, and there were people at the bar. There were girls there. He wasn't necessarily like engaging in any sexual activity, but he was dancing, listening to music, and and he was having fun. And so apparently he was at the bar and he was just dancing and having fun with his friends and maybe some girls that were at the bar. And so I kid you not, and this is the truth. Wallahi, I swear by Allah, this is the truth. And he's like, his his girlfriend's his girlfriend's his girlfriend's his girlfriend's sister ex-boyfriend's his girlfriend's sister ex-boyfriend's little sister was at the bar and went back and messaged her and told her that she saw John at the bar dancing and talking to other women. So that got back to her and she broke up with him for it. And she broke up with him because he was dancing with another woman at the bar. So I say, so John tells me, he's like, hey, KB, I need a solution for this. I'm like, well, did you guys talk about this? Did you guys talk about what would we consider cheating before you ever got into a relationship? And he's like, no, we never had that conversation. How do I fix this? I was like, first of all, dude, if you get into a relationship with somebody, you guys need to be on par with what you consider cheating or not, right? Because if you're just at the bar and you're having fun, right? You're just at the bar and dancing, then why would that be considered cheating? Because if you look at the whole situation with, and I hate to keep doing it, but if you look at the whole situation with Keke Palmer, she was just dancing, right? That's what a lot of people say. That's not considered cheating, but no, we use that for convenience, right? Oh, she and John wasn't married. So I mean, by that logic, what's the big deal, right? What's the big deal? But no, seriously. And he was just dancing. And she didn't even, and the big problem with that is she didn't even see it herself. She didn't even see it herself, and she took somebody else's word for it. And and the lesson for him was, make sure before you ever get into a relationship with somebody, not only do you set boundaries, you guys are on the same page about what you consider okay, what you consider cheating, and what you don't consider cheating, right? Because and also, you know, make sure that you and your partner are on a level where if somebody comes to you or it comes to your partner about something, that they're not just going to take your partner's word, they're not going to take a stranger's word over you, right? Because think about that happens. If they don't trust you so much so where anybody can just come to you and tell you a lie or tell you any type of deception, whether it may be true or not, that means that there's no trust and anybody can crumble your relationship just like that. And it goes to show you guys really don't have a strong relationship to begin with. So that's one thing that needs to be considered. Um, Another thing is we need to be reasonable. We do. We do. And I feel like my ideals for what cheating is has changed over time. Now, there have been times where people said that I've had conversation with females and they said flirting with someone is cheating, right? Flirting with another person. And there's been times where I said, well, I realistically think that behind my back, your partner could be flirting, right? They could be joking and teasing other people, right? But are you really going to break up with them over that? Do you think that you're going to be around all the time when they are cheating, are flirting, are doing that form of cheating, doing anything behind your back? Do you think that hanging out with someone else is considered cheating? I think that is a bit far. I've had clients where, and this is another good story. And when you say like anything done behind my back is considered cheating, right? Anything done behind my back considered cheating. So I had this one client where his girl ended up cheating on him because she thought he was cheating, but he actually wasn't. And how the story goes, he was actually just planning something for her birthday. And I think he was planning like a surprise party. He was texting her cousin and a few of her friends. And she got width of it that he was texting one of her friends. And I guess the part of the conversation that she saw for the little moment that she did see, she kind of thought that maybe he was cheating, but he actually wasn't cheating. He was planning something for her. But this numbskull just went and cheated and didn't say anything about it. She didn't address it. She was trying to be smooth. I don't know what the fuck she was trying to be, but she didn't address it. She just went and took action without even addressing it, without even trying to talk about it. And I think the case was that they don't go through phones, but she secretly went through his phone. And long story short, uh, they end up having the conversation, and she brought it up, and he said, "Are you fucking serious? I was planning a surprise party for you," and she ended up cheating on him. So she was trying to be sneaky, going through his phone to see if he was doing anything. And wow, somebody said that's his fault. That's nuts. That is fucking nuts. But nothing surprises me nowadays. But the point is, she she felt stupid and she ultimately ruined that relationship. He didn't take her back as he shouldn't have, because if you're planning a party for someone and your girl goes to your phone thinking that you're cheating, and then you go behind his back to go cheat without even addressing it, without saying anything, You don't deserve to be with that person. And this is why I tell guys, and this is another prime example as to why you don't wife vindictive women, right? You don't wife vindictive women. You don't put these type of women in a relationship. And these are very low quality women. And you know why? Because any female that says, oh, I'm going to get my lick back instead of just leaving, this is a low quality female, right? And that comes down to a character thing, right? And I'm not saying you always got to forgive somebody, but to take the energy to go out of your way to find a person to go cheat with, to participate in an action that you necessarily don't want to do, you are considered as a low quality person. Not saying you can't change over time, but that is a very low quality action. A very, very low quality action. Because a high quality woman is going to either what? She's either going to leave you or forgive you. She's going to leave you or forgive you. And that's going to be the end of that. Why would you simply, oh, because you did this to me, I'm going to go cheat on you back? You know how much more energy that takes? Now you have to lay down with somebody. You have to let this person inside of you. You have to do all these things. And either way you look at it, it's not good, because even if you say, well, oh, she wanted to do it all along. Well, her mind was in the wrong place to begin with. You shouldn't be with somebody if you wanted to go have sex with somebody. You want to go lay down with somebody from the jump, right? If she cheats back, she is not a good person, because now she wants to get her lick back. And that's why I tell you guys, do not wife these kind of women. Don't wife these kind of women. Because it's nuts. You can't even plan a surprise for somebody because you're planning a surprise and they think that you're cheating. Now you're in a fucked up situation because of what? But ultimately, as a man, you have to take responsibility for that, because you have to know the type of person that you're wifing, and you need to stick to this certain criteria that I give you guys. Don't wife vindictive women. Don't wife somebody who says they're going to get their lick back. You can simply ask them. You can simply ask that person. You can simply ask that person, hey, if somebody cheated on, what would you do? Oh, I'm gonna get my lick back. I've spoken to so many girls who say that, and with pride too. Oh, believe me, honey, I'm gonna get my lick back. If I don't do nothing else, I'm gonna get my lick back. I'm gonna get my lick back. Oh, okay, you gonna get, bitch? I wouldn't give you the chance. You wouldn't get the time of day. I wouldn't put you in a relationship if motherfuckers paid me. Talking, I'm gonna get my lick back. And the crazy part is, a lot of guys don't understand that is horrible. That is horrible. You don't wife people. Do not put that person in a relationship. They are telling you what they would do. And then we have a prime example where the guy wasn't even cheating. He was trying to surprise her, and then she goes and cheats, trying to get her lick back, and she didn't even know the whole fucking story. This is exactly why you learn to filter women out. You filter the woman out that is good for you, and you filter out the woman that is bad for you, right? And then you set boundaries. Have these conversations with somebody before you wife them. There's a lot of steps. If you ever guys, a lot of guys, if you subscribe to Patreon, we talk about this a lot on Patreon, how there's a lot of criteria that you do before you obviously get into a relationship with somebody, right? Obviously, you want to set boundaries. You want to talk about your do's and don'ts, right? And you also want to let that person know what you want to do, right? And what you're not going to do. But do not wife vindictive women. Now, there's a lot of times where there was even one time where I was talking to a female, and well, this actually happened twice. But the first one, I was talking to a female, and we were talking for a while. We were doing the do and everything. We were talking for about maybe 6 months, and I was under the impression that I was the only guy that she was talking to. And I was jokingly asking, I was like, so how many hoes you got? Just joking and playing around. And this chick told me, oh, I only got one other guy. I'm like, are you joking? Are you serious? She was like, no, I only got one other guy. Oh, I only like, I only hook up with him when you're not around. And me, I was flabbergasted because I'm joking. I'm like, so how many hoes you got? She like, one. I'm like, oh, one. Okay. So She was like, yeah, I only hook up with him when you're not around. So, and he ain't even as good as you. Like, he don't put it down like you. So it's just like, he's just something to do. And I'm just like, holy shit. So we had a conversation. I'm like, well, I just hope that you're using protection because we don't. And she's like, oh yeah, of course. You ain't got to worry about that. I know you clean. You show me your test result. I'll show you mine too. I'm like, all right, cool, cool, cool. So um I didn't obviously I didn't wife her. I didn't she lost that privilege at that point. She was completely eliminated. She eliminated herself. But I continue to still mess with her. Um and I think about maybe 3 to 4 months later, she wanted to start getting serious. She was starting to talk like she wanted a relationship. But little did she know she eliminated herself. So she started asking and insinuating, and I just didn't bite on it. So then when she actually asked for a relationship, I said, well, you know what? I don't wife people who have sex with me while they're having sex with other people. And I told her straight up because she was ultimately having sex with somebody else. And when that time came for where she thought she was going to have a relationship, I told her no. And she was like, "Wow, you wasted my time." No, I didn't waste your time. Because if you wanted to prove to me that you wanted a relationship, if you wanted to prove to me that you wanted to be a wife or a girlfriend and that you're suitable to be a girlfriend, then you wouldn't be having sex with somebody else. I've never dealt with that. Prior to that, I've never talked to a girl who was having sex with other people but wanted to prove to me that she wanted to be in a relationship. Like, you don't prove yourself by having sex with other people. How dare you say you want a relationship? You don't qualify, right? It's like, and and maybe it's a flaw in logic with women because a lot of women see this and they say, well, if you want to wife me, you should have put a ring on it. Well, yeah, maybe I would have put a ring on it if you weren't sleeping around with other people while you talk to me, right? Like, does that make sense or does it not make sense? Right? Does that not make sense? I don't understand. It's like, if you wanted to be a girlfriend, wouldn't you display girlfriend actions? I don't understand. That's like saying, if you want a position at a job, you're going to be like, well, I want this position, but I'm going to do my first job, my first position horribly, right? You want to be a manager, but you show up late to work for your regular shift. Sometimes you call out of work. You miss 15 days and in the course of like 5 months, um, you don't do your job efficiently, but then you want a girlfriend. And a girlfriend is a step up from just talking. Is definitely a step up from just talking. So why the hell would I make you a girlfriend when you weren't doing all the things that a girlfriend does? You weren't trying to prove yourself. Like, what sense does that make? And then women say this all the time. It's like, oh, if you want girlfriend duties, you got to make me a girlfriend. If you want wife duties, you got to make me a wife. Like, what the fuck? Why would I put a ring on it? Like, where's the logic in that? People say, well, you know what? If you want me to be a wife, that's above my pay grade. You got to make me a wife first. That's not how that works. You don't have a bargaining chip in that. Yeah, that's not how that works. You have to show me you're capable of being a wife. Who in their right mind is going to put a ring on you and you don't qualify? That's like saying, well, I do want a wife. I want a wife that knows how to cook. Well, I'll cook for you when you make me a wife. I don't even know if you know how to cook. Why the fuck would I make you a wife? Are you serious? What if you cook for me and the shit is horrible? Like, what? Like, where's the logic? But this is why I tell guys, it's very important you get to know these people before you get into a relationship. Um, and just like things like that, you have an understanding of what you consider flirting. If somebody says, "Oh, I consider you talking to another person." No, I mean, yeah, I consider you talking to another person cheating. Like, listen, and if you're a door-to-door salesman and all you do is talk to people, if you're like independent worker, right? If you have your own business and you engage with a lot of people, and this person says if you talking to somebody and you texting somebody, you texting another female, that's cheating. Like, get the fuck out of here. If that may not be for you. So you need to have these discussions, because a lot of times people get into relationships and you doing all this shit and you don't even know you're cheating, right? You don't even know you're cheating. And another reason as to why it's so important for you to talk about these things, because people may do things, right? People may do things and you don't even know. You don't even know it's cheating. Like a lot of girls think that going on stage and being wrapped in the arms of a R&B singer is okay, because if you're not married, like a lot of people won't think that's cheating. But if you set these boundaries beforehand, you can say, hey, that's cheating, right? You can talk about it. That's cheating. But a lot of women will say, well, I'm not married, so I don't see the problem. Like, what? Hold these people accountable. Don't reward people with relation. And that's another thing. Like, guys just don't even understand the ramifications of a lot of shit that you do. You're gonna reward somebody with a relationship, and and uh and they're doing things that are not indicative of being a good partner. And the crazy part is, when you actually set standards, when you actually talk about things that you don't want, you're called insecure, right? You're called insecure. You're called insecure. Oh, I don't want my wife to cheat on me. Oh my God, you're so insecure. Right, right. I'm so insecure because I don't want to be cheated on. Right? You'll have people that'll look at this list. What do you consider cheating? Flirting, looking, talking, lovemaking, hanging out, texting, anything, uh, anything behind that, even anything done behind my back. They'll agree with all of that. But then if a guy says, hey, I don't want you hanging out with men alone. Oh my God, you are so insecure. Wow. I am extremely insecure because I have boundaries. I am insecure, right? Right. Because, like, oh, I don't want you, if a girl says, oh my God, Michael B. Jordan is my celebrity crush. Oh, is he really now? Yes, he is my celebrity crush. And if he gave me the chance, I would let him have it. Well, you know what? I consider that cheating. But it's Michael B. Jordan. Oh, but you know what? That's cheating. You know what? You're so insecure. Wow. Wow. Yeah. I'm insecure because I don't want you to take the opportunity to cheat on me with another human being. Like, logic is nuts. Logic is nuts, right? And then somehow they think, oh, I'm gonna throw it back at you. What if it was Lotto on stage? What if it was Rihanna? You would do. No, I would not. No, that's also still cheating. That is also still cheating, ma'am. Right? It's just it astonishes me, the logic. And sometimes you just gotta laugh at it, because it's like, I don't know what goes on in the development of some people's brains. I don't know if you're just being disingenuous. I don't think I don't know, I just don't understand it sometimes. I don't. I don't. I don't like for example, I had a guy who paid for a phone call, a client, and he told me that he was asking me should he leave his girl. And ultimately I told him to leave her because she was having sleepovers at her best friend's house, which is a guy. Apparently they weren't sleeping in the bed together. She was sleeping on his couch. Sometimes she would get drunk and be out with her friends and go over her best friend's house. Like, are you fucking nuts? And she had the nerve to call this guy insecure. Oh, you're just he's so insecure. He's so Charlie, you're so insecure because just because I sleep over my friend's house when I get drunk. Like, and this is the logic of some women. This is a real story. This is real. You're so insecure because you're sleeping on your friend's couch. How do I even know that? How did I know you weren't sleeping in his bed? Because to me, it sounds like y'all was getting it on. Like, it's nuts. It's nuts. But you're insecure. You're into. Oh, I was just over at my friend's house. Oh, you didn't let me know you were home last night. Oh yeah, I fell asleep over my friends. What friends? One of my guy friends. You don't know him. Are you fucking serious? Why are you being so insecure? I just don't understand. Why are you so insecure? I'm just sleeping over my friend's house, right? I'm it's I was just giving him a little head. That's all. It was just sucking a little cock. That's it. Like it's nuts. It's just fucking nuts. And this is why you have to set clear cut boundaries. And I don't even think it's because like this is not common knowledge. I just think that some people don't understand what boundaries are. I think some women um don't use logic. It's all emotions. I think some women are entitled. And then I know some guys when they do try to speak up for themselves and say that they don't want certain things, they're attacked. You're called a misogynist. You're trying to be controlling. Oh, you just want to be controlling. You want a submissive woman because you want to be controlling. No. It's simply having respect for your partner, right? It's simply having respect. And I think that a lot of women will stick up for other women no matter what. And um I think that, whenever a woman is called out on her bullshit, they feel as if their freedoms are being infringed upon some way somehow, and they have to like fight tooth and nail to try to defend whatever it is that's being said without just being honest and being genuine and saying yes, that's wrong, right? That is wrong. That is wrong. like if you never had the conversation and you go and take a picture with another person in front of your girl and she throws a phone at you and now she's getting domestic. Oh, that's not okay. But if you did the same thing, now you have a DV charge and you're going to jail, right? 1,000%. I don't think that you should tolerate that type of stuff. I think you should have clear cut boundaries. And I think you should be very, very strict when it comes to this stuff at the beginning, especially filtering women out because it's just nuts nowadays. It's just nuts. And I know everybody has a different interpretation on what they consider cheating, but these things do have to be talked about, right? These things do have to be talked about. And I think that I don't even think that sometimes it just has to be talked about. I just think society's IQ overall is just plummeting. I think a lot of people lack intelligence. I think a lot of people are I think a lot of people are just ridiculous, right? And when you talk about this ridiculousness, it tends to resonate with a lot of the women. It just no logic, no accountability. And this is why I think this is a good topic because when some of the women come up and speak, I think that they're going to expose themselves if they have the heart to come up and speak and talk about what they consider cheating, right? You'll have people that say, I made no valid points. Right? And it's just like when you hear them speak, and a lot of the times when you hear let people speak, they expose themselves for the ideology that comes out of their mouth, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna end this podcast off. I'm done with this session. And whoever wants to speak, you can come up and speak and let us know what do you consider cheating and then let me know if you had an issue with any of the things that I said. All right. This is podcast number 182. We're gonna end this one off. And if you're on TikTok, you can come up and speak. What I'll do is I'll probably send the link to Patreon too, so you guys can come up and speak if you want. But yeah, so now guests can come up and let us know what you think about the topic. I would love to speak to the person that said I had no valid points. Oh man, that's nuts. Damn, my hair is so greasy. It's kind of crazy. Okay. Unfortunately, I don't think you have enough followers to be requested up. Um, yeah. Sorry. Watching corn including. Oh, that's another one, right? Some people consider watching adult films is considered cheating. I think that's a bit crazy, but you know, everybody's a bit different. Bro has less than 200 views and now he's all emo. Wait, what? What is this guy talking about? Talking about other guys. He's a man who thinks he's superior to women and the men can do whatever they want and women can't. Who thinks that? I would love to know who thinks that. Everything except flirting and looking. Also, it's okay to flirt, huh? Flirting can get extreme. I cheated on my boyfriend with his brother. You deserve hell. You literally just said that. What did I say? Cheating for me is holding hands. Cheating definition of talking. What's your definition of talking? I guess talking to somebody who you text and maybe talk on the phone. If you gotta hide it, it's cheating. What if it's blatant? What if you don't hide it? Is it still cheating? So why she can't deal with other people? What do you mean? Anything behind my back is cheating. So if he had a conversation with the girl at the supermarket, is that cheating? You said you was talking to a girl. Okay. And your point is, I don't get it. Where are you going with this? Don't we all talk to people? Oh, you have 12 followers. You definitely can't come up. Mario, I tend to see this person always in my comments trolling. I know you're a fan, but if you keep it up, I'm just gonna have to block you. If it gets to flirtatious, hell yeah. People really acted like they don't know what cheating is. How are you mad that she had another option? Y'all weren't exclusive. I wasn't mad because she had another option. The thing is when she came and asked for a relationship, my criteria and my standards, that's different, right? When you ask for a relationship and I've never been with somebody who wanted a relationship but was still having sex with other people, absolutely not. You don't deserve a relationship with me because I know my standards. If you're with me and you're still sleeping with other people, you don't qualify to be with me in a relationship. I know what I'm worth and I know what I've been through. My standards may be a little high, but maybe you're just used to dealing with trash men who accept anything. I'm good. I have lots of options. I would never deal with something like that. You should have communicated your stand. I don't need to communicate anything. I want people to know. I want you to expose yourself. I don't need to communicate anything because when you expose yourself, now I know genuinely the type of person that you are. So this way, I shouldn't have to. I'm not going to talk about it. I want those people to be who they are. No, what the fuck? That's like I'm gonna give you the answers to the test. We're not in a relationship. If we're in a relationship, that's different. Like you said, you're gonna do what you're gonna do. And I was glad she was honest about it. I don't need to communicate nothing, especially if you're not my girlfriend. You already showed me qualities. But see, people, see, guys, this is why you talk to people months. You talk to the people for months. You don't wife girls within a month. All that bullshit is talking about, oh, a guy knows if he wants a girl right away. You don't have to do this. No, you talk to people for months so they can expose themselves before you put them in a relationship. Because when their true colors start to show, now you know them. You know them. I don't need to communicate anything. She's not my girlfriend. She exposed herself. It's simple. Exactly. It takes about 3 to 4 months for people, even maybe even a little longer for people to start showing their true colors. And when they do, now you know who you're dealing with, and you make your decision from there. We go exclusive for men who don't want us. Was she supposed to stop and wait for you? Well, no, but see, listen, you're right. She didn't have to wait. But I wasn't the one asking for a relationship. I've been with a lot of women in my life, right? I'm 30 years young. So I've been with women and I knew they wanted me. And how did they qualify for a relationship? Because they didn't do all those things. They showed to me, they proved to me that a relationship is what they want. Whether we get in a relationship or not, that's my power, right? Girls don't ask me to be in a relationship. I ask them. So that's in my hands. Somebody called me a narcissist. Narcissism is a mental disorder. Please stop misusing the word. Thank you. You aren't a true man. You still need to grow up. I'm not a true man. Why am I not a true man? I would love for people to just come up and say this. I'm not a true man. How? I know what narcissistic mean. You are a narcissist. First of all, 2% of society are narcissists, right? And you need to be like almost a clinical psychologist, or somebody who specializes in the psychology field to determine if somebody suffers from narcissism. There's a lot of different qualities. You can determine, you can look at every video I have on my page and still wouldn't come to the conclusion if I was a narcissist. So please stop misusing the word. Like, I'm a narcissist because I didn't wife a girl because she was fucking other people while she was talking to me. Wow. Thank you for the diagnosis. I appreciate it. Like, you're nuts. You're nuts. Women complain about men doing what she did all the time. Okay, cool. But the difference is they'll still get in relationship with those men. Not me. No, because you think you're better than communicating to someone who you're spending your time with. Right. Right. But it's okay but we're not married, right? I mean, Keke Palmer did it. Why can't I do it? Everything you said so far has been full of narcissistic traits. Please list off the traits. Oh my God. This is so entertaining. Because she's a millionaire. Wow. So because you're a millionaire, okay, so millionaires get to mistreat people, right? Got it. Check. Got it. Self-centered. I'm self-centered. Well, I do believe you got to love yourself. She didn't mistreat anyone. You're right. She's perfectly fine. If you agree with anything on that list, you can't say Keke Palmer didn't do anything wrong, because at that point you're a hypocrite. Like, it's nuts. If you feel like you have to hide it, I could go with that. Keke didn't do anything wrong. Women have to turn jailbirds and neighborhood dogs into husbands, right? Whoa, what are you talking about? Listen, you're projecting right now. I don't know what the hell you've been through. I wouldn't advise you date people that I've never been to jail. I don't have a record, so listen. You're projecting right now. I don't know what paradigm you live in where you're turning jailbirds into husbands, but I guess people do deserve second chances. It don't matter where you get your appetite as long as you eat at home. I don't know what that means, Sarah. Sarah, what are you talking about? So we can't be a fangirl over one of her favorite artists? Absolutely not. I don't care who it is. No exceptions. I don't deserve what? Go wash your hair. I do actually need to wash my hair. It's a little stinky too. I work out a lot. Excuses, you rude. How am I rude? What did I say that was rude? Any sign of showing genuine interest in another person is cheating, minus attracted to their looks. Like, look and flirt, but don't cheat. But looking and flirting leads to cheating, don't you think? If you're always looking, it's like the window, you're looking and you keep, and then next thing you know, you looking and then you get stuck. But that's the thing. There's different degrees of loyalty. And I feel like sometimes loyalty It varies in people. That's why you got to filter people out. Have I cheated before? Yeah, I've cheated before. As long as it doesn't lead to it, people have self-control. Yeah, but you've never been tested, I see. That's why I said as long as you don't eat at home. That's a different one. Shame on you. Once a cheater, always a cheater, right? Okay, got it. Did you accept them to stay too? They did. They actually did. And this may be a bit biased. I think that if a man gets cheated on, he shouldn't forgive that woman. I know y'all gonna hate that, but because there's a respect thing, and I think that when a woman cheats and that man doesn't at least leave, it's like he doesn't even have the balls to leave her. So why would she respect him, right? Now I'm not saying that a woman can't change. There's always exceptions. Some women can change, but I don't think it's possible because it's always a little more. I just think the respect is going to be out the window for him. My parents are in their bed. They're home chilling. How about yours? Why are you concerned about my parents? Yes, my parents, they are married. Thank you. I grew up in a very healthy household. Why wouldn't it be respect if he cheats? I think, and I'm not trying to justify it. I'm not saying cheating is okay if it comes from a man either. But what I'm saying is, a lot of the times when a man cheats, he can cheat and it'd be nothing after, right? He can just cheat to get his rocks off. And a lot of biology plays into it. But I don't think men and women are set up the same way. And usually when a woman cheats, there's a lot more emotion involved into it. Unless she's just a ruthless vata and she's just built like that. But in most cases, I think that's what it is. But this generation is different, so it could be changing. But that's usually what I find. So women can forgive. Men can forgive too. I'm not saying men can't forgive a woman for cheating. I just don't think that he should because that respect is going to go out the window. A man can be remorseful and change, and I'm not saying that a woman couldn't, but it usually doesn't hold the same. You'd always be looking over your shoulder at that man. Yeah, he can get your trust back. Yeah, trust will be gone for a bit, but he can get it back. He can get it back. What about respect for her? But that's the thing. I'm not saying that he doesn't respect her. There is a level of respect that is violated. I agree, but that's the thing you don't understand. A man could just go fuck a girl and that be it. Like he'll never even talk to her again. It's just pussy. And that's the thing. I don't think women understand what men are. It's never always personal. It's not that he loved her more than you. It was just some cheeks. That's it. That is narcissistic. I'm a big narcissist, huh? I should write narcissism on my forehead. Exactly. So if it's easy to do, he can do it again easily. But you have to understand, that's the thing. Not every man is meant for one woman. You think we got what 9 billion people on this earth approximately through monogamy? No. And I think that's the problem. Everybody thinks that every person is supposed to be for one person. It's not like that. It's not. If we lined up every man and every woman in the United States, there would be women left over for so many different reasons. So many different reasons. On top of in the United States, women outnumber men in the United States alone. But then we're, this is a lot of different factors that would have to play into that. So if it's okay to cheat, if so, what it's okay from cheat men or women, right? I didn't say cheating was okay. I never said cheating was okay. I never said that. I still think cheating is wrong either way. So yeah, no. I know nobody wants to speak, but a lot of these people don't have enough followers, so I can't have them up and speak. Oh, this person does. I'm gonna start inviting people up to speak. I like the hair. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Some guys narcissistic is a strength. Misogynistic, yes. Stop throwing. Ooh, Sarah, you have enough followers. How about you come up here and speak? I sent you an invite. Hello, Swan. Introduce yourself, where you from, and tell me what you think about the topic. You seem to have a lot to say.
Well, I'm in Vancouver. My name is Swan. I'm 34.
Okay. Vancouver
I have
now.
years of experience with men.
Say that again.
I have lots of experience with men
Wow.
and how they act
Lots.
and everything. And I'm raising 2 boys myself. So, yeah.
By yourself?
Yeah, by myself.
Okay.
No family, no parents, no nothing.
Okay.
Just me.
Heard you. So what do you think about the topic?
So I wanted to bring up when you say, like, how it's okay for men to, like, just cheat because it's not emotional and stuff like that.
Correction.
Just, like,
Correction. Hold on. I want to make a correction. I never said it was okay. So I just want to clarify that. I never said it was okay. But you can continue.
Yeah. I just remember you saying that, and
I never said that. I never said it was okay.
Well, you said that men just get their rocks off and stuff, and it's just an in and out kind of thing, and they don't have any emotional gain to it. So, like,
no. Here,
just take it.
Here, let me correct you. Hold on. Let me correct you. One, I never said cheating was okay for either gender, right? And that goes for man and male, right? Woman and male. I don't know any other genders. That's the only ones I'm talking about. So I don't think it's okay. What I said was a lot of it, sometimes it comes down to biology, right? What I'm saying is a man can go have sex with a woman, and not all cases, but in a lot, it's never emotional. It's just a physical thing, and he can walk away from it like it never happened. And I'm not saying that a woman can do that. What I'm saying is a lot of the times, in most cases that I see, and of course this is anecdotal, but a lot of the times I see that when a woman gets involved with a man like that, it usually is a little more than just physical, and it's not usually that they walk away from it. So I don't think cheating is okay for anybody. But I'm just letting you know some of the differences of when it happens. And, that man's not going to love her. That man's not going to, it's just going to walk away from it. I didn't say it was okay though.
I want to also clarify something that you said, that women can get cheated on and men can, like, gain that respect back and stuff like that. I don't think that men can actually gain that respect back, because truly and honestly,
once again, I didn't say that. I said I never said that. I said they don't. I don't think they can get that respect back. That's what I said.
You said it would be easier for a man to get that respect back than a woman getting her respect back from a man when she cheated on him.
Well, obviously I'm speaking from experiences, and I speak to guys on the daily, right? This is what I do. Guys pay me for consultations, and I see it a lot. But even when the guys do try to forgive women for cheating, they end up getting left. This is what I see. It's not all cases, right? There's always exceptional cases. Not every case is the same. But I think handled in the right way, women do take men back for cheating, and they do it a lot, if we're being real about it. I'm not saying that they can never. I'm not saying that the respect is impossible to get back. I'm just saying This is usually what I see.
And also, like, pre-colonial, like, times and on Turtle Island that we are on, mentioning, like, indigenous people like myself,
Indigenous to
men
where?
actually were meant to be passed around the village, and we would pick and choose who we wanted as our mates.
What?
It was not, oh, we're going to choose this guy and we're going to mate for them with them forever. No, women actually would pass around the men around.
Mm.
And it was more of a matriarch system than we do live in now.
So
unfortunately, colonialism has fucked us all.
So you're saying men used to be passed around? Where you said pre-colonialism? Are we talking about the United States? Where indigenous to where? United States? You mean,
Yeah.
or North America?
Yeah.
Are you like
I mean, the
native?
United States to Canada.
So,
I'm Kwakwa.
oh, so you're
I'm a
native.
Wiggle Kingdom.
You're
Yes.
Native American.
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, indigenous to this land. Yes.
Okay. Cool. I mean,
I don't call myself American because we were here before America was here.
okay. Well, I think that would kind of make my point even more. No.
No. Because
No?
then, if you think that women are expendable as much as you think they are, then men are just as expendable as women. In your logic.
When did I make what indicators did you get that I think women are expendable?
Well, you wouldn't want to be with somebody who's like got, somebody on the side and they don't know if like they're ready to be in a relationship with you, right?
No, I think
but we know most men tend to do that with women and have like, their like their side or undecided decisions before they actually make the right one. And I know this from
hold on, ma'am.
Like, older men. And I'm not talking about like older men in their 50s. I'm like talking about like in their 80s, 90s. And these old men have explained to me that,
ma'am,
most men actually have like 4 to 5 women before they actually find the right one.
Ma'am, first of all, I think you're confusing my boundaries for women being expendable. That's not what I was saying. What I'm saying is this is my standards, right? I wouldn't wife a woman. Not that I'm having multiple women, right? I think you're confusing that. Not that I'm having multiple women. I simply said, in order for me to be in a relationship with any woman that I would make my girlfriend or probably my wife, I would not wife her if while I'm in the talking stages with her and she's sleeping with other people besides me, she automatically is disqualified. That is simply my boundaries. How you conflated that with expendable, I have no idea. Just like anybody else would have boundaries, right? Those are my boundaries. So I don't understand how you conflated the two. I just simply wouldn't do that. I just don't think for a lot of reasons that somebody who does that is worthy of being in a relationship with me, right? I don't just wife anything. So I don't understand why is that so hard to understand.
To cook too is another thing. Too.
Say that again.
Why would we want to expect a woman to know how to cook for you and stuff like that? That's like
wait. Tell me. I'm so confused. What are you saying?
You've mentioned how like why would you expect a woman or why would you want to be with somebody who doesn't want to be a wifey, quote unquote, for you and cook for you,
right,
and give you that,
right?
And really, most women do that, and then they end up getting left with either child and like they're heartbroken.
Ma'am, I think you're
anecdotal. Yes, it will.
Yeah.
I'm just explaining from experiences that I have had on multiple occasions with men.
Yeah.
I've known a lot of women that's been in my shoes too. And I know a lot of single moms in relationships.
Right.
That are even married.
Right. I think you're projecting. That's not everybody's situation.
I know a lot of women, and
uh,
I've talked to
that
them. I'm like
that
literally a community counselor for
right,
women, but I don't get paid for
right,
it.
right, right,
But I also hear the men's side of the story too because
right.
I can relate to them too.
Right. Like I said once again, I think that's a bit of a projection. I understand that you may talk to a lot of people. I don't discredit that, and I don't project that. I'm not contesting what you're saying. But all I'm saying is, just because I would like somebody, and once again, these are my boundaries and standards for what I want in a relationship, that doesn't mean that I think women are expendable, right? I'm just saying these are my standards. In the analogy, and I think you missed the analogy, right? The analogy was, um, if I don't wife somebody in the talking stage because she's having sex with other people, right? These are my qualifications. And that person wanted to be my girlfriend. I didn't ask her for a relationship. She asked for the relationship. So by my standards is, if you're currently having sex with other people while you're still talking to me and having sex with me, you don't qualify for a relationship, right? And the analogy that I gave was, why would you promote somebody, cuz just talking to being a girlfriend is almost like a level up, and being a girlfriend to being a wife is also a level up. So what I'm trying to explain to you in that analogy was, I'm not going to have a certain set of standards then go against it when you want to be a part of my life, you want to be a union, you want more from me. And I'm saying, from my standards, if you want more from me, you have to be able to do this, you have to be able to do that. That's just my standards. You don't have to comply, we don't have to be together. I think that's what you're missing. So I don't think they're expendable. You just don't meet my qualifications. That's it. So if I say that I would want a wife to cook, and she and a woman and women have this logic where, oh, well, if you want me to do wife things, you got to make me a wife first. Well, I don't think that's how that works in the real world, and that doesn't work in
Well,
my
there's a
world.
lot of women that, like myself, have been in those situations and have been fucked over multiple
Mm,
times.
okay, well that's
Yeah, there is projection, but there's
right,
also the
right,
truth in it
right, and that's
that
very
you're actually not seeing,
no,
that
no,
you're
no.
just
I'm not. It's
labeling
not
something
that.
as projecting.
Hold on, hold on. It's not that I'm not seeing it, and that's very unfortunate that you've been through that. And I sympathize with you, and I hope that maybe one day you can find a situation where you can cook and do all those nice things somebody, and that can be reciprocated with respect. But that's not everybody.
But
That's
also
that's
putting
not
gender roles on
everything.
women and men is kind of like,
Wait, say that again.
putting gender roles in like the 20th century.
Right.
Like, come on now. We
Well,
all can look after our own, right? And we all should be giving not just 50-50, because there's no such thing as 50-50 in relationships,
right,
because that's some bullshit.
right, right. Well,
Real relationships is if you can carry the other person
right. Well,
when
well,
you're having bad days.
well.
And
You.
that's 100.
Well,
So like, say your woman is like dying of sickness, but yet she's still trying to tend to the kids, and you're expecting her to cook a meal. Is that like 100% going to be a
Well,
priority for you?
well, ma'am, I think you're being extreme. I do believe in gender roles. I don't believe in 50-50. I have a belief where, unless you have enough money as a man to take care of a family, you cannot have a family. And that's something I try to abide by. And I tell men to advocate for that too. Even if I don't believe in 50-50, even if it's 60-40, 70-20, 80-30, right? I do believe that a man should always be doing just a little bit more to try to make her life a little more easier and add some type of value. Um, Now, and on top of that, obviously, if my woman is pregnant, she's not I don't expect her to work long hours. I don't expect her to pay the type of bills that she was paying when she wasn't. I don't expect her to to do all the things that she did when she wasn't pregnant. This is almost like a little common sense, right? So and my problem
Well,
is,
you
yes,
live
yes,
with a
hold on, let me
partner.
finish. Hold on, let me finish. Yes, I do believe in gender roles. And this is a part of my beliefs, right? It's almost like a part of my beliefs as to why I do. And I think one of the big problems is when you change gender roles, now you have people that are almost just changing their gender. And I think that nowadays anything goes, right? And I'm a person who has traditional morals, and I have traditional standards. And that's fine. You don't have to agree with it, and you don't have to even believe it, but that's mine, and that's what I stand on 10 toes down, and that's what I will stick by always. So you don't have to agree with it, but that's what it is for me. And I'm not forcing anyone to be with me, but that's never a problem for me is getting women. I think that's probably too much of a problem. Is the opposite. But no, that's what I believe and that's what I do, you know?
So you don't do you like believe women should be financially stable and have security as well
Do
and
I
be in a secure spot, whether or not they're in a relationship or if they're married or not?
well
So, like, in case like
I don't
shit hits the fan and he becomes the like breadwinner all of a sudden, and then she has to do everything and have to worry about like not being able to financially look after herself if something happens.
well, I never said that I don't think women shouldn't work. I never said that. I never said that I don't think that women should just rely on a man 100% for everything. I think it's a lot more favorable for them, right? But I don't think that if a woman wants to work, sure, that's fine. I never said that that's not the case. All I'm saying is that I think that a man should add enough value to their life to where things are a little bit easier some way somehow. That's all.
And you say traditional, like we're talking about colonial constructs, right? And when I think of traditional, I think of obviously my traditional indigenous ways where it was completely different. And my grandmother was a chief. So women can be leaders. We were held in high regards. Not only that, women can be also two spirit, men can be two spirit as well. So like when you talk about like, oh, there's only two genders, really there's more. Before the whole colonized construct mind frame came all about
You
two
said you said
being
there's
there.
more than two genders?
Yeah,
How many are there?
it's evolved through time.
Yeah, but how
And we're
many?
not the only
How?
intelligent civilization to walk Earth,
Okay,
right?
but no,
So
but that's not
there's
what
the
I'm asking
ancient
you.
Babylonian times where there was even non-binary people.
Right. So my question to you, how many genders are there?
There's, I don't know, there's like well over 5,000 to date now.
Right. And see the
But
problem
like in Americas,
okay, hold
there
on, hold on,
was
hold on.
two-spirit people here beforehand.
Hold on. So that's the problem with the gender thing because now with there being over 5,000 genders and if I don't identify somebody by their correct gender, I am now offending them. And I believe you said you live in Canada, so I'm pretty sure that's a crime in Canada, right? So you see the problem with the 5,000 genders because not only do we not even know probably more than 3 your average person. Now it's a crime if you choose not to identify somebody by their right gender. So with there being over 5,000 genders, you open the world up for a gang of problems. Not only can you be fined or probably jailed, now I have to remember over 5,000 genders. I don't even know 5,000 people, let alone 5,000 names, but you expect me to remember 5,000 genders? And this is why I stick to traditional roles, traditional gender roles. Uh, you said it was what?
It's evolution.
Okay, but this is the problem. How is society supposed to keep up?
So we're supposed to go to prehistoric
N-
times for men,
No,
just
it's not
smack women up in
prehistoric.
public
Two
and
genders,
say, okay, I'm going to drag you to the cave now.
ma'am. Do you realize how that's how nuts, ma'am? Do you realize how nuts that sounds? You just told me that there's 5,000 different genders, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so
it's
how does
evolved over
society
time.
adapt to this? Do you understand the problems that is implicating here?
It's because the American education system has truly indoctrinated everybody and
Right.
fucked them up.
Right. So, question, tell me what education system around the world that is educating people on 5,000 different genders. Are they doing that in Canada?
Gender studies.
Oh, is gender studies something that is from, kindergarten through college?
No, but it is through university. If you want to
Okay.
expand your
But
knowledge,
ma'am, you
obviously.
can't identify 5,000 genders. I'm pretty sure you can't identify 20, let alone 5,000. Do you not see the ongoing problem here?
The problem is that we live in a patriarchal society, which is very misogynistic.
Right.
And
Right.
really, men don't really listen to women, and we say that women are more emotional, but yet men
Right.
get big mad when they get cheated on, and we're expected to be with the man that cheated on us. But hey, to each his own, right?
Ma'am, I'm still trying to understand. Even if you talk about men and women, but what about the other genders? What about the other genders that are being cheated on? Because
There's
there's
been two
5,000 of them.
spirit.
Huh?
There's been two-spirit people on Turtle Island since before colonization.
What the fuck is two-spirit?
It has to do with indigenous culture.
Well, is a two-spirit a part of the 5,000 genders?
Yes.
Okay, so is two spirits more than one gender, or is that three genders? I don't understand.
Well, technically, you could be born a woman, but also have that masculinity kind of energy in you. But also, a man could be a man and then have that feminine energy within him too. But it's usually cultural based off of our elders and teachings and what we go by. And usually, two-spirit people are held in high regards because we are knowledge keepers. We are both.
Right. So,
and that is what we are. And
holy shit.
We are not just one person. We are just both.
So,
and it just boggles a lot of people's minds because they don't understand. And unfortunately, in America, you're not learning about our indigenous history before pre-colonization.
Okay, so you have man, woman, two-spirit. Can you give me 10 more genders?
There's trans, non-binary.
Mm-hmm.
There's femboy.
Mm-hmm.
There's even like a masculine woman.
A masculine woman is a gender.
Yeah.
Okay, what else?
And there's even like lesbian, they're lipstick lesbians, but they're like more feminine.
Wait, lipstick lesbians is considered a gender?
No, but they are more feminine than they are masculine.
All right. All right.
And then there's also men that are more of the bear type that are kind of like, yeah, depends on really what you look into. But it's evolved through time, and unfortunately we live in this like very prehistoric mind frame.
Right.
Where we believe that there's only two.
Right. And prehistoric mind frame, but we
there's
can't
also like
ma'am,
ma'am,
respectfully.
You've heard of intersect, right?
Ma'am, I know what an intersex person is, and that's down to biology, but that accounts for less than 1.2% of society. And that doesn't in even still, when you are intersex, you still fall under one of the two genders, right? But you know what? Hold on, ma'am. You just told me that there were 5,000 genders. And I think that you have changed this conversation, so I'm going to let some other people up. I no longer want to talk about this. I think maybe I'm too prehistoric for this conversation. Maybe I'm too traditional. I just don't see the logic in your conversation.
Traditional is more of a colonized construct.
Ma'am,
right?
that has nothing to do with being colonized. That has nothing to do with that, because two genders have in tradition. Hold on, ma'am. I'm not going back and forth with you about your 5,000 genders. You know what? You have a nice day, ma'am. Respectfully, listen, guys, if you're gonna come up here, please. I don't know how that conversation got to 5,000 genders. I'm gonna let new people up. Please stay away from 5,000 genders. That's fucking nuts. And the fact that you would even try to make that conversation is just, bro, like, what the fuck did I just even? That's nuts. Holy shit. How you doing, Sarah? Introduce yourself, where you're from, and let us know what you think about the topic. And please stay away from the multitude of genders, please.
So I just wanted to, sorry, I'm Sarah. I just wanted to address what you were talking about before with the whole gender roles thing.
Right.
Before it kind of
got off down that rabbit hole.
Okay. But
Can you hear me?
first, I wanted to know what you thought about the topic, and then you can get into what you wanted to talk about, please.
Topic. I feel like they're all cheating. I think I was saying to you before in the comments, some of them aren't, and then you were saying, but they can lead to it, and I'm like, yeah, as long as they don't lead to it, then it's not. I think that I get what you're saying with the whole women often cheat emotionally. Men, it can be quite transactional, and it can be transactional for women as well. I know of friends that have done it for transactional, and I know men that have done it for an emotional thing. So I think maybe it's just the delivery of how you're saying it. It sounds a little bit sexist. That's all.
What? I'm being sexist.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. I think the reason that people are getting upset is just the way that you said it, as in like there's one standard for men and there's one standard for women. But like you sort of did explain it, that you're just saying not all women, not all men. But yeah, do you know what I mean?
Not really, but I think I kind of get that direction you're going in.
Yeah, and I just wanted to talk about the whole, you were saying that you are traditional,
right?
You like gender roles. I'm not going to go into the whole gender thing because I don't really feel like it's relevant. Right. But say if we're just talking about the whole feminine, masculine thing, is that what you mean by gender roles? Like right. Are you talking about, I'm just clarifying first before I start talking about, are you talking about like women staying at home, being like a housewife, the men going to work and being the provider? Is that what you mean by gender roles and traditionalist views?
Well, I guess you can say that. I guess I have a belief where, you know, getting married, you have to be able to take care of a family, right? Before you can have one. And that was something that I was taught at a very young age. Now, I understand that things don't always go that way. I understand that there are some women who can make more money for the time being, or, make more money than their man, but that wouldn't shy them away from being married. But I do think that traditional gender roles also plays into biology in a lot of senses, especially when it comes to relationships. So I think that it'll still stand true. And I think that nowadays we live in a society where a woman can make a lot of money and she can be independent, but I still think that traditional gender roles still stand.
Okay, so I think where the problem lies with that is, and I agree with you, some people do stick with the stereotypical gender roles and it works for them, which is great. Like they're both on the same page. There's no, power dynamic coming from the men and stuff like that. So it works for them. But I think where the problem lies when you say you prefer the traditional way is because, to say we're talking about the 1950s where it was the traditional way, if it's almost like a lot of men like the traditional way because it benefits them.
You said they lack it?
Hey?
You said they lack the traditional way because it benefits them?
Sorry, I think it's my accent.
Oh, they like it. They like it. They prefer it. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Because quite often, and I'm not saying you because I don't know you. I'm not going to say you're a narcissist that like the comments.
Right.
But it can be problematic, especially if you are an educator of men, because like you personally might not be doing it, but it does sort of give a way for men to control women. It can trap women into all different kinds of abuse, like financial abuse, especially if they've got to stay home and look after the babies. And, if the man's the one providing the money, he's the one that can take that money away. And if she's not happy, she can't leave. Do you know what I mean? So the 1950s weren't a good time for women. If we look at statistics in terms of domestic violence, like back in the day, I don't know what it's like in America, I can't speak, but I'm sure it wouldn't be too as similar with, if your husband beat you, you couldn't even divorce him. Like, it was just, that's your marriage, that's your business. Do you know what I mean? So I think that's where it gets problematic when men say, well, we want it to be traditional like how it used to be, because they're the ones that benefited it. Do you know what I mean?
Not 100%. I think that the only point that I heard you say was, you know, men are beating women, and that's one of the reasons as to why, you know, the traditional way is a problem, and also being taken advantage of financially. When I carefully said that, I don't believe in 50-50, right? But I did say that a man should try to make his girls or his wife life easier as much as possible. And then I proceeded to say, even if that's 60-40, right? That's 70-30, 80-20, 90-10. Which is an implicate, which hold on, let me finish.
Sorry.
Which is an implicator of that maybe she's still working, maybe she still has some type of liberties. I'm not saying that she needs to be a stay-at-home mom. I never said that. You're taking it to the extreme. And I don't know. I don't. I don't. Hold on.
Yeah,
When
don't
I
tell me what I'm doing.
well, I did, because you are taking it to the extreme, because you brought up domestic violence. I never alluded to that. I never said that that was the case. And I never, hold on, let me finish my statement. I respectfully let you speak. So I expect you to do the same thing, please. Thank you. Now, I never said anything about, you know, a man taking advantage of a woman, especially when you talk about splits as far as financial responsibilities in a relationship, which I clearly said. So when you talk about, you know, when I say traditional roles, obviously I'm talking about relationship dynamics. And obviously there are some nuances that would be relatively new, because I don't expect women to just stop working. But I never said any of these things that you said. And none of the stuff that I said even implied any of the things that you're pointing out. So I think it is a bit extreme what you're saying.
Yeah, so at the start, before I did start talking about, I used domestic violence as an example. I said, I know that you haven't said that and that you might not be like that. I just said the when it does become problematic is because the gender roles and the traditional male female gender roles come from like the 1950s. And if we look at statistics back then, women didn't really benefit at all from those traditions.
What statistics are you pulling from, ma'am?
I'm talking about domestic violence in the marriage, because like a lot of men say, oh, women just divorce the men now, but back then they couldn't, because they had to just put up with getting it.
Ma'am, what statistics are you pulling from? What sources are you pulling from?
Well, I can't get them right now, but like,
okay, so let's leave the statistics out of it if you're not able to quote it. Let's leave that out of the conversation.
Okay, so obviously, like, I'm not from America, but I'll give you an anecdote then. So, for example, my grandmother, she was beaten, and she had to fight in court to get a divorce on the grounds of domestic violence, because it wasn't a thing then. You couldn't just divorce your husband for beating you.
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm saying, I'm not saying that you're doing that. I'm not saying you're encouraging that. I never once said that.
Right.
I'm just saying it can become problematic when you say that you like the traditional female.
So I have a question for you. So only having traditional gender roles brings about domestic violence.
No.
So there's no domestic violence outside of traditional gender roles.
I'm saying it can be problematic when you say that you like those roles, because they come from a time where women were controlled within the house. Like, say, for example, and it happens still today, like if a woman is doing that gender role where they stay at home, they look after the kids, and the man's going to quote unquote work, the woman's still working, but he's getting paid for it. He can control the money that she gets so that she can't actually leave. That's why I'm saying it can. I'm not saying it is, but I'm saying it can become problematic when men prefer those traditional.
Ma'am, you realize traditional roles aren't only excluded to financially, right? There's traditional roles in relationship dynamics their traditional gender roles in everyday life. That's not only excluded to financial. You seem to have a limited scope of what you idealize or conceptualize as traditional gender roles,
I
because
don't have a
it's the only
limited scope.
thing,
I'm just
because it's the
talking
only
about
thing
what.
that you keep bringing up, and you keep saying that
Oh,
that's the only problem. So I'm just trying to understand.
so there's. I think the biggest problem is, um, I guess the financial abuse is one form of domestic violence, and then there's all the other forms that come with it, like the emotional trauma, which happens to the woman and the children, which then puts into that intergenerational thing. There's the physical, obviously, the sexual, and yeah, essentially
How does traditional gender roles play into sexuality? I'm curious to know.
into what? Sorry,
How does
sexuality.
traditional, yeah, how you just, because you said sexual trauma, or I don't
No,
know.
I said one of the aspects of DV is um, SA.
Okay.
Because you're saying I'm only saying financial abuse, but that's probably the most common one.
Well, doesn't that fall into
Emotion.
physical abuse also? Because you did
No, so
mention that.
domestic violence is
Would
an
that not
umbrella,
be
and
considered domestic violence?
yeah, it
Yeah,
is. All
yeah,
those things fall under domestic
right,
violence. So what I was saying is, and I'm not saying that you're promoting this in any way. I'm just
right,
saying the traditional gender roles
right,
do benefit a man that
right.
would
A-
commit those
And traditional
things.
gender roles doesn't benefit a woman?
Well, it can. Like anything can benefit anyone if they want
Right,
to.
right,
But if you give, like, I just have this thing, if you give someone the ability to feed you, they can then have the ability to take it away. And a lot of the time in DV situations, once that woman is trapped, which I find a lot of the time, when a woman is stuck at home and she's told, like, I'm the one who goes to work, I'm the one who gives you the money, then she can't leave, can she? If she is being emotionally abused
ma'am.
or domestic, physically or sexually abused, she can't leave.
Ma'am,
That's why I'm saying it can be problematic.
ma'am, I think, like I said, I think you have a very limited scope of what gender roles is. You keep referring to one or two things: financial or domestic violence, right? There are so much more that benefits from that, right? For example, if a man is working and is providing, and a woman is also working, maybe not as much, whereas she's in a relationship with a man who encourages traditional gender roles, now she has to work less, ultimately making her life easier. Not saying that she has to stop working. If they do break up, she can go back to working full time, right? But also, if she's in a traditional gender roles type of relationship and she has a child, she can take a leave of absence versus having to work until that baby comes out or close to where that baby comes out, right? There's just a lot of different
So do
benefits
you not think
from
that women?
traditional gender roles that women and men can benefit from. For example, a man being a protector, right? Let's say if there's a burglary in the home, and she doesn't now have to do that herself, whereas she would have had to do that herself if she were single or with a man that doesn't believe in traditional gender roles. And these are kind of unspoken anyway, right? Because imagine being home with your husband and someone breaks into the house and you hear people going through your stuff, and you say, and he says, well, honey, it's your turn. I checked last time. Time to go see who's breaking into the house. I don't think in no case will that happen, right? And if it does, I think that woman should get rid of that man, right? So I think that traditional gender roles, they do benefit the both of us. And I think that you're looking at it from a very negative aspect and only
I think
pointing
it
out,
benefits.
I let you speak. Please, let's have a respectful conversation. I think you're only pointing out the negative, because in your argument, in all your points of contingent, it's only been negative things. It helps women just as much as it helps men. And I think the divide is, it's equal as far as opportunities go. And I think that's the only thing you're talking about is how much it puts women at a deficit. And now it seems as if you think that from having a relationship with traditional gender roles, now your freedoms are being infringed upon as a woman. And I think that it's just not true.
Yeah, so I did say, like, I understand you saying I'm only focusing on negatives, but I did say every time I made a point, I said it can. I never said it does all the time, every time. I said it can. And I said gender roles do work for some people, they work for a lot of people. And that's great as long as it doesn't infringe on women's, like, independence or anything like that. Also, I think the examples that you've given are very limited as well. Like, a woman gets to have a man do something if there's a burglar. Like, I don't see what a man's going to do that a woman can't do. You all have pew-pews over there, and
Right. So you think
um,
if we're walking down the street and a man that is maybe 6'3", 180 pounds, smacks you, and you have a boyfriend who believes in traditional gender roles, and he says, "Hey, don't talk to my woman or touch my woman like that," and fights for you, you don't think that benefits a woman? You think that a woman, your average woman, is going to take out a man who's 6'2", 180 pounds?
yeah, it does benefit women, but who's the
Yeah.
one hurting? It's men hurting. It's men that we're scared of. So again, it's
But
men.
but still no. But that's still traditional, is it not? It would be traditional if
I
a
don't think
woman
it's
came to.
traditional. I think it's more in the sense that it's
Also, that doesn't
the
play in
same amount
traditional
of
gender
strength.
roles, right? A man protecting a
So
woman is
if
not traditional.
it could be, but I think it's more on the fact that it's the strength thing. Like, say if I was at the pub and a girl that's my strength or something came to and did that to my man, like, obviously I would do that because it's fair, because I'm her strength. Do you know what I mean? So
But
I
that's not true,
find,
because a man could be stronger than me too. He could be stronger than me, but because I have a certain skill set, I can still beat him up, right? I'm a professional fighter, right? I beat up guys bigger than me all the time. I spar with guys. I'm all of 5'11". I say 6 feet, but really I'm 5'11", right? I I spar guys. I spar guys that are 6'2", 6'3", and they're all bigger than me, and I handle mine, right? You guys can follow me on Instagram and see some of my, see some of my videos on Instagram.
so
But my point is, somebody equal strength, that's not something you're gonna know. You can get beat up by a gang of women, and your man comes to defend you once he get a whiff of it, right? I think
yeah.
that, I think that you just have this thing that men are just, are negative, and I think that you're not looking at it from a
No,
fair
I don't.
point.
I'm sure.
I
I'm
think
just saying the
traditional.
negative side because that's the conversation. Like I have said so many times, it's not all negative. We're just having a discussion about what the negative aspects could be.
No, you're having a discussion about what the negative aspects
What do
could
you want
be.
me to just come up here and agree with everything you're saying? Is that what you want?
I don't want you to agree with anything. All I'm saying is, I'm just acknowledging the fact that you're just pointing out everything that is negative. And I think you should acknowledge the fact that it's beneficial to both people who decide to take on
But the only
traditional gender
example
roles.
you've given me of the benefit that women get from traditional gender roles is that if someone breaks into the house or hits them, if another man or breaks into the house or another man hits a woman, she'll have a man there to fight that man. Like, what other examples can you give that women benefit? Because you gave the example before about women can stop working and look after the kid, as if that's a benefit. Like, the man benefits more that he gets to go to work and only work 8 hours a day and get paid sick days and holidays, whereas a woman works 24 hours a day, looks after the kids and cleans the house. It's actually not benefiting the woman. It's harder for the woman.
Well, I did
Like, a
talk
lot of
about
them think
I did talk about pregnancy, right? And I also said that, and also in just about every society on earth, men usually make more money than women, right? This is statistical. And why? Because men are usually bigger, men usually have, more endurance, men usually have more brain energy, and usually men are willing to do the type of jobs that women are not doing, right? Like, you look at the Scandinavia thing, where they have the most, like, egalitarian society on the face of the earth as far as things being equal, but men still on average usually make more, and not because the patriarchy, or because, it's a fucking misogynistic society, but no, but when you get to the nitty gritty of it, men are doing the jobs that women are not willing to do, that usually pay a lot
so
more
they're not
money.
willing
Hold,
to
let me finish. I haven't even got to my point yet.
okay.
My point is, obviously, when you're pregnant, you don't have to work as much. And when I say traditional gender roles, I'm not saying that you have to stay home. but you have a lot more. You have a lot more where you don't have to do as much. Your life overall is being easier. I'm not saying stay home, but you don't have to work as much. You can imagine all the ramifications that can come from you just not working as much. Your life is easier. I think that speaks alone for itself, let alone you being pregnant and not having to work until, until you fucking, till your baby pops out. Rather, you can stay home and, let that man take care of you. I'm not saying you have to stop working at all. So this way because you think that if you let a man take care of you, now your freedoms are being infringed upon and this man is going to take advantage of your life.
It can.
It-
I've said so many times, I'm saying it can, and that's where it gets problematic, because men that are going to be DV perpetrators, if they keep those traditional gender roles, that's when it is easier for them to be perpetrators. I'm not saying all men do it. I'm not saying you do it. I'm just saying very high proportional rates, though. I don't know what the statistics are in America, but women dying at the hands of her partner is way too high.
Well, I think that it's a bit of a projection on your behalf, especially.
No, stop saying that.
Hold on, stop, hold on,
Stop.
stop. I didn't cut you off. I let you speak. Let me speak. Thank you. Have some respect. I've been respectful to you. Can you not do the same? Thank you. Now, like I was saying, I think it's a bit of a projection in your behalf, especially when you bring up statistic, but you're not able to cite any of your sources as far as these statistics go. And it's like, out of the plethora of opportunities that can come from traditional gender roles on both behalves, which I think are equal, you keep talking about the most negative and only under two subcategories that can come from it. So I do think it's a bit of a projection, because why do you take this stance in only that stance? It's like,
so I work with women that are in domestic violence relationships. I've been in a domestic violence relationship, and I know the statistic. I don't know the exact statistics because I don't know American statistics, because you guys have a large higher population than us. But for example, in Australia, 1 woman a week, which probably to you guys doesn't sound like that many, but to us that is a lot. And that's not by a random person walking down the street or a burglar breaking into a house. That is by their partner. They are unalived, and thousands more are put into hospital, right? So I'm just saying that if that's when these gender roles can become problematic, if there is a perpetrator, because it does help the perpetrator. Like I said, in the 1950s, where these gender roles were prevalent and completely normalized, and exactly the same in every household, that's when, you couldn't even leave if you were in a DV relationship.
well, I think you kind of made my point. You are projecting, because everything you just gave was anecdotal, right? So, by definition, you just
in the comments look up statistics in America of how many women a day or how many women.
No, ma'am, that's not what we're doing, right? Because you are hold on. You are projecting. You said you're not, but you are. You literally just said, I've been a victim of domestic violence and I help women that have been victims of domestic violence. Is that not projecting? By definition.
Statistics, because I work in the industry.
Okay, but you didn't cite any statistics for me.
Okay, let me just Google it then. I'll be back in a second.
Okay, well, hold on. I'll let you go get your statistics, and you can come back up when you find your statistics. All right? Because I kind of want to stick to the topic on what people consider cheating and why. But now we're getting off on topic, so you come back up when you find it. All right?
Nice.
Okay. Yeah. Like, dude. Like, this shit is crazy. Like, I'm just really trying to sit here and just have a logical, calm conversation. No, the topic is about, what do you consider cheating? I don't even understand how we got there. Don't tell me what to do. So, Can we have somebody up that actually wants to talk about the topic? I understand how things can go off, and that's why I entertained it. We still talked about it. It's an acai bowl. I got it from Pliable. I don't know if you guys have Pliable where you're from. It's so delicious. I mean, I would give you guys some, but makes sense to argue with a narc. I'm a narc. I don't work for the cops. Sorry. It looks hot. It's actually really cool. Oh, damn. I got to put my thing back up. So who considers what cheating? Very interesting. 5,000 genders is crazy, though. You're so smart. We should talk about fun things. Fun things like what? Talk about fun things like what? Yeah, 5K is wow. Yeah, but you can't say 5,000 genders, and then there's laws being put into place that if you refuse to identify somebody by their gender, you can be fined, and it can be considered a hate crime. That means that we have to understand 5,000 genders. Does the fucking logic not register in people's head? Like, are you that dense to like I don't get it. Especially when you can't identify all genders. It's nuts to me. It doesn't even fucking make sense. Just say you have gender dysphoria and you want to be anything that you want to be. That's why you should educate yourself. All right. If you can name 5,000 genders or even cite a source for 5,000 genders, thank you. But you can't. Fuck out of here talking about educating myself. It's bullshit. It's nothing to educate. Anybody who says that shit can never talk about how many genders there are. Oh, come on. Are you serious? It's not about who cares, because people are bringing this shit up in conversation. A woman told me I was being misogynistic because I believe in traditional gender roles. Then I asked her how many genders are there. She said 5,000. Get the fuck out of here. Let's be real. Five different genders. But biologically, it's only 2. Unless you're intersex. But even still, when you're intersex, you still fall under one of the 2 categories. And your phenotype is still falls into like whatever you look like usually falls into one of those like 2 categories. Even if you can't even go by fucking your reproduction organs or whatever that shit is. $10K Swan. What the hell is that? Nah, it's 5K and growing. Oh my God. 5K and growing is crazy. What do you consider cheating? You can see it. It's right there. How can you not see it? Only thing you're missing is Lil Wayne's face. That's the whole list. And it's just like my Twitter and Cash App. It's okay. You guys don't need that. Definitely way off topic. I didn't start it though. Hold on. How do I adjust? Let's see. Voice effects. Can you guys see the layout now? What they're saying is, you got it. Never mind. I got what? Damn, I need some water. This shit is so sweet. Fermented? What do you mean? I can't see, I'm blind. Blind. Where are you located? I'm in NYC. That's all I could tell you. Past that, I can't do it. What's they're talking about that he has a list of them already? Perhaps I shouldn't have put the list, right? Okay, that's enough. Thanks. Wait, what? I actually what? My dude Brooklyn online, bro. What? The fuck are you talking about? I'm talking. You're so weird. I don't know. Where's my thing at? I have some scissors up here. You said that's all I can give. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure I don't want to give up my full-blown address. Even if you looking is cheating is crazy. What if it was just a glimpse? Do you have no forgiveness in your heart? Right? Oh, I consider flirting cheating. This woman went on stage and was groped up and doing all some types of inappropriate, disrespectful shit to her man. But that's not cheating because she's not married. It's okay because she's not married. So millionaires get to cheat. Got it. She's a millionaire, so it's okay. Got it. Millionaires get special privilege. Do you think? do you think that? Oh, they do. So if you got with a millionaire, he gets to cheat on you. Listen, guys. Objective. Get rich. Anything goes. It's fucking nuts. How much for me to learn your ways? $10. Hit the link in the bio and get the ebook. No, it's just established that money is power and money pays for forgiveness. Wow. That goes to show your priorities, huh? It's an acai bowl. See? You guys never had acai bowls before? I put the oats in it. It's so good. I'm starting to like get a little soggy though. Damn. I dropped it on my pants. No, acai mix and it's like fruit in it. Sassy boy essence. Bro smacking. Man, I'm about to say fuck y'all, but why y'all got a problem with my smacking? I don't give a fuck. I really don't. I don't give a fuck. What's something? What type of cheating would you take your partner back for, though? That's what I want to know. No, I'm not done. No, I'm not done. What if they was texting? What if they was texting a celebrity though? Celebrities get exceptions, right? Yo, yesterday I did had a girl tell me she was like how she would let her partner cheat if she said she would let her partner cheat with Bill Gates as long as he was getting some money, as long as they was getting money out of it. Nuts. Nuts. Mind you, that's a whole dude. I guess, I guess sexuality is different nowadays. Lying and all of the list. I'm lying. I have it recorded. I'll put the video out. I ain't lying about nothing. She was like, I don't care. Because I was like, do you think celebrities get exceptions? She was like, as long as we get some money out of it, I don't care. She said she said she believed in S work, right? A woman with traditional values is the best woman. I agree 1,000%. Oh, lying is cheating too? Oh, damn. So if a person lied to you, that's cheating? What if they was like, oh, babe, I'm home, but they really went to the supermarket to get some food? Oh, what if they was like, oh, I'm at home, but they was really coming to surprise you, and you found that they was lying. They cheated on you. Like, come on. I've cheated before. Are you gonna tell her you were texting another woman? I have. I've lied about it also. I've told girls that I've slept with other women. Man, fuck y'all. Y'all keep complaining about how I'm eating. Cheating is an act of coward, male or female. Leave. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think it makes you a coward. You got whole gangsters and they cheat. Fight anybody, even unalive people. Cheating is a bit selfish. I agree. I agree. I don't think it's okay. I don't think it's cowardly. Some people just do what the hell they want. I agree that it is selfish, though. AIDS is crazy. Yeah, that's why you just don't have sex with anybody. That's very prevalent amongst the LGBTQ community. I think HIV is like the highest. So if you cheating with a dude, oh, that's definitely a consequence. Not saying that it can't happen with women. During the 80s was wild. Oh, you must be old, huh? It's selfish, not. I agree. I believe it is selfish. I don't think it's cowardly. If you cheat on, I'm cheating right back. We got one, coach. Low quality woman. She said, if you cheat on me, I'm cheating on you back. See? Low quality. Low quality. You are low quality. Don't wife those kind of women. Vindictive. 80s baby rule. Maybe. I don't know. Have I been with a woman in the late 80s, maybe? She said, that's okay. No shame in your game, huh? See, a woman that's going to cheat on you back, never wife that woman. Ask her those questions beforehand. Because a high-quality woman will just leave. She's not going to cheat on you back. You cheat on me, I'm going to cheat on you. No. You just leave them. You're either going to leave them or forgive them. And you know how much energy it takes for you to just stay with that person and then I'm going to go and cheat back? Now you got to go lay with a person and have a person all inside of you and you doing all this shit. Unless that's unless that's how you living, that shit ain't cool. Stay away from those kind of women. It don't take energy to cheat first. How's that taking energy? That shit can be real easy. I don't even got to do nothing. Shit. If y'all see my DMs, y'all will understand how difficult it is. How much strength I show every day. Hey, that don't apply to men. That only apply to women. But no, I do agree that you should have a disclosure of honesty. And don't get me wrong, people slip up. Like, we're human beings. Some mistakes are more forgivable than others. I'll say that. But I do agree that if you're gonna do something with somebody else, leave that person just like, hey, I think we should take a break. Because now you're questioning your relationship. You set a time and you could just set no energy. Yeah, cheating doesn't take a lot of energy. Maybe dealing with it mentally it could, especially when it's hard. And I don't think you ever take the time to realize that some men, they get like a lot of opportunities. There's been time when girls will just be like, I don't care that you got a girl. Like, I don't even care. We don't have to tell her. We don't have to talk. Like, I just want you, right? Just nuts. It's just like a lot of situations where it's you say no and they keep going. That's when it makes thing a little more difficult. But that I feel like that happens more with women than it does with men. So if you're a man and you do get options, but then you get girls also like pushing it, that's a different type of challenge. And I don't think that's a challenge that women would understand. People be desperate now. No, they are. But I think for a woman to do that is different because I feel like women usually get a lot more offers than men do. I had a chick like that looked way better than my girlfriend, and my girlfriend was a solid 8 point. That happens every once in a while. You get these nines and tens that just got it in for you. That happens. I've had a few. I got some pictures. I should put. Nah, I'm not gonna do. You never know who's watching. Anyway, I was about to do that. It happens though. You be having like that's happened. That's happened. I've had straight grade A baddies come for me, but it's not always about looks though. You know what I'm saying? If your girl's a good person, she's good quality, high quality woman, it's just certain things, but that does happen. You get women that come for you and they be bad. And it's hard to say no. Some men won't say no. There's been times where I said no. There's been times where I had to take advantage of the opportunity. Oh man. When you cheat, there's a possibility of you giving a disease. Absolutely. That is a possibility. That is. Which is why you should use protection. 100%. That's low value behavior. I guess I can understand that. I can understand why you say that. You making a baby. I want to make a baby. I want to make a lot of babies. I'm trying to be like a Nick Cannon. You're but like I don't want 10 different women. I want to marry the woman that like I have children by. Your partner, your child, if you give birth while positive, their kids. Listen, can we stop with the diseases? Do you have Nick Cannon money? I don't. That's why I'm not having Nick Cannon babies. Not yet. That remind me of Rush Hour when she was like, you American? You got American money? You got Nick Cannon money? I find it funny how the rules always been when you got more money. It kind of sucks, but it's like whatever. Sucks, right? I need to hurry up and get rich. Trust me, I'm working on it. Guys, I want to start streaming on Twitch. Would you guys follow me? Suggest topics for me to do. Thank you. I love music. I appreciate it. Oh my god, they keep coming. Thank you. 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 Goddamn 43. What are you gonna do on there? I don't know. I'm not really into playing games. Thank you. I love music 65. What's the 65? Is that your age? I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I was just asking. But I guess I don't know because I be streaming for hours. Yesterday I think I only streamed for 4 hours, 6 hours, but we could just talk about shit. Like I like if you look at my page, 1960. God damn. Not playing. I'm playing. Lady. You're like my mom's age. No, you're actually older than my mom. My mom was born in 71. Says you trying to be a sugar mama, you sending me gifts, huh? I hear it. Mika Nail. Mika, I'm assuming you're a female, huh? So what does that say? The sensei? Thank you, sensei. I'm not even sure if that's your name. I think that's what they say, sensei. Sometimes I'm a bit dyslexic when it comes to reading. Maul just nail, no. Oh, I actually did make a Twitch account. Hold on. Let me go to my computer. I'm gonna give it to y'all. I'm done with that acai bowl. It's too sweet. All the honey went to the bottom. Ooh, excuse me. Sorry, guys. I'm so rude. I got poor eating etiquette, right? I be burping and shit and eating and smacking with my food. I know y'all love that, huh? I can't see. Thank you. The smacking is over. Whatever. Whatever the fuck ever. Ugh. Have you tried Kick? Okay. That's a galaxy, huh? What does he say? Arigato, sensei? I'm not sure. Arigato. Shishi. That's a shit. Shishi, sensei. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's try to find my Twitch. You know, the thing is, I don't know how to do it because I only have OBS. So I'm not sure on how to like actually start streaming. Maybe you guys can help me figure it out. Let's do this as a team. Streamlabs. Is that what I should be downloading? Streamlabs. All right, let's go on Twitch. I have another computer too. Like right now I'm on my MacBook, but I heard Macs are not good for streaming. Yeah, it's free. I used both. Are you the guy who went viral for talking about black women a year ago? I think so. I was on they put me on whatchamacallit on World Star. I want to see how he look without the beard. This is how I look without my beard. Well, oh, I said beard. That's my hair. Oh, let me see if I have a picture. Maybe I could put it up here. I feel like I look good either way. Look like Noah. I don't know who that is. Let me see if I have a picture of myself on here without hair. I don't think so. I've had my hair for some years now. I don't think I have any pictures on this phone. I bet you want the goodies. Hey, you talking about it? Looking for the goodies, keep on looking, cause they stay in the jar. Oh, oh. Damn, I really can't find it. Yeah, I don't got no pictures on here of me without here. Here's one. Yeah, but I don't think it's gonna go because my fucking memory is shot. Move your head. I was close. Yeah, I don't know. I can't find it right now. Russ was good, Russ. Russ, did I ever make you a mod? I think I did. Russ, get your followers up. Hello. I need my hair washed and braided because I look crazy. What do you consider cheating? Tell me. When you say there's more than 5,000 gingers, does that mean that there's like different type of humans? Like, I don't know if I'm get that stupid shit. All right, Twitch. I should be already logged in. Damn, I need to put my shit on the charger. What's going on? What is playing? What the fuck? So I'm on Twitch and there's people streaming like their cams on around their house. All right, so let me log in. Leave them while you sleep and we'll last after you out. What are you talking about? What am I leaving in while I sleep? Kick is better, bro. I don't know what that is. Tell me. Bantu nose with some shea butter. Oh, well, I just took my hair out. I wasn't trying to make my hair curly. My Android just went off. How do I use this site? Oh, my cup fell. Why? But why is that better than who's on Kick? Who uses Kick? I thought Kick was like a app back in the day that people used to like text on. A lot of Twitch streamers are moving over. Get on it while it's fresh. Less congested. Who's big that's a streamer that's on Kick? Let me know. Kick has a higher percentage of revenue for creators. But who's on there? Traumatized kids back. Who's on Kick? How is it more popular? I heard Kai was like the biggest Twitcher. I said Twitcher. I don't even know that's proper term. But what is Kai on? Aiden's on Kick. Aiden Russ is on Kick, and I think Kai's CNET is well, but not 100% sure. So I shouldn't create it. I think I already have a Twitch account. I just don't know how to. Let's see. So I got my Twitch. My Twitch tag is Nation Hip Hop 516. Nation Hip Hop is also my Instagram. Twitch be banning people for no reason. Yeah, I might not have to fuck with it because I be getting banned on TikTok. Well, I haven't got banned on TikTok in a while, but they be really like riding my nuts at crazy. All right, what's the website for Kick? I'm gonna make a Kick while we online. I was trying to stick to the topic, but I guess this topic isn't as fun. I probably shouldn't have list the reasons, and that probably would have made it better. Twitch gets weird if you try to broadcast on other platforms. They do goofy bans. Wow. So if I basically use other platforms, Twitch is gonna ban me. Is that what you telling me right now? Is that what you telling me? Oh shit. I was on Spotify. What's the website for Kick though? Let's talk about your skin. What do you use? I work out. I work out. Mika, no. I hope you're a female. He was trying to call me misogynistic earlier, wasn't you? But what is the website for Kick? I will use Kick. Oh, you just like you like misogynist, huh? That does that turn you on? Imagine somebody was saying that. Oh, he's such a misogynist. Oh, that turns me on so much. Love me nothing more than a misogynist. Imagine. I just love me a misogynist. He's so misogynistic. It's fucking hot. $182. All right, I'm gonna try to find Kick since nobody wants to tell me. I'm on YouTube. I'm live streaming now. Hit the link in the bio and subscribe to my YouTube channel. No, do it now. I also said you're a and I think you mean narcissist, and your room is little, but that's a convo. But the convo is interesting. First of all, I'm not in a room. This is a pretty big space. I'm also in the basement of my house. Mine. Does that help? And no, you can't come live with me. Sorry. It's so funny. I see Aiden Ross is live. Let's sign up. I've never attended any of his shit either. A very nice sized one. Looks like your basement fits in my bedroom. Just say you want to be here. Just stop. Stop trying to flirt with me. Cut it out. Currently seeing somebody. We can't do this. I don't even think you're my type. I like submissive and compliant women. Sorry, sweetheart, you're not my type. What kind of content are you going to stream? I don't know. I guess like topics like this where I speak to people. The other day I streamed for 6 hours and I'm like, nah, this really got to be nuts. Like if I'm streaming for this long, we got to be on Twitch or something like it. So this way, like, you know, I'm married and nope, You're not my type. Oh, I guess you're not attracted to handsome men. They're not your type. And if you're married, you shouldn't be flirting with me. Where's your loyalty? Look at you trying to fish. Get out of the sea, Mika. Personality disorders make everyone think they're wanted. Yeah, I guess. I'm a narcissist. That's what I do. I think everybody wants me. You got me there. But I don't want you. Oh my God. I wish you had enough followers to come up and talk. Oh, you do. Oh, come up here. What are you doing? Come up here now. You talking all that shit. Come up and speak. Come up and talk. And you better come up. Cause you talking all that shit in the comments, but don't want to come up and speak. Stand on what you were saying. Come up and talk. Why she don't come up? She's scared. What happened? Oh, she did come up. Come on up. I'm gonna cheat on my girl till I find. What? This man just said I'm gonna cheat on my girl till I find my future. All right, what is wrong with you? Hello, Mika.
What's up? What do you want?
What you?
Yes. I knew you was gonna do that. I did. I knew it was gonna happen. What's up? I've been watching. I watched you last night.
What you
talked a little shit on there too.
I was talking shit?
Talking shit now.
Wait.
Last
Last night I was talking shit.
Oh, the whole Rihanna thing, and I mean not Rihanna, Keke Palmer thing.
Look at you lying on me already.
Well, that came up too. We talked a little bit about Rihanna and ASAP and all that, and
They did.
You know,
I ain't bring them up.
So I was on there last night about Keke and Usher and all that, and you know.
And from that, you extrapolated that I'm a narcissist.
Okay, I'm going to tell you this. Like,
talk to me.
I will say this. Yes, I do. I mean, I do have the credentials, and I know you probably don't care about women with degrees, but I do have a master's in nursing education.
Hey.
I'm very familiar.
I'm proud
with
of you. Hold on, Mika. Hold on. I never said I didn't care about your education. I am proud of you.
I didn't say you did or didn't. I said I suspect.
I'm proud of you. What? Tell us your credentials. What degree do you have?
I have a master's in nursing education, and I'm a registered nurse and all that.
Wow.
Right now, I work in a mental health, like prison center, and I see a lot of, personality disorders, schizophrenia, definitely like OCDs and MPDs, and you got some manipulative ways, But I mean, you're probably not. I mean, there's a certain criteria that you need to have to be a narcissist. But I think you definitely have some selfish and toxic ways for sure. Yes, absolutely.
Hold on. So you said a lot. First of all, I want to congratulate you on all your accomplishments, right? I want to tell you that I'm proud of you.
I'm reluctant to say thank you because I know you're going to say something smart in the next 5 seconds, but thank you.
Why do you see the worst in me? I don't attack anybody. I'm just trying to be nice to you.
That woman just gave you 43 roses and then you turned around and called her old.
First of all, oh my God. First of all, I said
you did that.
Hold on. Because now you're just trying to paint me as a bad guy.
But you did that.
Hold on. I said thank you to her, right?
And then you called her old.
First of all, I said 1965. Damn. That's what I said. I don't think the word old.
You said she's older than your mother. You went in on her. So like I said, I'm expecting you to cut up any second now.
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
First of all,
thank you for respecting my credentials.
First of all, if I was being fun and funny and silly, now I know some people are very sensitive, and I think she did laugh at it. I didn't mean to offend her. Right?
She didn't say she was offended.
Yeah, and I just want to say that I'm proud of you and your accomplishments, and I would never try to discredit any of your credentials. I'm very proud of you, and I hope that you continue to excel and exceed in life, and I wish you the best, and I hope you continue to attend my lives. I don't want you to think just because I disagree with some people on here that I would ever try to discredit you. I would never do that. But how did you say I'm manipulative? I want to get into this. How am I?
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Now we can be candid and have this conversation. Like I see that, and I'm gonna be real with you. So I'm looking at let's get to the topic. The topic
Let's
is,
do
you know,
it.
what do you consider cheating? Flirting, looking, talking, love making, hanging out, texting. So here's the thing. So here it is. I'm on your live, and you immediately. So I'm asking you about your skincare, even though I've been talking shit. Yeah, you haven't washed your hair today. I can tell. You know, whatever. But here it is, like, no, me and the other person were talking about, you know, like how your hair looks good though. It looks healthy. Your skin looks healthy. So I was like, okay, well, let's get into your skincare. And then next thing you know, you're hitting me with, oh, you want me, and no, sir,
ma'am.
No.
Oh my God.
So would you consider this, because I am married and I've been married for 14 years or close to? How is this being on live and trying to grow my following? And, you know, I have a story to tell too. So I'm trying to, you know, I'm working on growing my following, and I want to interact with people who are on live and stuff like that. How does that equate to me wanting you? And do you consider that cheating? Because if you do, that's ridiculous. You see what I mean?
Well, for starters, that doesn't exactly explain how I'm manipulative. That's one. Two. I honestly, when I'm speaking to people in the comments, I'm just responding to comments, right? I don't exactly have relationships with all the people that are in my comments. So I'm not really aware of who I'm talking to. And I did answer your question. I said I work out, right? I think that contributes a lot to my skincare. There's a few products I do use, but I think when I read the question, I loosely answered it. Now, me me saying that you want me, I don't think that makes me a narcissist, right? I was just like, that's just me being me. That's just me being confident. And
so the manipulation comes in when, like, literally, like, yeah, I talked a little bit shit earlier, you know, then like I said, let's get into your skin and whatever. You flipped it like I'm trying to flirt with you. That's the manipulation. You see what I mean?
But who am I manipulating? The audience, or am I manipulating you? Am I manipulating you into thinking that you want me?
You couldn't. The thing is, the audience, like, you're trying to create a narrative that's not there. Because obviously we quit talking about what do you consider cheating after the 5,000 genders or whatever.
Because she kind of took it there, and I didn't want to.
So the manipulation is to the audience, like, oh, this person is on my dick. I've been frying your ass up this whole life.
Oh, you've been frying me up, huh?
No, it's not that. I was just trying, like, let's just discuss, since now we've got an open discussion going. You know what I mean?
Well, okay. Well, first of all, I don't think you were frying me up, right? I think there's a lot of comments.
You was eating that hot ass acai bowl from breakfast.
Listen, but that's what that is. You teasing right now. You teasing. That's how I teach guys, right? I teach them. You tease and then you flirt. And you did start a bit negative, but then you started asking me about my beautiful skin. Well, I guess I shouldn't say beautiful, because that contributes to being a narcissist, huh? Right. But but no, usually, so it's a tactic. If I say that you flirting with me, usually you'll stop the rhetoric, right? It's almost like a reverse psychology, right?
Manipulation. Would you say?
I don't think it's manipulation, because if you're
what is reverse psychology and all that, but manipulation. But like I said, I do want to talk about some of the stuff you got up here, like flirting, looking, talking. What about financial? I see that you didn't put, like, financial abuse up there. That's like a form of infidelity and cheating.
Well, how would that be considered infidelity?
Well, like, for example, my husband does things with money that, you know, you didn't tell me you were going to do, and it might get us into a situation that's cheating. That's called like financial infidelity.
Give me an example. How's that cheating? Like,
because if you
well, I guess, yeah,
like
anything that you do behind
story, you know, I'll get to that in my own life, but that is something that's very overlooked. Financial infidelity, that's cheating.
But you have to give an example of what financial infidelity is.
Like if you take someone's debit card and take money out of it and don't tell them, and then they're, you know, and then pretend like you don't know where that went, and then come to find out it was you that did it. That's cheating.
Well, you're just that's a fucking infidelity. That's being a fucking klepto.
Absolutely,
you're being a fucking klepto.
A lot of sociopathic tendencies. It's like kleptomania. Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't think that's necessarily cheating. I think that's fucking stealing. You shouldn't steal from your partner.
If you look it up, financial infidelity is a thing, though.
I guess you can put it onto. I guess you could probably try to categorize it. You put it into some subcategory and put it that. But let's call it for what it is. That's stealing.
I'm not just making things up, Christopher Young. I mean, like Google is like literally free, and you can look that up. Financial infidelity is a thing.
No, I'm not saying that it's not. But
I'm talking about this guy named Christopher or whoever that is. That things done by that goes into right. That as you're right, Elite Blue. That things done behind my back. That's like it can go. It doesn't have to just be with the opposite sex. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be.
Yeah, but that's not exclusive to just relationships. I think it's a little worse if you steal from somebody who you love. And I had just seen a video on TikTok where a man confronted his wife about her stealing, and she justified it by saying, "Oh, if you leave me, I'm going to be on my own." And she took like $22,000 from his account and put it in hers, which is nuts to me. But
financial infidelity, yeah, absolutely. Those are things like that's a thing, though. You know what I mean? Like that's cheating. So it doesn't always just have to go. What I'm trying to say is, it doesn't always just have to go to like the low level, easy things like flirting, looking. We all flirt. You could go to the gas station, you know, in a you know, hey, how you doing? Keep going. You know, that's a flirting. You know what I mean? Somebody sees you. You know, we all do it. Looking, we all do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh shit, he's cute or whatever. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna go get his number or, you know, there's
Mika,
other things also.
Mika, you said I was cute. You said I was cute.
No, I'm talking about your list.
No, I'm asking.
You think narcissistic? You gotta come off of it, guy.
Oh my god, I was just a question. Why I gotta be a narcissist? I was just asking, do you think I'm cute? That's all.
I mean, you're not a bad looking guy at all. No,
you just can't say I'm cute. You can't give it to me. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I mean, you're not a bad looking guy at all.
Thank you.
That's not. But you're gonna run when you're in a relationship. You're gonna run into nice looking people on a daily basis. But it's about your standard and your own boundary. Forget what the other person's boundary is on you. You have to have boundaries and standards within your own self. Of, you know, that person's cute, but I'm not going to step outside of, you know, the marriage.
No. I think I can agree with that. I feel like you can think somebody's cute, but I feel like that shouldn't be a reason to step out of your relationship. I agree with that 1,000%. I don't think it's okay. I think in some situations, I feel like it's never okay. I just feel like sometimes I feel like, right? And what I feel doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. But I do feel like in some situations, it should be a lot more understandable for certain circumstances than others. You know?
I guess. So what do you, so I was, you know, some of the stuff that you were saying earlier. So I guess, do you think it's acceptable for men to cheat? I guess that's what I'm trying, you know, that was something else I was curious about. Like you say that it's not okay for women. Do you think it's acceptable for men to cheat?
Well, I don't think it's acceptable for anybody. I just, when you look at what men are and you look at the history of men, I think like I said, in a lot more situations, it's understandable and it's a lot more justifiable. If we look at history, the men that usually uh the men that usually had a little more financially in society, even down to, if you go back millennia, kings have always had concubines, in some situations slaves, servants, multiple wives. And then you see a correlation in today's society where kings aren't so prevalent as they were millennia ago, and you see that the men that are more financially stable or financially fit usually have the better pick of the litter in American society, or just about any society, right? Because they can do more, they can provide more, they have more resources. um, and it doesn't always mean everything, but it's indicative of a lot of things. And just even look at a man's biology, why does it if you if why do like scientists say, or I forgot what publication that I read, it was like, well, about 30 men, and all the men disappeared on earth, 30 men can repopulate the rest of the world. Hypothetically speaking, a man can get, you know in a year, a man can have basically almost like 1,000 babies. Women can't do that, right? And I think there's a biology side that almost comes into it. We didn't get 9 billion people on earth through monogamy. I think a lot of it comes down to biology. It's like having testosterone, right? Sometimes if they put a woman on testosterone, their sexual drive goes through the roof. There are a lot of things that are part of our biological makeup that may drive a man to want to be with multiple women. And I think that when people try to deny that part, when they just being, some people may not understand it genuinely, but I feel like some people do understand that they're just being very disingenuous about it. Now, I'm not justifying cheating, but all I'm saying is men and women are very different. And I feel like a lot of the times we can not give a pass, but just, I guess, try to be a little more understanding to it, right? As to why certain men do certain things. And even you look at some of the Abrahamic religions that justify, well, that say, that give permission to polygyny, not polygamy, but polygyny, where, a man has multiple wives. It's just a lot of different instances throughout the history of man that just point towards, when it comes to this in particular subject or topic, men are very different from women, and I'm not justifying cheating. I'm just saying men and women are very different, if that makes sense.
Okay, I can understand you talking about like physiological differences in biology. Okay, if that's where you want to go with that. But you do know that so as far as concubines go, that means that they were able to afford, if they had 40 or 100 wives, they were able to afford it.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not talking about Ray Ray up the street that just don't have nothing else to do with his time.
Mm-hmm.
And he's sleeping around and stuff like that. That's different. And those concubines would have been in agreement with, they know what this is what this is. You know what I mean? Like you said, polygamy, or you understand what I'm saying? That's different from cheating. That's not what we're talking
Right.
about. Are you saying that it's acceptable for a man to cheat?
No, once again,
Because we're not talking about concubines. We're not talking about polygamy. We're not talking about testosterone. We're talking about, do you feel it's acceptable for a man to cheat?
well, once again, my point in mentioning all that, so let me elaborate. My point in mentioning all of that is not to say that cheating is okay. I once already said that cheating is not okay, right? I consider myself to be a God-fearing man, so I think that adultery is wrong, and I think that, if you're going to do it, if you want to have another woman, you should do it by the laws of whatever you follow. I don't think justifying cheating is okay for man or woman. But when I said that, I feel like there are certain situations where women don't understand men, right? Like I said, I mentioned that throughout the history of the world, men that have more financial, if they're a little more financially fit, if you go back to millennia, you still see a correlation today for the men that are millionaires. The life that they live is almost analogous to those that are kings, right?
Little bit more financially
right,
fit.
right. So I acknowledge the fact that men that are financially fit, I'm just using that as an example. Then I give an example of testosterone, what testosterone does to the body. Even the women that are put on testosterone, obviously they also, this is a little non sequitur, but like the people that are transitioning, right? Their gender, they start to take testosterone, and there are certain things that happen when you take testosterone. And even women that are not necessarily transitioning or anything, they just take testosterone. This is a real thing. It's a real phenomenon. When you take testosterone, your sex drive goes through the roof. And even when you talk biology, how 30 men can repopulate the whole world if all men stop existing tomorrow, God forbid, right? But my point is that I think that the point of humanity, one of its purposes is to procreate, and I think that is something that men are made to do. And I think that's a part of it, not all. And I'm not saying that
We're literally both made to procreate, though, because
right.
Men can't do it without us, and we
No,
can't
no,
do it without
no.
them. Well, there is a such thing as immaculate conception, and from what I understand, there were some tribes that could do that outside of just marrying the Bible.
Hold on. First of all,
that's a whole other realm, right?
No. Hold on. Listen, my point is, I don't think it's okay to cheat, but I do think that if we understand what men are and who men are, and even a lot of the times men can have sex with women and emotion never get involved. That doesn't mean it's okay to cheat.
Women can do the same.
Yeah, but usually that's not the case in most, at least from what I've seen. I don't have any empirical data to pull
that comes from your distorted social.
Not distorted.
I think women can do the same.
I think, yeah, they can, but that's not usually what we see. Usually, and I think that anybody who's being genuine about this will tell you, usually when a man gets involved, when a woman gets involved with a man and cheating is involved, it's not always just something I'm separating, I'm just having sex. Usually emotions are involved. And I know some people don't believe in the idea of a sexual connection, the idea of para bonding. Some people don't believe in that, but I do, and believe that there's studies that correlate with it too. I was reading one on psychologicalscience.org, but back to my point. My point is, I do think that men and women are very different, and I'm not saying women can't cheat. I'm just saying usually when you look at the reasons behind it, unless she just moving different. I do believe the women of this generation that are growing up now are a lot different from the women maybe 20, 30, even 40, 50 years ago. But I just think that men are a little different. And like I said, there's a lot of different reasons to point towards it. Now, you're talking about immaculate conception. I have heard of it. And there's a lot of things that you see that people from the Bible and Quran, where they do these miraculous things, and we can see people doing them today, like immaculate conception. I've heard of it. And I think it's obviously something that would be miraculous, right? And I don't think that's something you would see every now and then. And I don't think most of the world will be able to do it. So I wouldn't really, it's almost like talking about intersex people. When you talk about, are there only two genders? It's one of those probably even more rare. So I think that's like, we should leave that out of the conversation.
That whole topic is another thing. Red has a good point. She said that no emotion is involved because men are incapable of loving. Do you think that that's true?
Well, I think whoever said that is projecting. If you think that all men are incapable of loving, that's completely subjective, right? You can't say all men are not capable of loving. Clearly, that person has been through something as to where she thinks all people are incapable of loving, when that's just not true.
But I'm asking you, we're not talking about her as a person. I'm asking you, though, do you think that that's a plausibility, that men are incapable of loving? Because love is an action. Let's be clear. It doesn't feel like anything. Like when you're on a day-to-day, when you're around your family or your spouse it doesn't feel like anything, love. It just, I'm going to do what I need to do for these people because I love them. You know what I'm saying?
But so how is that not a feeling?
Do you think that men have an issue with loving? Because if you love someone, you are not going to cheat.
But that's the difference. That's how a woman can't, and once again, a woman can't think from a man's perspective. Women can only think from women's perspective.
When you love someone, you are not going to do anything to hurt them.
Right. But listen.
So
Okay,
so
listen.
if you step out, if you don't have any self-control,
ma'am, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Are you talking from a man's perspective or a woman perspective?
I'm talking from a human perspective.
But that's the thing.
And when you
hold on. That's the thing.
You should not.
No, I agree with you.
To
Listen.
compromise or jeopardize.
Hold on.
Their emotional state.
Hold on. That's the thing. You're not talking from a man's perspective. And the reality, let me finish. Hold on. Let me finish. You can't speak for all humanity. And that's the problem.
But you can't speak for all men because
hold on, ma'am. All right.
Step outside the sanctity of their marriage.
Mika, listen, if we're gonna have a conversation, we have to let each other speak, okay?
Sure.
So let me finish. What I'm saying is you're thinking from a woman's perspective, and I think this is true. And I don't have any data to even back this up, but this is my personal opinion, and I think that women are incapable of thinking from a man's perspective, right? You're not thinking from a man's perspective. And when you say all men are incapable of loving, that's such a fallacy, right? It's completely subjective. You can't say all men aren't capable of loving, right? That's not true 100%. It's something
you can't say that all men are supposed or going to cheat either, because that's not normal.
Well, first of all, I never said that. That's one. Two,
okay.
I never said that. And then two, I don't think that it's okay for all men to cheat. And once again, it's something that is completely subjective. What I'm saying is that men down to their biological makeup have the ability and I guess the makeup to be with multiple women. It's something that is feasible. Even the woman that was talking, the indigenous woman, right, who brought up the 5,000 genders. Hold on. Even the
is the focus.
Hold on. I'm making an analogy. Let me elaborate. Even the indigenous woman who was up here earlier, who talked about being native to North America, and she talked about her tribe. What they did was they passed around the men. Because why? The men had the ability to reproduce. Now, back to what you were saying, how men are incapable of loving. And if you love someone, you're not going to try to, make their feelings unstable. Well, if a man has a certain desire and he has desires that are more biological in nature, that is really hard to resist sometime. Well, you say, well, okay, well, if he cheats and he's just, has his self-control probably isn't the best, well, he cheats, but then he doesn't let his wife know because he's still trying to protect her feelings. And it may not be super personal. And I'm not justifying cheating, but I'm letting you know the rationale, because once again, you're thinking from a woman's perspective. You can't sit here and say that's a human perspective. For you to, try to think for all humans, men and women, you don't have the and I really think that women do not have the capability from thinking from a man's perspective, because there's never a reason. There's never like reasonable. It's like, oh, you shouldn't do this and that's it. And this is how it should be done. But that's not how men think. And even the men.
Wait a minute. I want to address. Okay, give me a quick.
Sure.
You, love. But I want to address like this King Huey person in the comments, because he's like kind of talking.
Well, like,
shit.
hold on. We gotta hold on. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Listen, Mika. We're having a conversation. We're having a conversation. Let's keep the conversation. You got to learn to shut them out. People are always going to talk shit. When you were talking shit, I didn't let it throw me off.
I need to address it because it just hit on what I just said.
Okay.
So,
last one with the comments and the last one with the comments. Go ahead, address it.
So, and I won't look at him anymore.
Okay, but what's up?
He just said, "Oh, it sounds like she got cheated on and she's still hurt." Absolutely. But then he also said that cheating is not a man issue, but it's a human issue. That is literally what I'm saying. When people are toxic, they're going to do self-serving things. So it's not about, if a man, like you said, I don't disagree with you on the testosterone, the biological makeup, I think that you guys have been enabled to think that it's okay for all this time and haven't practiced enough self-preservation the way that we have been taught from the womb, that you have to be a certain way. I think that it's always been okay for you guys to, sow your royal oats and all of that. However, when you love someone, you're not going to put them through that stress. So like you said, hiding it. So if a man cheats and then you hide it, and then now we're getting into the realm of like gaslighting. He's acting different. I don't know why, like, but I know something's not right. I know, you know what I'm saying? Now we're getting to the realm of other things besides just the physical act itself. Now we're getting into other things that really cause, turmoil in the person that you claim to love. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, am I making my point clear? Because that doesn't, even if you guys are, the testosterone, like you said, the sex drive and through the roof and all of that, where does your self-control come in at where I love this woman and I don't want to see her hurt?
Well, first and foremost, like I said, and this is why I say you think from a man's perspective. Like I'm saying, I'm not saying cheating is okay, and I'm not justifying cheating. But what I'm saying to you is, yeah, if you think from a man's perspective, and he still has these urges, and it's very easy for him, especially if you say he's supposed to be in a monogamous relationship, and we agree that men that had money usually have the best pick of the litter. Let's say if he has women throwing himself at him, let's say if he's a handsome man, and not only is a handsome man, let's say he has tons of money and resources where it's very easy for him. So he cheats, but he doesn't let his wife know. So, well, you say, well, all her feelings are on the line. Well, he's not putting her feelings on the line because he's making sure that shit never gets back to her. So there you have your answer. Well, he can justify it that way. I'm not saying it's okay, but then you also have to realize the circumstances of things. In the United States alone, I don't think it's the case all around the world, but you do have a lot of populations around the world where the women outnumber men, right? And we already agreed on 30 men can repopulate the world if all the men were to disappear today, right? And I don't think we got 9 billion people on this earth through monogamy. So and I think that
we're talking about cheating.
Right.
I want to hear you answer.
Right.
It's because it's literally like yes or no.
That's not a yes or no answer.
Men are supposed to cheat.
I don't think men are supposed to cheat. I think
because that's what it sounds like you're saying.
No, I don't think that. I think men are supposed to be with multiple women. It's some men, not all.
So then you are a polygamist.
No, polygynist. I don't
well,
just.
Whatever.
There's a difference. There's a big difference.
But not a monogamist.
Hold on. I don't have multiple wives. I don't know if I said it, but I'm a God-fearing person. So let's say if you have, I don't know if you're a God-fearing person. Are you a God-fearing person?
It's neither here nor there.
Okay, because I think
because there have been in the Bible that had multiple wives,
right? Because I think exactly. Where this conversation will go, but
absolutely,
yeah, exactly. So when
I'm asking you though,
hold on. Well, I don't think it's that simple. I don't think it's that simple because, like I said, I don't have multiple wives, and there's been times where I've had multiple women, and I think it's relatively easy. And not being rich, because when you talked about the Ray or one of these guys, who we're talking bad about, who probably don't have a lot of money, but they have the ability to be with multiple women, right? So you can see how that happens, and that's the biological side. His desires doesn't change from the man that has tons of money, who can actually take care of those people. It doesn't make it okay, right? But how do you talk about the man who says, well, I have multiple women, but I let them all know, and they're all with me, and they're okay with just being with me, and I make it work?
That's not cheating, then, if that's the case.
Okay, so cheating, look, that's my look.
Looking at literally, you said, what do you consider cheating?
Right. So I'm trying to answer your question. Look, hold on.
There's a difference between
Mika. I'm trying to answer your question. If you let me elaborate, you just asked me, do I think cheating is okay? I don't. And I'm trying to help you understand by bringing up these points. I think it's something innate with men to be with a lot of women. Now, you do have men who go about this in the right way, because not every man is going to be with one woman, and not every man is to be a single woman man. And I think it's highly silly or naive for you to think that every man is just going to be with one woman.
You know, there would be a lots of lonely women in this world if it were in that way. And it's never, I don't think it's ever going to be that way. It never has been that way. So I think cheating is okay. No, it's not. But I do believe, even if you get down to a religious level, like you said, you're a God-fearing person. If you talk about the Bible, if you talk about Quran.
I didn't say that.
Hold on.
I told you I wasn't going to answer that. I told you it was neither here
All
nor
right.
there.
Well, I'm insinuating that you are, right? And when you get down to the Abrahamic religions, where it talks about women being with multiple men, having multiple wives, and that's done in a righteous way, is approached in a way that would be deemed righteous. So, and if you believe that the commandment comes from God down to man, and the man down to the woman, and the woman down to the children, right, with the man being the lead, then it's you would say in that manner it's justifiable. When it's done wrong and you're cheating and you're not being honest and there's no disclosure of honesty, then yeah, I feel like it's wrong. But it's not as simple to just say that, you know, cheating is, man can't be with multiple women, because there are cases where it's possible. And there are women that are okay with it. But do I think cheating is wrong? Yeah, I do. But see, in those cases where it's done right, and this is the emotion, because you said women emotions. In those cases where it's done right and women still have those emotions, you can't worship our emotions. Because if you say you're a God-fearing person, you have religious beliefs that you prescribe to, because there are Muslim women who say, oh, well, no, I don't want a man with multiple wives. Well, that's not really your choice, because if God allowed it, it doesn't matter what you think. You may not be a preference for you, and that's okay. Because God does also say in Quran, and he says it's better for you to have one, but if you can have 2, 3, or 4. So in those cases, you can't say, well, hurt emotions. If you love somebody, you're not gonna hurt their emotions. But so I'm supposed to give into your worship, your emotions over what's permissible for me. You understand what I'm saying?
No.
That's more or less why I'm going with it.
I think that there's different sects of the Bible and religion and stuff. Like, I think like Old Testament, I think that was more permissible thing. And then of course you get into the New Testament and there's a whole different thing. So that's number one. Number two, and if we're talking about men with multiple wives and spouses or concubines or women, there's a difference in if we've agreed to be monogamous and you're not abiding by that, versus you that's taking my choices away. That's taking a person's choices away when you're cheating, when you've agreed to be monogamous. Now, if you've agreed to be polygamous of any sort or kind, or proligamous, whatever you said. What did you say you were?
I didn't say I was anything. I said polygamous.
You said polygamous.
Yes, you did. I didn't know I didn't. I corrected you. I said, because you said polygamous. I said no, polygynous.
What did he say? He said he was what?
And then I also said I'm not any of that. But if I have
said a polygamist, or what's the other
hold
word?
on. First of all, I didn't say that. No. No, listen. All right.
What's the other word?
No, let me clarify. Hold on. Hold on.
The difference is,
listen, don't be rude. Let's not be rude. You are, because I'm trying to hold on, because I'm trying to correct you and you keep cutting me off. I'm not saying I'm a polygynist, right? I don't have multiple wives. Okay, I'm not saying that I'm a polygynist. I don't have multiple wives, right? And I would try to do things the right way. Yeah, there's times where I'm in relationships and I've cheated and I did things that are not, by the book. But to your whole point is, I said if you do things the right way, it's not cheating. So when you fall under that case of, you having multiple women or wives or whatever the case may be, I feel like it's justifiable that way.
But you also use the terms like a man with money, if she doesn't find out or he's keeping that from, that's so, listen, I'm telling you, that gets into the realm of other things. If you have agreed to be monogamous, and you step outside of that agreement, that is wrong.
I agree.
Man or woman.
I agree. But that was in response to your thing where you said, if you love someone, right? You said if you love someone, then you're not going to violate that person's feelings. You're going to make sure their feelings are protected. So if I say a man he still loves that woman, and I said, like I said earlier, he can separate sex from love. He can go have sex with them, but not necessarily love her. and he still wants to protect the woman he loves feelings, even though it's not ethical, right? It may not be the best or morally thing to do, but he's not going to let her know. And that's him, what? Protecting her feelings, like you said. Now, his approach may be wrong, right? Based on his moral compass, but it's still doing the same thing that you said. Because he loved her, he's protecting her feelings.
That goes into it. Okay. Let me ask you this. So you wouldn't accept a woman back if she cheated?
No, I wouldn't.
Why not?
I think when for whatever reason that woman cheated, it comes down to your dynamics. There's something in that relationship that is not being fulfilled, whether that be emotional, sexual, physical. And that's something that I like to feel like I specialize in, is relationship dynamics. And there's a lack of respect there from the jump. And when that respect is violated for a man and you forgive it, it's going to continue because you didn't have enough respect for you to even leave me. And you're just going to forgive me. And that's usually what I see with men. Like I said, with men, sometimes it's almost like, I'm not going to say expected, but like you said, like the woman in the comments said, men are not capable of loving. Like, who says that? That's so subjective. But somebody who's hurt or has been hurt before, they kind of expect this, because there's this narrative in society that all men are cheaters and all men are incapable of loving and all men are shit, when clearly, obviously, that's not true. It's such a subjective thing to say, but it's almost kind of expected with men, especially when the big history that we just talked about of man. So I think that, and a lot of people can acknowledge that men can separate emotions from, just sex. And not saying that women can't do it, but I think that it's a lot more prevalent with men. So when you say that, I think that a man shouldn't forgive a woman for cheating. He doesn't. And I don't think, especially in the United States, because there's a plethora of them out there. And I feel like it alludes to a deeper problem in your relationship when that does happen. And it doesn't just point to cheating. There's more problems there that need to be fixed that even led up to that cheating for women. So I don't think, no, you shouldn't forgive a woman for cheating as a man.
So what I hear you saying is that men are genetically different and they are allowed to, and because you think that women are supposed to be a certain way, that they should not be allowed to, because that's what I hear you saying.
No, I'm saying nobody should cheat. But when we look at biological makeup and we look at when you look at some of the reasons, I think it may be a little more expected for one than the other. I'm not saying cheating is okay with everyone. I'm not cheating is not okay for anybody. It shouldn't be done, period. But if we look at the history of man, we look at the biological makeup of man, and we look at just reproduction in itself, right?
We're not talking about none of that. We are talking about cheating.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, when you talk, you literally just, it's not a yes or no answer. You're asking for it. Yes, no, it's not. It's not. Some things are not just simply yes or no answers. It's like if you talk about like quantum.
You're saying that, and something, you're right. Some things are not just yes or no answers. So if a woman,
thank you for the heart.
You think that she's incapable of loving a man past that, or she was just
no.
She just decided to explore her carnal side. And
Mika, remember earlier,
she kept it from you and protected your feelings. And you're saying that what? Like, what are you saying?
I'm not saying that it's okay for one gender to cheat and it's not okay for the other.
That really sounds like that's what you're saying.
No, I'm just saying that a man shouldn't forgive a woman for cheating.
Why not?
Because women usually cheat for different reasons, right? Usually a man could just cheat and it's just sex. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that's never the case with women. There's exceptions to every situation. No situation is the same, right? But usually, if you're in a committed monogamous relationship and a person steps out on you and you've never done that to them, it comes down to your relationship dynamics, right? There's something in your dynamics which led to that.
So you're saying that your ego can't forgive it, but we should be able to forgive it because that's just sex.
Ma'am, I'm saying dynamics. I'm saying usually when a woman cheats, it comes to dynamics. There's something between the dynamics.
So how do men cheat? So you're telling me that you could just walk up to a woman off the street and say, "Hey, come on, let's go fuck." She doesn't even know that you're married or have a girlfriend or anything. You're saying it's that. So you didn't have to invest in that cheating in any kind of way?
Well, nowadays it is that easy, if I'm being honest. But no, I'm not saying.
No, it's not.
Ma'am, if I showed you my DMs, I could change your mind. Trust me when I tell you. Matter of fact, I don't know if I want to do that, but I would go as so far to me posting text message on this screen right now where somebody hit me up for sex the other day, a friend that I've never even hooked up with. And then with social media, I have 11,000 followers on Instagram. There are girls who just DM me off the explore page. I delete.
Okay,
hold on. No. Because you said it wasn't easy. You said it wasn't easy, and I'm telling you how easy it is.
I understand.
And getting back. Hold on, and getting back to your point, where you said there's investment. I'm not saying that a man doesn't have to invest. I'm not even saying that a man can get caught up. But what I'm saying is, when a woman cheats, there's probably reasons. If we get down to the reason, some of the reasons that I saw is maybe, I know there's one person, she's a divorce lawyer, and then there's another person who's a counselor, right? And a lot of the times when women complain about these things, they talk about how, at least this is what I've been told, how a man isn't leading. A man doesn't, there's a lot of indecisiveness in relationships. And when it comes to dynamics, they believe in things like happy wife, happy life, right? And there's nothing wrong with making your wife happy, but usually when you subscribe to something like that, you just let them have their way. You don't stand up for yourself, and that woman starts to lead the relationship. And usually when that happens, there's this sense of emasculating that happens. And then for whatever reason, women aren't usually happy like that, because then the disrespect starts to come. And usually when the respect is lost, that relationship is usually tends to fall after. And I'm not saying this is the only reason why 70 to 80% of divorces are initiated by women, but usually when you investigate some of the reasons why, when you can intimately, it usually comes down to dynamics some way, somehow on the woman's behalf, right? And it kind of gives this fallacy of conditional love is real when it's never real, because there's always conditions on love, because nobody's just going to say anybody for anything. But I think men are a little more tolerable when it comes to little things like that. But when the cheating happens, all I'm saying is it comes down to dynamics. And unless you understand what led to that cheating for that woman, whether it be financial, whether you be not satisfying her in bed, it comes down to the dynamics, is what I'm telling you. So that's why I'm saying
about the ego, because not satisfying someone. So let me ask you this: so men cheat because their girl isn't satisfying them in bed?
That could be a reason. That could be a reason.
Sometimes it's not about if okay. Because I know if I say this, you're gonna. I'm trying to be mindful of my words, and I'm listening to you too as you speak. I understand your perspective, and I hear it. But men and women are not that different. I think it all comes down to self-control and respect. And you have to have those things in order. You can't love somebody without respecting them. You know what I mean? Like, if you're going to, if a woman, if you're married, or you have, I have to speak from this perspective of marriage because I am. But if you are in a relationship and you've got women hitting you up in your DMs and you oblige, then you're not respecting yourself or your woman or your relationship. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I hear you.
You know, now, unless that is the agreement, then that's a different thing. But what I'm trying to get, what I'm trying to get you to see is that it is not now. I will say that if a woman cheats first, that's a little obscure. That's a little bit blurred there.
But that's what I'm saying. But listen, that's what I'm referring to, Mika. But that's what I'm saying. If a woman cheats first and you never cheated, that's what I'm saying.
I will say that's a little bit.
Yeah, but that's not something as
all that different in genetic makeup. You know, women do have testosterone too, and testosterone
but
is not the only male hormone.
Not to the level of a man.
Progesterone and other hormones too.
But not to the level of a man, and that's what I'm trying to tell you.
I don't disagree.
Listen, that's what I'm telling you. Because when I'm because you got a degree, and it almost sounds like you feel as if you're better than him because he hasn't grown mentally. I feel like you didn't have to really make him look bad like that because you're making him look really bad. And then you want to question me about my mental health? What have I done mentally? You would probably think that I'm fucking 12 years old mentally. Like, that's nuts, man. And it's very disrespectful to your husband. So when you ask me what I've done mentally for my mental growth, and you talk about the man you're married to, you talk about him like that, I don't really want to hear what you got to say about me, or even try to criticize what I've done, or even care about what I've done mentally, because that's nuts to me. Like, that's crazy to me. You can speak now if you like.
Welcome back. So listen, I was washing my hands. I was listening to you though, at the same time. But see, I brought up the disability because you said that he brings in good money, so I'm confused. So I said how he brings it in. So we're not going, don't now, but see, you keep moving the goalposts on me. You know, I'm on your side. I'm on your side. I'm on his side too. Absolutely. But you said something, so I gave you a response to that. I'm not tearing you down, nor him down. What I'm trying to do is have the dialogue so that everybody can understand both perspectives. But you're not going to say that you didn't ask me something and I gave you a response to that. You said, you trying to make this into a lose-lose situation for me. I'm not walking around here feeling like I'm better than anyone. Now, if you feel that I'm better than you, then say that. But I didn't say that. And I said that the family psychiatrist, not counselor. You got to understand that that's a doctor. That's some different shit than just a counselor. We had to go to CBT and DBT therapy because of the things that he's taking me and my children through. And that is not up for debate. We are in intensive therapy. And we all get like hours a week, separately, individually, all the way down to my 4-year-old, because of the things that have transpired.
Ma'am, stop.
In 14 years.
Just stop putting your personal info out there, please. Wait.
I said it was all right.
I'm just saying.
Got it.
I'm just saying, don't put your personal info out there. I'm trying to help you.
But you can't ask me stuff.
I understand.
And then when I answer it, then you're gonna mute me and move the goalpost.
I'm not moving a goalpost. All I'm saying is, I said your husband brings in good money, right? Why couldn't you just leave it at that? If you said he's only doing it because he's a disabled veteran, you're making him look bad.
I can't rewind our live to go back to what you said to make me, and I was the one who originally said he brings in good money. You were the one who questioned it, so I answered it.
But do you realize that you saying that about him makes him look bad? Because you also, and then you're telling us personal things about your family psychiatrist.
I mean, you can add him if you can find him on TikTok. Like, you don't know who he is.
But ma'am,
no one knows who he is.
No, but you don't. What I'm at? Let me ask you this one question. Hold on. Let me ask you this one question. Do you not realize by you telling the audience that your husband has the mental stability of a 16-year-old? Do you and then when I say that, that's making him look bad, right? Because that's not something you had to share with everybody, just for the sake of argument of not making your husband look bad, right? And then I say, well, you make him look bad, but then he does bring in good money. You say only because he's a disabled veteran. Man, we didn't have to know that. That's making him less your husband. You're supposed to defend that man. And I get it. You were just answering a question. True, I acknowledge that. But you don't understand that response is making your own husband that you've been with 14 years look bad. And then you're also telling me that's what the family psychiatrist said, and that he's putting you and your children through issues because of his actions. That's not information you have to put out there. That's all I'm letting you know. And you trying this started because you pointed towards your mental health, but then you talk about your husband's mental health, which makes me think, why the fuck would I even try to get into a conversation about my mental health when you talk about the person I would hope love and been married to for 14 years like that? Like, do you not understand how that makes him look bad? It makes you look bad as a unit, as a family. When you're saying that he's putting my family through this, and this was what the family psychiatrist saying. I ain't saying it. And I'm not saying that you think that you think you're better. I'm just saying it sounds like it. That's what it sounds like. I'm not saying that you're wrong for responding to me. I'm just saying you don't have to disclose. You can say, yeah, I'm doing this and doing that, but my husband, he is also doing this. But the details, the devil's in the details. You making that man look like an ain't shit motherfucker. You realize that. That's all I'm saying.
I can't make someone who, wait. Just like you told me not too long ago, you can say what you want. I can too. And I'm not being disrespectful to you. I think I've been very, you muted me. Look, you at 247. You at 243 people. Look at you climbing the ladder. Look at you. Go ahead and smile. Go ahead and smile. You're welcome. Listen, listen. What I'm trying to get you to understand is I'm not trying to dog him or you out. I'm responding to what you're saying. So I am afforded that privilege, right? Like I don't have to, like, I'm just giving you a perspective on what about the mental and emotional things that go along with a person's holistic being that would cause them to understand why it's not acceptable to cheat. Let's go back to the cheat. We don't gotta talk about me and my husband. Hey, I lived it. Okay? I lived this shit. All right? And cheating and financial abuse. See, you didn't have a problem with when I told you earlier that he stole the money.
Oh, whoa. Talk about. First of all, okay. You done took it there. You never told us that your man stole money from you. Now,
we talked about that earlier. You don't remember the conversation about financial infidelity?
Yes, I do remember, but you didn't say it was your man. You didn't say it was your man. Now you're saying it was your man.
I've been with this man for a long time.
Okay, now.
And you know what? And that's I love him dearly. I wish that he could have grown a little bit more and we could have been a powerhouse within the Black community. But because, unfortunately, he did not. You know what I'm saying? No. We don't have to listen.
Mika, we did talk about the financial cheating, right? I'm acknowledging that.
You said that was stealing, and that's not right. And
no.
all of that.
Mika.
Now that we got more viewers, You down to 212, but it's still more than what you had earlier. You're
Mika,
welcome.
Mika, I'm not
Listen,
at this point. I don't really care about the following. I was okay talking to you when there was 53 people in here, right?
I know, because
But
we was doing good, and
but
now you
but
want to,
but no, but look. We did talk about stealing in relationships, but you never like said that was your husband doing that. You just dropped that bomb, exposing more about this man. I'm assuming he
So
stole.
I'm not supposed to expose it, even though I lived it.
You didn't have to tell us it was your husband, that poor man. Like, he's not even here to defend himself. Listen. Okay, listen. I'm not saying anything he done is right, but any good clinician would tell you, and this is the thing that I'm going to study for, to be a counselor, that there's always three sides to the story. There's yours, there's his, and then there's the truth. And the person listening is supposed to be the person responsible for coming to that conclusion of the truth, right? That man's not here to defend himself, and you're just talking about him all willy-nilly. At this point, I know that.
But then let's go back to the subject at hand. We're talking about cheating.
I'm assuming he cheated too, huh?
Huh?
I'm assuming he cheated too.
You just told me not to divulge.
But I mean, shit, you done told me everything but his. I mean, you done told me everything but his credit score.
It's very interesting.
You done told me everything but his credit score. I mean, what the hell? I'm just assuming. I was trying to beat you to it because I thought you was about to say it. Shit, he cheated too.
That's a molding is a bit different. I want you to understand that. So,
ma'am,
I don't want to
hold on. By definition,
because I don't want you to, like, the trauma that I'm telling you that I have is I don't want you to take and flip this on me.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, like you don't understand what it really does to brain chemistry of having someone not meet you
mm-hmm.
in the relationship as a whole. It really can mess you up. So like the yelling and all that, that's why I'm not yelling at you, or I'm not gonna let you say that I said something that I didn't know. I won't do that.
Mm-hmm.
But like the yelling and stuff like that, we are open to just conversing
mm-hmm.
and not turning it into, I'm trying to give you the perspective of a woman that has been that stuck it out.
Oh, okay, Mika.
Does that make sense?
Yeah,
and it changes things. I'm telling you, it changes your brain chemistry when you deal with emotionally manipulative people.
Right.
And going to
Mika, I have a question for you. So you have a lot of experience and you say you lived it, right? And I want you to know from this moment on, there will be no longer using any information that you give me against you. I'm not trying to manipulate you. I just want to hear it now. I think I misunderstood you earlier. I think that you were open to, disclosing certain information that I didn't think was necessarily. I didn't think personally that was appropriate, but I think for your circumstances, with you being such an authority in relationships, given your marriage of 14 years, I think that it's okay now. And you're saying that it changes you. So in which way? And by the way, omit by definition means to leave out or exclude either intentionally or forgetfully. So by the way, that did mean omit. Just had to throw that out there. But I just want to know, how this change you? Like, in which ways did it change you? How do you behave in your relationship now versus before getting financially cheated on or having things disclosed from you, having things omitted from you? Can you let us know?
Yeah, you got to think. Let's talk about it from a hormonal standpoint. When your house is a war ground, now we're talking about, which I've been doing more research on lately, especially like I told you earlier, I'm working in a mental health facility. It's a prison with men who've been deemed like not competent enough to stand trial. You know what I mean? So they come to this. It's not a prison, but technically it kind of is. You know. So that's one thing. That's one. You know, I'm not going to say that I'm an expert on relationships or whatever you said a little while ago. No, I'm not. But so since I've been working at this place, you know, we always talk about the brain and the neurological system, and as far as when it goes to emotions and development, but now I'm starting to look more to the like adrenal glands, right? So when your house is a constant war zone, now you've got all this cortisol and all this adrenaline that every day is constantly pumping from the arguing and the trying not to argue, you know, walking on eggshells and trying not to, but you do want to get your point across. You do. And I think that you would probably be able to say that the way I address you right now, I don't have to yell or anything, but I am not going to let you say something that I didn't say. Or the moving of the goalpost is not fair, or any phallus or circular arguments, that's not fair. But if I bring you my feeling on something and that turns into a fight or argument, that's not fair. So now we're dealing with cortisol. We're dealing with adrenaline. We're dealing with fight or flight. We're dealing with my children in the same state.
Hold on. Before you continue, let me try to understand something. So you feel as if you're not being treated fairly in a conversation and you have to get your point out, do you feel as if that makes you yell a bit? Is that something that contributes to changing
when I
who
say
you are?
that somebody's yelling at me for trying to get my point across, even if I don't yell back, we're talking about heart racing, adrenaline, cortisol, and if you've been through that situation, if you're exposed to it's no different than a man going to war or a person going to war, right? When you are constantly in fight mode, that changes you on the psychological and neurological level. That's what I'm saying. So when I said earlier, don't yell at me because I have trauma, that's what it literally makes me
triggers you.
Shaky.
It triggers you.
You know what I'm saying? Like physically.
It triggers you.
I don't have to yell. I haven't yelled at you yet. You know what I'm saying? But I'm telling you, my insides, that does something to me. So when you are constantly in that situation on a daily basis, then you start to tuck it away, right? Okay, well, just let me not say anything because I don't want to mess with his, so male fragility or ego.
So Mika,
you start.
Mika, hold on. Let me understand something. So basically, you're saying earlier when I got a little loud with you, maybe that triggered you because of your conditions at home is almost war zone like.
Absolutely.
And because you've been dealing with this, I would assume for some time within that 14 years that when I got a little loud for you, that maybe triggered you a bit. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes. Okay. And then when I said, don't yell, I tried to turn this into a joke. I said, don't yell, I got trauma.
Right.
And you didn't hear that. You kind of, well, whose mental health is this and that?
Okay.
So then that's a gaslight. Like I'm trying to give you a perspective.
Right. Well, Mika, I didn't do it deliberately. I wasn't deliberately trying to gaslight you. I was just, I wasn't aware of your traumas. I wasn't aware that, your home is like a war zone. I wasn't aware of that. And so I admit maybe I should have approached that differently, but you have to give me the benefit of the doubt because I wasn't aware of all this information that you are now disclosing to me. So
I'm not holding you to it. I know what you put onto her. That's not fair. That's not what she came into the agreement to. Now, I'm not saying you're wrong. You're still a young man and you're growing. You're a man and we all learn something every day. And I'm not trying to attack you. Please don't take it as that. I promise you, please don't. But do you hear me when I'm saying that is painful? Well, that it's pain It's literal pain.
Right. Well, yes, I think it is pain. I don't. She had PTSD from it. I don't think it was analogous to her being in Baghdad or Iraq or some type of war zone country or a war torn country. I don't think it was that. I did feel a lot of remorse. I did feel really bad. I did feel really guilty. Um, and ultimately, she did forgive me. Um, Now, I don't think she cheated back. I don't think she became vindictive after that. Not to my knowledge, anyway.
How long were y'all together?
Now you have to understand, everybody handles things differently, right? Her being with me wasn't like being in the war zone. It wasn't like being in Baghdad. And that's what I'm saying, that you're projecting, right? Not everybody is to that extreme when they are in a situation that may be, I wouldn't even say similar to yours, because yours sounds very different from anybody's that I've ever heard. But I get it. It's wrong and it wasn't right. I acknowledge that. And I acknowledge that it was wrong. And I acknowledge that it shouldn't have been done. And I sympathize with her. And eh, I can acknowledge that it was wrong. But I don't think that it made her a vindictive person. I don't think that because now she decided to forgive me in that one particular instance, I don't think that now she is a vindictive woman trying to get every man who does her wrong back after me. I don't think that's the case.
No, I don't think so either. That's not what I said. What I asked you was, what I will say is this: whether you are in physical Afghanistan or Baghdad, those same hormones are released, though. The pain hormones, the stress hormones, the cortisol, the testosterone, the adrenaline, the epinephrine, norepinephrine, the dopamine, or serotonin. Those same hormones. Remember, I told you I'm into the hormonal level now. The same hormones are still released. So that's what I'm trying to say. Number one. Number two, I did ask you, how long were y'all together?
Well, 3 years.
How did you atone? So once she forgave, and I hear you say that you felt shameful and you felt regret and you felt remorse, how did you atone? How did you? So we talk about apologies, we talk about accountability, but atonement. How did you atone for what you had done? Because you're still here years later, I assume, talking about how it's okay for men to cheat. How did you atone in your relationship with her?
Well, first of all, I never said it was okay for men to cheat. I've told you this about 12 times, right? No, hold on. You asked me a question. Let me answer. I told you 12 times that it's not okay for anyone to cheat, right?
Okay.
I never said it was okay for men to cheat. So please stop lying on me.
Okay, I hear you. Go ahead. I hear you.
Thank you. Now, second, I was remorseful. What did I do so long ago? I think that, well, obviously, honestly, I don't know. I guess I just tried my best to stay loyal. But I think that I don't know. Yeah, it was so long ago, but I just know that I stayed good for a while, but that relationship ended because I just figured that that wasn't the person for me. And that was
so
that
you
was the end of that.
cheated. She stayed, and then you dumped her.
Yeah. Would you rather? Hold on.
Oh,
So if I cheat and then I ask for forgiveness and she forgives me, would you rather me cheat again, or do I just leave the girl when I come to the realization that that is not for me? Which one was the right thing to do?
The right thing to do would have been to go to therapy after that relationship that you knew wasn't going to work with the other girl, before you got into a new relationship with someone who was unsuspecting. So Now, I'm just going to ask you this. When you say she wasn't the person for you after you cheated and didn't atone, I'm sure she changed and was probably cussing your ass out or more or very different.
No.
You don't think that? So why wasn't she the girl for you?
Well,
no more.
Well, first of all, like I said, I don't date women like that, right? I don't date vindictive women. I date women that have of a certain substance and caliber. Now I get it when some men cheat, they feel as if they have to take disrespect. They feel as if they have to now allow that woman to talk to them any type of way, and they have to deal with any type of character. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And that's not what I dealt with. I apologize. And yes, I did a lot of stuff to try to make things up. But eventually I've realized that, and I think more or less what it was, because prior to her, I was in another 3 to 4 year relationship where I didn't cheat. Um, and I think that being in those relationships back to back in the conclusion of almost like 7 to 8 years, um, I think that I needed time to be single. I needed time to do me. I think that
Absolutely.
and I think that, there was a lot of women that wanted me, and I had to do what I had to do. So I just realized that, and there was a lot of things about her character that I didn't like. Um, there's a lot of things about her character that didn't mesh well with me and my family. Um, so her eventually being a wife probably wasn't a good thing. So I just left her instead of continue to cheat or continue to have these issues. But yeah, I just left, and I feel like that was the right thing to do. And
I feel like we should get her on the line. Where is she now?
I,
Oh my God.
yeah, I don't,
So you're
and I don't feel like, I needed any therapy because I didn't have any traumas.
I know you were inflicting them. That's what I'm trying to say. And I'm not listen, please know that I'm not attacking you. This is not that. I promise you I'm not. I'm trying to get you to see the perspective though. Does that make sense? So
No, I
she was
don't.
good enough for you to get into so you didn't heal from that other relationship, right? That's the person that you really wanted to be with.
Healing,
And for whatever
hold on,
reason, we're not even
Mika.
going to get onto her because I know that that's its own can of
Mika,
worms.
hold on.
Go ahead.
Healing is indicative of being hurt. I was never hurt. So there was nothing. It was nothing
But
I needed to heal from.
Someone else. So hurt people hurt people.
But no, hold on.
So then why weren't you and the other girl together?
Hold on. You said that I needed to heal. I didn't heal. I was never hurt.
You just jumped from relationship to relationship.
No, what happened? What
No.
What happened was I was single, and I was talking to two women at the same time, which they knew because I wasn't in a relationship. I wasn't in a committed monogamous relationship, and they both knew that I was talking to other people. But what happened was, I think at the time I had I had a Camaro, and I think my car broke down. And for some stupid ass reason, I felt as if I couldn't be with this one girl because I knew she really liked my car. But like, I ended up speaking to her later on in life, and we like hooked up and whatever, and she told me like it didn't matter, I would have still came to you or whatever. So I just stopped talking for whatever reason, but I was still very much so in love with her. And while I was talking to her, I was like, well, she's not accessible anymore, and I kind of just cut her off because I thought she was just with me for my car, which wasn't the case. And I just got into a relationship with this girl, but I actually really was like digging both of them.
So you're saying that you're not wait a minute. Oh God.
Well, you're asking, so I'm telling you.
Right, I hear you. I understand. Okay.
But I wasn't hurt
your
though.
Ego thought. So you didn't think much of yourself that she loved you enough to be there for you. You thought that the first girl, that one girl, only liked you because of your car?
No, it wasn't just that. She was at a little distance. So I live she lives in the boroughs. I live in New York. She lives in the boroughs, and I live a good distance from her. So trying to travel it was a lot of different things. It wasn't just that, but I think very highly of myself. I guess the reason is kind of silly,
What you're
but
saying, you're saying,
the
no,
reason is
no,
kind of
I'm for
silly, but you
real.
got to
Like,
understand, I was
I'm
very
not trying to
young.
be funny or nothing. Like, I promise you. I want you to hear what you're saying.
Right.
You're saying that your car broke down and you could no longer get to her like you once could.
Mm-hmm.
And you're saying that you felt like, which is you projected onto her, she only likes me for my car.
Something like that.
I'm telling you, see, and that's okay. Now I'm glad you said it because I wasn't going to ask you about the previous girl. But like, I'm glad you said that. Sometimes y'all be giving us stuff that really don't even be our bag. You see what I'm saying? So now you done hurt two people because
I didn't hurt anybody.
what I'm hearing you say
how did I hurt two
your
people?
car broke down. You wasn't willing to put in the work to catch the bus or Uber or whatever to
Hell
get
no.
to her. And
I don't think Uber was around us at this time.
No, wait, let me. Come on, Fisher, you gotta let me say it. Because I'm telling you what I'm hearing you say. What I'm hearing you say is you put your emotion into the Camaro. And when it broke down, you felt like you didn't have anything. So you couldn't understand why she would still like you, even at a distance.
No, not
That's
really.
what I'm hearing you say.
No, not really. Like I told you, it's you're conflating
'Cause that's
different
what
reasons.
you kinda said,
It's not only that. And I didn't. First of all, it's not only that. I told you that it was due to the distance, and also I was going through a lot. Like it was my first car that I ever paid for on my own. I was young. I think I was like 23. I forgot how old I was, but I was young, and it was just a lot. And I just knew that without a car, I couldn't maintain talking to two people. So I told her, you know, I'm going through a lot, and I just think that we need to cut things off, and I can't continue to deal with you like this. And I told her straight up. So I didn't hurt her, and she said that's fine, it's okay. And she said, I thank you for telling me, and we respectfully ended things. I wasn't hurt, and neither did I hurt her. Maybe she didn't like the fact that I cut her off, but at that time I cut her off.
And you cut her off because the other girl was closer. Because that's what I'm hearing you say. Because your car broke down.
No, it's not even that. It's just that I wouldn't be able to be accessible to her as I was before. You know, when we were dating, I was quite the gentleman. I always picked her up. I always dropped her off. If we would stay in a hotel in the city, or if we went somewhere for the weekend, I drove. I picked her up, and she didn't have a car, so it wasn't something that, you know, I just understood that the dynamics wouldn't work out. So I did the right thing, and I cut her off. So I didn't hurt her.
But you can get another car. Y'all could be at a Fisher.
All right, but you have to understand. You're talking to a 23-year-old. I got my own car on my own. I didn't have enough money. I didn't have gap insurance, and I didn't have enough money to just readily go and get a new car. It's something I had to take some time and grind it out and wait until I got a new car. So you're talking about a young 23-year-old. I didn't have it's not like how I am now. So it's not you just talking to a 30-year-old me versus a 23-year-old. My circumstances were different. I was still living at home. So just getting a new car, because you're just like, oh, so just get a new car. Like I just couldn't, I didn't have it like that.
No, I didn't say that either. What I said was, I feel like your ego was wrapped up in the car.
Okay.
That's what I said. And once you lost the car, then you felt you didn't have a worth.
It's not that I didn't have a worth. No, not that I have a worth. Yes, I feel like she really did like my car, but my car also was my way to her.
She liked you.
Right. Look, I'm obvious. That's obvious.
The car.
Hold on.
Is what I'm trying to
hold on. Obviously. But I just gave you about several other reasons as to why. Why is that so hard for you to understand? It's not just the car. Okay. So why are you so focused on the car?
Because you were so focused on the car.
Yeah, I was, but that's not the only reason. I also just acknowledged the fact that she didn't drive.
She didn't drive, so how can I go to her? How could we go on dates? Our dynamics would change drastically, and I would see less of her. You
So
understand
what
what I'm
I'm
saying?
saying
So
is,
so I wouldn't be able to keep up with two women, which is why I cut her off respectfully. And we actually end up later on meeting up in life and having a really good relationship. So, like,
that's what I'm trying to tell you, Fisher.
what
Listen,
are you telling me? You keep telling me
I'm
that.
telling you that sometimes the male ego is wrapped up in what he has or doesn't. We are trying to be you guys' peace. And okay, if you don't have a car right now, we can still talk at a distance. And I'm sure it was FaceTime available there or Zoom or something that you could have done. This is what I'm hearing you say. When you lost your car, because see, you didn't divulge earlier that you was talking to two women when you had that car. What you said was you got out of one relationship with the other. So now that we know that when you was 23 and you had your Camaro, you was talking to both of them at the same time.
I was talking more than
which
them.
is wrong is a motherfucker.
No, it's not.
So-
No, it's not. First of all, time out. That's not wrong because I was talking. Neither one of them was my girlfriend. And honestly, I was talking to more than. Hold on. I was talking to more than. Hold on. I was talking to more than just them, right? And I was honest about it. Hold on. I was 1,000% honest about it. And they knew and acknowledged that. They didn't have a problem with that. That's not the issue. That's not the issue. So don't tell me I was wrong for that.
Because you was a polygamist.
Not a polygamist. A polygamist is a free for all. I don't mess with women who sleep with other people. No, I'm not a polygamist. If anything, you can say polygynous. But I wasn't in a relationship to be doing that. Those people are, and that's the dynamics of the relationship. So no, it's neither of that. So no.
What I'm trying to get you to do is break it down to the basic level of things.
I think you're trying to.
Things is once you lost your car, you felt of no value.
No, I didn't feel of no value. Like, why do you persist in saying this?
Listen, man.
But why do you persist in saying that I didn't have any value in myself?
Because you said that you thought that she was only with you for the car. You said that.
I said that's one of the reasons.
I told you no.
Right.
I would have stayed with you.
Right, but
so you just went on a damn rampage with women when the one that you really, really, really liked. So you say, I'm only going by what you're saying.
No, because that's not what I said.
You left her alone.
I said I liked both of them. I said I was in love with both of them. Listen,
but then you wasn't in love with the other one because you was only stayed with her for a little while. And then after she found out you cheated, then you left her.
No, that's not true. What you're making? Listen, you have very poor listening skills. Let me.
I have absolute great listening skills.
No, you don't.
Do assessments and listen to everybody all day. I'm just breaking you down on the basic level of
things. Let me clarify. Hold on. No, that's not what I said. What I said was, before I got into a relationship, I was with two people, right? I was talking to them. And I was also talking to a lot of other people, but it boiled down to those two that I liked the most. Now, I said, when my Camaro broke down, I stopped talking to her because I know she really liked my car. I thought that was obviously I knew that wasn't the main reason, but I thought that was one of the reasons why she really liked me, because she really loved my car. And also, I told you our dynamics would change. You forget that part. Why? Because I always picked her up. She didn't drive. So I picked her up every time we went on a date, every time we went out to eat, every time I wanted to see her, every time she wanted to sleep over, whatever I want to come over her house, she'd come over my house. I was responsible for that. So me not having a car and her not having a car would change our dynamics drastically.
She
right?
told you that.
Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. It does not matter what she said. I'm telling you my reasons. And you keep focusing on me not having a car, and somehow I no longer have no value. I don't believe in myself. I have no value in myself, which is not true. Now, when it came to the relationship, I said that I put her in a relationship. And when I was able to gather myself and got a vehicle, right, I ended up cheating. Why? Because I was still in love with both of them. So when I got caught cheating, this one, she went her way, whatever. And then I was still with her. She forgave me, but I eventually left her because I didn't want to be with her any longer, and I realized being single is the better answer for me. That's what I said. So now you can try to relate the story the proper way instead of making things up about my story.
No. I'm not making things up about your story. We're not breaking it down to the basic. I want you to break. See,
there's
if
nothing to break down.
to,
You're reaching. You're like trying to reach for something extra. Oh, I forgot. You have traumas. You have traumas. But listen, I'm not yelling. I'm being very stern.
Hey.
I just feel like you're reaching.
That's what I'm hearing you say. I'm telling you, that's what I'm hearing you say. And I just, if you get to that part, then you could probably, then a lot of people, if you take it down to if you strip your ego, strip yourself, and that's what shadow work is too, getting to your higher self, your higher being, I do a lot of that too. If you strip it all down, everything goes back to self. I'm hearing you, we don't have to talk about that part anymore because like I said, I just would like for you to understand. So let's get back to it. Let me see. So why did you break up with the other girl? You said that she forgave you. It sounded like you said that she was still cheating.
Wow.
And she just turned out to not be the right person.
Wait, I said I was still cheating? Because I said I was still cheating?
That's what you said.
Oh my God. Did I say I was still cheating, so I broke up with her? Is that what I said?
No, I didn't say that either.
You literally just said that. You said it sounded like I said I was still cheating.
You started laughing before I got finished. I said you broke up with the other girl because she wasn't the right one, but it still sounds like to me that you still cheated.
And then you just said, I just said that. That's literally what you just said.
No, it's okay. What it sounds like to me is, and I'm asking, so what happened? So why did you end up? So why wasn't the other girl the right one for you?
Ma'am, you should just let me do the therapy work because you're not good at
I know. I don't want you to.
You're not good at this.
I'm trying to get an open understanding, open dialect going on.
You're not good at this because you keep making things up.
I don't want to be good at it. I'm just trying to get an understanding because I need to understand men more, right? So I'm just trying to get an understanding of the thought process.
What are you asking? Huh?
The one that forgave you, why you break up with her?
Because I wanted to be single and I didn't want to cheat. Why do you think I should continue cheating?
That she wasn't the person for you and that your family didn't like her and stuff.
And I also said, I didn't say that I didn't want to cheat. Did I not say that? I said I also don't want to cheat. So should I not break up with her? Huh?
So you didn't. But why didn't you like her?
I did. I loved her.
Now, like you said, cheating with men is of no consequence. So
wait, what?
Why didn't you like her?
What are you talking about?
What did she not do for you that you didn't like?
No, it wasn't that she didn't do anything. She was good. She had a very nice body. I was very much attracted to her. Very nice body, and our sex was amazing. It was top tier. It was very fulfilling and on both ends. There was no issues. It was just I was at a moment in time where I just felt as if I needed to be single. I was in 2 relationships back to back. Previously, I was in a relationship for almost 4 years. It was a good, successful, healthy relationship. And I can still contact that person if I like. But it's just that she wanted monogamy. She wanted somebody. She's ready to get married. She wanted children. and that we were just unsuccessful at that. And I just figured that, you know what, I'm just going to be single, and I'm going to do my thing, and I'm just going to let her go because I didn't want to be with her. And it's that simple. So that's why I let her go. It's not that I did love her. I
She was
did.
marriage material.
What was that?
She was marriage material.
You don't even know her. How can you say
I'm
that?
asking.
You just made a statement. You didn't ask anything.
No,
She said,
no. Okay. I had a okay. She was marriage material? Question mark.
for the right person, yeah. For the right person, I say she was. Yeah, she was for the right person. But that wasn't the only issue. There was a lot of issues. I told
And
you.
I'm asking you what they were.
I literally listed them. I told you. She
Mm-mm.
didn't get along with my family. There was a lot of little things. It was just a lot. It was a lot. And I just really wanted to be single. Yeah, that part.
So now, are you looking towards marriage? You're 30.
I could be married. You wouldn't even know it.
I'm at you. Don't. Okay. Are you married?
Am I?
Fisher, you got to, at some point, you got to stop, man. You got to stop. Are you married?
I don't know. Am I? Do I seem like I'm married? I don't know. What do you think?
It's not gonna. What you think? It's gonna turn your viewers down if you say yes or no? You probably got a girl.
No. Well, no. If that were the case,
are you married?
I'm a little different from you. I don't like to tell too much of my personal information to the world.
We just talked for an hour about the girls in the Camaro,
which was over almost a decade ago. So that's okay. I don't mind talking about past.
I wouldn't have known about the girls or the Camaro.
I don't mind talking about past situations. That's okay.
But you just like playing games.
I'm not playing games.
Y'all got to cut this out, though. Y'all got to cut it out. At some point, all the fun and games is, we can laugh and joke about everything, but y'all got to cut it out, and y'all do a lot of the moving of the goalposts and gaslighting and stonewalling and all of those things are based in.
Now I'm gaslighting you?
Absolutely.
Oh, what?
Where you been?
What? How am I gaslighting you? Are you serious?
Because,
tell me how I'm gaslighting you. But you know what? This is a new term, right? I need to actually look this up.
Actually, it's not. Gaslighting,
it is.
It was created in the... Actually, let me tell you.
It is.
So, it's a movie on YouTube, right? It's called The Gaslight. And it's a black and white movie. And it's actually great. Like, I'm a movie buff too, right? It's actually really, really great. It's a little bit slow in the beginning. But what the husband does is he eventually drives the wife crazy. And every time he would go in the attic to fuck with her shit, whatever it might be, then the gaslight in the bedroom would go low. So that became a trigger for her because he had her thinking that she was just tripping. Even the maids and the butlers and the people in the community, he had them all thinking that she was just crazy, right? So then eventually her cousin comes to her and tells her that pretty much this guy's trying to off you because of the family inheritance. And that's why so that's where the term comes from. It actually comes from that movie. And it's an excellent movie. So gaslighting is it's a type of lying where you're kind of psychologically playing on the person's mentation. It's one thing like, okay, so for example, a new age example of that would be, you smell like perfume. No, I don't. I I don't smell like perfume. I happen to, that's a gaslight. Even though you was just with another woman and your woman is smelling the perfume on you. No, I don't. You're crazy. I don't smell like a woman's perfume.
Ma'am.
Do you understand? Like, that's what gaslighting means.
Okay,
So
well,
it's not a new age
well,
term.
like you said, the name of the term gaslighting does come from the movie, right?
Absolutely.
It was a movie. It was 1938.
Absolutely. And it's
The
excellent. You
movie
should
is
watch it.
called
It's really good.
Gaslighting, but the term being reintroduced in society is something relatively new within the past 2 to 3 years. Yes, it is. So
It's a catchphrase now.
yeah,
Absolutely.
it is something relatively new that is reintroduced in society. I'm looking at it right now, and it basically means manipulation. I've heard it before, but it's such a nuance. It's such a new like nuance into society when having conversation, when conversating and conversing with people. But yeah, anyway, yeah. So are you done with your
You've done
interview?
some gaslighting in this conversation.
Really, I've manipulated you. How did I manipulate you, ma'am? Tell me.
Just by asking me questions, and then once I answer them, then you mute me and then turn it back on me as if I'm trying to attack your ego, when really I was just asking you a straight up question. Absolutely, that's gaslighting.
Ma'am.
It's just now, after 14 years of dealing with it, I'm aware of it,
Ma'am.
and I can kind of brace myself. What I will say is, within that whole 14 years, I came across the term of gaslighting because I'm like, I know.
Ma'am.
What? I'm gonna tell you.
Ma'am.
What?
Ma'am, are you
What?
serious right now?
What about it?
It just makes me question the level of awareness. Dude, I did not mute you because I was trying to manipulate you. I mute you because you wouldn't let me talk. And even before I muted you, I asked you and pled with you to let me speak. I didn't cut you off or mute you because I was fucking trying to manipulate you. I literally said, hey, no, let me finish. I literally said, Mika, if you keep cutting me off, I'm going to have to mute you. You didn't let me speak. Even though I let you speak and you literally said, no, I know you let me speak, but I can't let you say things that are not true. You don't remember that?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I wasn't manipulating you. You wouldn't let me talk. How was that gaslighting?
The gaslighting.
It sounds like you're gaslighting me now.
Oh shit.
Oh shit is right.
Okay, so what I'm gonna say is this. It doesn't have to be the isolated portion of the muting, because I respectfully sat and muted and I listened.
Bruh.
It was about once you ask me something and then I flip it and now look at that. Damn, now you got me tripping. And then you flip it and now you're mad at me about my response. And it's like, well, damn, you asked me. So I'm thinking that we're having a cool, just an open conversation or dialogue. Like, I need you to understand, like, I'm not bitter towards men, even though I went through a traumatic situation. Like, so so in my mind, we can have the dialogue. So if you ask me something and I'm thinking that you're asking to know versus asking to judge or flip it, that is gaslighting. Absolutely. So it wasn't just about the muting. I could deal with that part. It's about once I answer your question and now you've turned this upside down, like I'm trying to destroy you or my husband or any other man. No, that's not it. I'm literally just trying to give the woman perspective on how being hurt and the cheating and all that goes into play. That's it. So yeah, absolutely. You've got some gaslighting in this conversation.
Ma'am.
I told you at the beginning of this, I thought you was a narcissist.
Oh my God.
I did, and I still do. It's just nothing has changed about that. I think you're cool though. But yeah, I definitely think you got some covert ways. Absolutely. But it's not for me to judge. I'm not judging. We all have our toxicities.
I'm a cool narcissist.
I think you got some shit that you could deal with.
Ma'am.
Absolutely.
Ma'am, you started talking about your husband in a bad way.
Well, you asked me questions and I answered them.
Well, no.
I'm not mad at him.
Hold on. we talked about mental growth, and your reference for mental growth
I
was
said
your
mental development.
mental
You kept saying
development.
mental growth and mental health. I said, what have you done to mentally develop yourself?
Okay.
Just as you developed your
Oh,
physique and
okay.
your finances.
Ma'am, mental growth and mental development, they are the same thing, right? Unless you're talking about something physical. That
It's
there's no
really not the same thing. Growth, we can grow because all of us are going to get bigger, right? We can grow, but development.
Your mental is not something that you can. It's all right.
Go ahead, fly fish, and say you can't develop your mental growth, your mental development.
No,
Go ahead and say that,
no,
Fisher.
ma'am.
You can develop your mentation. Absolutely.
Ma'am.
Oh, Fisher.
Ma'am.
You disappointing me, man.
Ma'am, mental growth and mental development, they are the same thing. Okay.
They are not. You can grow.
Wow.
You can grow physically. You can get bigger, right? But if you are not doing the work to develop, and development is not the same as growth.
Wow. Okay.
It's not.
All right. Listen.
It's not.
Listen.
That's a gaslight.
Oh, wow. Okay. Now I think we're just misusing the word now. Listen, the whole point of me saying that is when you talked about mental development,
Absolutely.
and you made a reference to my mental development, and then you talked about your husband's, you're talking about your husband mental development and the lack thereof. And you talked about him in a negative manner. That no longer makes me want to talk about my mental growth. If this is how you talk about the person you chose to be with for 14 years. And prior to that, we weren't talking bad about your husband. So I just thought that it was a little left field.
No, we weren't talking bad about you either.
Hold on.
I asked you.
Mika, can I finish speaking?
Yeah, because in a minute you're just gonna mute me. Go ahead and talk, Fisher. Jesus.
Oh my God.
Listening.
Listen, I'm just letting you know that you didn't just ask me questions and I muted you. You didn't just ask me questions and then I attacked you for answering the questions. That's not what happened here. And I just want to make that 1,000% clear, right? I think you're trying to play the victim here, but I'm just you are you're trying to play that role, and you need to stop.
I'm not trying to play nothing. You gaslighting though, Fisher.
Okay, ma'am.
We don't gotta fall out about it. But what I'm trying to do is see, that's the thing. A lot of times when we're talking to you all, you know that if you walk through that door of damn, she right. You know that now you owe yourself a development. You know what I'm saying? If you don't ever walk through that door of damn, she right. Then you're not going to atone. You're not going. You can be accountable and say, okay, yeah, I lied or I did this, whatever. But if you walk through that door and say,
all right,
she's right,
ma'am,
then you know that you owe it to yourself to fix it.
Ma'am,
I'm telling you, being on this live, you didn't, and I'm talking, and I've had a great time. And you got yourself up to some good viewers. I'm sure you got some follows and things. I'm gonna tell you how you gaslighted. When that woman gave you 43 roses, and then you turned around and called her old, that was a gaslight.
First of all, that's not. Gaslighting is manipulation.
Why did you do that?
First of all,
why did you do that?
First of all, I think what you're doing now is gaslighting, right?
Why did you do that? That woman gave you 43 roses.
Ma'am.
And nobody else is giving you no roses or nothing.
Ma'am.
And then after she gave them to you, you said she was old.
Ma'am, let me talk to you. Gaslighting, let's give you the definition because I think you're having a hard time understanding what the word means.
Are you insane?
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna
let you do that.
Hold on. Let me read it to you. Gaslight, manipulate someone using psychological methods into questioning their own sanity or powers of reasoning. Now, When that woman gave me the roses, I showed gratitude and I said thank you. Then I alluded to her username, which said 63, and she said that was 1963, and I said, "Damn!" Right?
You thought that was cool?
Okay, but it doesn't matter what you
Yes
thought.
or no? Did you think
Hold
that was
on,
cool?
ma'am. You got to let me finish talking. It doesn't matter what you thought it was or what I thought it was.
I'm asking you if
uh,
you thought it was cool.
Oh my God. We know that it wasn't gaslighting. That's one thing we do know. That's something
Was it cool?
no, because now are we changing the goalposts? Are you gaslighting now? Because you just said I was gaslighting and just called me crazy. You called me crazy for correcting you.
I would have felt crazy as a motherfucker if I just gave you 43 roses and then you turned around and told me I was old.
First of all, I didn't call her old. I said she was older than my mom. That's what I said. Because
you said, God damn, what do 65 mean? That's not funny.
It was fucking hilarious. And even she laughed. She laughed too. She laughed too. She laughed too. So it was funny.
What was she gonna do? Are you saying that that's cool? Fisher, that wasn't cool.
All right, but listen, the point is I showed gratitude and I said thank you. And now I'm joking with somebody who just gave me some roses. I'm extremely grateful, but now I can't joke. Are you trying to manipulate me on how I'm running my life? Are you trying to gaslight me into feeling bad for making jokes? No, I think no. I think you're trying to gaslight me. Are you trying to gaslight me?
Well, then take it as such.
Wow.
What, you mad?
Wow.
You told that woman she was old. She gave you 43 roses, and then you told her she was old.
You know what? And she was
my damn feelings.
You know what? And that's the problem. She was a good sport about it, and she said it stood for 1965. You can't be more mad about the person that was supposedly had the joke on them. What's wrong with you?
Nothing is wrong with me, but you thinking that's cool, and that's not cool though.
Well, she didn't have a problem with it, and it was a funny joke.
She did. I'm sure. I'm telling you. Okay.
What?
She laughing because you know you playing games.
I'm not playing games. I'm having fun. And she laughed about it too, so it's not a problem.
Weird as hell. Like, why did you do that? Like, why did you do that?
Because I felt like it. How about that?
And that's okay. And you felt like it because I know that you were narcissist. And I like it. I mean, cool. Kudos to you.
Now you just insulted me. You know what? You told me about hold on. You told me about all these psychological issues that your man going through, that you going through, and now you over here telling me I'm a narcissist, right? I didn't once come at you. Hold on.
And I can only give you the perspective of the one that I've been in for 14 years.
Hold on. I didn't, but prior to you talking about your relationship, I didn't ask you about that. I didn't, right? And two, you telling me that I'm a narcissist? You understand that narcissism is a mental disorder that only accounts for about
a personality disorder. Hold on. It's not a mental disorder.
Is it not a mental disorder? Is it not in was it the DMS-5 or something like that? Is it not in there? It's considered a mental disorder.
No, it's not. It's a personality disorder, and that's
ma'am. Is it not in the DMS?
You're around Fisher, so don't get up in the ring where you don't have a now you a boxer, you said, but you can't do this with me. Personality disorders are different from mental disorders, so we're not going to do that.
Okay. You were wrong about gaslighting. So let's
personality disorder, and that's a different thing.
Okay, let's look in the DMS-5. So it is in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what is the DMS-5? What does it deal with?
Personalities and mental health.
Okay.
And disorders of each.
When you talk about a personality, what is that? What is that?
A personality.
And
so
what is personality?
So anything that has a D on it. So like borderline personality disorder, narcissistic personality disorder. But I want you to know that there's still like triads. You still have clusters that go to each one, right? So then you have like histrionism. You have like kleptomania, like you said. And those things can be like subsets of each. But it has to be a certain criteria. It's a classification for behaviors, and certain behaviors could go along with the personality, and certain behaviors can go along with the mentation.
All right. Does
So
personality
there's
not deal with the mental?
I'm talking about, well, you asked me about the DSM-5.
Yeah, but that was my point. Does it not deal with the mental?
You have to ask the DSM-5.
No, I don't have to
Don't
ask the
ask me.
DSM-5. This is common sense because the DSM stands for diagnostic and hold on. The DSM stands for Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. The very book is a criteria for diagnosing people with mental disorders. So when you talk about personalities is dealing with what? Is dealing with the mental. So if you say it's a personality disorder or a mental disorder, it is the same thing, ma'am.
Personality disorder.
It's the same thing.
It's not. So I'm not saying Fisher.
Listen.
You're doing you look it up.
I just did.
Going to Google. Shit, like you doing, like, come on now.
Oh my God.
Like I said, and then you have to also understand that there's a such thing as traits versus the complete disorder.
Ma'am, that has nothing to do with nothing. Ma'am,
you still have a subset of whether it's grandiose, whether it's covert, or whether it's
that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant.
It is because we are.
Tell me, and this is what I do every day, and this is what I come on.
It's okay. You can do it every day and still be wrong. Just like you just were.
I'm wrong because you don't agree?
No, because it is a mental disorder. It's a mental disorder, ma'am.
Look at what you said. So you're telling me that, so if I told you that you boxing was wrong, I don't box, but I'm telling you, okay, well, you're wrong about that.
Ma'am, I just looked it. Ma'am, I just looked it up.
Then look it up.
I just did.
And then read what it says about narcissism. Go to that.
Okay. Listen
so don't just go to the definition of what the DSM is. Go to narcissism within it.
Oh my God. Listen.
Absolutely.
Listen. Your personality is dealing with the mental. If you look up narcissism, it will say, well, first it says somebody who's overly inflated, self-absorbed personality. But narcissism is a personality disorder. And it also falls under the category of mental disorders, which is why it's in the DSM-5. And the DSM stands for the Diagnostic, and I'm reading this, by the way, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, meaning that it is a criteria, right, that the people who diagnose people with mental disorders use to diagnose them with. So if narcissism is in it, it's dealing with the mental. Otherwise, you wouldn't be referring to the DSM-5 because why? It is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of
personality disorders versus mental.
Ma'am, I don't need to do that. Oh my God.
Go to that part of it.
Oh my God, no, I'm not doing that.
Go to the narcissistic part and see how much you meet those.
No, listen. I'm not a narcissist, right? And narcissism. I
didn't say you were.
What? I did say that. You didn't say I was a narcissist?
I said that, Fisher. I redacted that. I said that. I did.
Listen, I can't. This is. Let's try to. You're gaslighting. Yeah, you are gaslighting.
I did say that. I said that.
I think you're the gaslighting here.
No, I know.
All right, let's
hold
on. Let's try to get Paula up here. Paula, introduce yourself, where you're from, and this topic is so far gone. Just say what you think. I think that we've been entertaining Mika for so long. Just say what you think. And
you brought me up here, Fisher.
Yeah, because you was talking all that shit. But
you brought me up here, Fisher. Don't do that. And we'd have been up here for 3 hours. I'd have been rocking with you since midnight, and now you talking.
Hello, I am so happy you gave me your platform to talk.
Hold on. Please, wait, hold on.
Hi, sweetie. Hi.
Hold on. Introduce yourself.
I'm Paula.
Where you from?
I'm from Los Angeles, California.
And tell us what you think about the topic.
Well, the way I see it, You were telling your story, right? We all have a story.
Ma'am,
And
before that, tell us what you think about the topic, the heading here. Before you get into
oh,
what you have to say, please.
flirting, looking, talking, loving,
What
love
do you
making,
consider
hanging
cheating?
out, texting, and it. Excuse me?
What do you consider cheating?
Cheating is when a girl or a guy disrespect each other by hanging out, like you say, just hanging out with somebody else without you knowing, and they're lying to you. I think that's what cheating about. You know, the disrespect, hanging out, telling one person you love them, and then you have them believe that they're the only one in your life when they're not, when you're with somebody else or seeing or trying to see somebody else. That's what I think cheating is. Are you there?
Paula, he left. He don't care.
I don't think he's that rude.
Girl, I've been on here with him for 3 hours. But go ahead.
I feel cheating is being disrespectful of, if you're in a relationship with somebody, I feel that that's disrespectful.
All right.
Okay, here he is.
I had to use the bathroom. Sorry, guys.
That's okay. You need a break.
So what's up? What do you really want to talk about?
I heard you telling your story,
Mm-hmm.
and we all have a story,
Right.
but there's nobody have the right to judge you telling your story. And I think everybody on here agrees with that. Because you're not a narcissist, you're not gaslighting anybody.
Mm-hmm.
You're just telling your story to somebody,
Right.
and nobody should judge you. Because you know what? After all, life lessons in the everyday today life does not come with an instruction book at all.
Mm-hmm.
So we do what we can with what we have at that moment.
Mm-hmm.
We all make mistakes.
Right.
And that's how we learn about life.
Absolutely.
That's what I think.
Mm-hmm.
That's my humble opinion.
Right.
So I understand what you said about your past, about one woman that you were with one, and then, you know, you saw somebody else and you were with another one, and you did say that you spoke to both of them.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't just like be cold and just, you know, start a relationship and then be with one, or just didn't make them find out what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
So we all messed up in life.
Mm-hmm.
I've never cheated on anybody, so they've cheated on me 2 times. But I'm not angry with anybody, you know, because I got help and I moved on.
Mm-hmm. Right. That's
I am
a flex.
no one to judge you. Nobody's anybody to judge you and use words that they don't understand to talk to you. And I think that's why everybody in the audience were laughing, because we're listening to your conversation. Not that we're laughing at you,
Mm-hmm.
but the way the conversation is going, you know?
Mm-hmm. And I understand.
I don't know you.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know all your story, and I'm not here to know all your story, but I heard what you told about your story over and over. And if you would have told me, I wouldn't have been in circles with you over and over and over.
Mm-hmm.
I just think the conversation, we were all getting tired of the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was just going in circles and circles. I don't know if you guys know each other.
We don't.
Like really good.
We don't.
But no, Dom, I'm not drinking. I don't drink. What's wrong with you? I don't.
Paula, don't get too caught up in the comments. I have a question for you. Do you
Yeah,
believe?
go ahead.
Do you believe that that someone can be in love with two? Do you believe that someone can be in love with two individuals at once?
I can believe that they believe if they tell me,
Mm-hmm.
of course. If you tell me, Paula, look, you know, there's a situation where this one woman do this for me, and there's a situation where I got another woman where she does this for me.
Mm-hmm.
And I like both of them. I can believe you're telling me that because you're telling me that.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's your situation.
Mm-hmm.
I can believe that.
Interesting. And
That has happened to me before.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I met the father, and then I met the son, and both of them fell in love with me when I was much younger.
Fisher, you better get her.
Wait.
You better get her.
Hold on.
Fisher, don't do that.
Hold on.
Oh shit! Because Paula tried to come up in here.
Hold on.
And I've been on here with Fisher since midnight.
Wait.
Nobody
Stop.
saw
Stop.
when
Don't
you
be
were
rude. Hold on. Stop. Guys. All right. All right. Listen. Let her. I just want to mute your mics, guys. Listen. We got to have some type of order. Let her.
Yeah,
Let her finish talking. She didn't even finish her damn sentence. Now, Paula, you said you met the Father and you met the Son. It sounded like you was about to make a Trinity Christian reference. I don't know, but wait, are you talking about?
No, I'm relating to your conversation. You said, Paula, can you believe that a person could love two people?
Right.
You know, it just so happened that I'm minding my own business, met this gentleman, really good-looking gentleman,
Right.
much older than me.
Right.
And the following day, I bumped into the son.
Okay.
Because I work in the movie and the music industry.
Okay.
You understand? So I didn't know that was the father. I didn't know that was the son at first, you know? So I've been through that you can like two person.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't fell in love.
Mm-hmm.
They fell in love. Okay? That's a different situation. But it's kind of similar to what you asked me, right?
Yeah, no, I get it, and I'm not judging you. I think that's a very interesting situation. I would love to know how that, if you don't mind telling, if you want to keep it to yourself, that's fine. How that?
If you're asking me, I'm gonna tell you. We need different conversation for this platform because it's been on you all night.
Right. I just want to know how does a situation develop between someone who's talking to a father and a son to the point to where they both fall in love with you. Can you elaborate on that? Because I think that's very interesting to hear.
Well, I met the father first, and we're on set at a movie, on the set, and I never see anybody else with him. So we just hang out and we talk during the filming of the movie. And then maybe a week after the son came by, the father was not around. He introduced himself, say hi to me. We had nothing going on, me and the father, before I met the son. We just hang out like friends, like co-workers, you know? I never knew that the father was in love with me.
Mm-hmm.
But anywho, and then I met the son. We talked for a couple of days. We hang out too. We work together. And then the father and the son came together. And the father said, hey, I want you to meet Paula. Then the son said, I already know her. We hang out and we work together. So it was like that. But I was never in love with them. I like both of them, but I was never. But they were in love with me.
Mm-hmm.
But it got to the point that they both fought, like really physically fight, because they wanted me to pick one of them, and I think it was all too dramatic for me. I don't like stuff like that in my life. So I just like say, you know what, both of you go about your business.
So, question: how long did this situation go on to where you were in? How they fall in love? Were these two guys, the two people you were actively interacting with? Were you going on dates? Were you kissing? If you don't
No, no, no,
mind.
no, 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 no. We only saw each other on set.
So
We never had a date. No, we never did a date because after I knew that that was the father and that was the son, to me that was too much drama. And I heard they got in a fight one day. I didn't went to work. That they were in a fight because of me, and I just did not want to talk to them. And I was praying for the movie to finish so I can finish my job and my responsibility and leave the set.
So how
And
how
that's what happened. It didn't go farther than that.
so in fact, how do you know that they were in fact in love though? Because it doesn't sound like they were in love. They just sound like
Because the
fools.
father had left me a letter, and the son had left me a letter at the at the office that we had. I had gotten a letter from both of them when they left the movie set. So the movie was filming. It was in my country at the time. So they're Mexicans. They came from Mexico to bring all the equipment and stuff because it was closer from Mexico to bring production and everything that we needed for the film to make the movie. So they brought stuff in trailers and stuff. So I'm Mexican. I'm from Belize City, but I'm mixed with Black and Spanish. I'm 100% Caribbean woman. That's why you hear an accent. Hi guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very interesting story. Very interesting story. I thought that story was gonna get a little more juicy, but
No, because a father and a son, how can you get between that? That's you have to know where to draw the line, you know.
I get that. I've talked to family members before. Maybe sisters, not a father and a daughter. That's nuts to me to actually get involved the way I was involved. I've talked to cousins and with the cousins, I told one was before the other. They weren't at the same time. But no, it happens. It happens. I get that. So
But look at me, I'm not an ugly woman.
well, I haven't seen your profile, so I'm not saying you're ugly. I don't even know what you look like.
I know, sweetie, you're not saying it. I said it.
Okay.
No, it's
that's
just
fine.
when you have that mix, right?
Okay. So
when
let's
you got that light skin mix hair,
yeah.
and beautiful brown eyes.
You better be careful. You might get called a narcissist, so don't brag too much.
Why?
Because when you're very self-absorbed, you get called a narcissist. So, just be careful. You might get attacked. But it's okay if you have tough skin. It doesn't matter, right?
You know what, my friend? I've been through a lot. And I'm a woman of a certain age. That's why I am a little more on the don't give a shit what other people say. Not in a bad way, in a good way. You understand? When you get more mature and you have more knowledge of life, you get you really don't care. You know what people have to say, not in an ignorant way, but
right.
I have a good job. I have my own stuff going on, and I'm single. I've been single for 14 years.
Okay.
So it's not that I'm self-observed. I just learned to love me, and I'm very real. I'm Scorpio. What can I say?
Okay, I hear you. Thank you for Paula for sharing your story. Let's let Ellie join. Ellie, introduce yourself, where you're from, and tell us what you think about the topic, ma'am. Ellie, I think that's your name. Ellie, would you like to speak? She probably doesn't know how to unmute your mic for you.
Ellie.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, I'm Elle Archer. I'm fine. I'm enjoying your live, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm Elle Archer from Brooklyn, New York.
Okay, New York in the house. What's going on?
Yes. What's up? Flatbush. Okay.
Oh God, never mind.
It's okay.
Oh no, not Flatbush.
Hey, you know what I'm saying?
All right.
Barbados in the house.
Yeah, it's a lot of Caribbean people. It's a lot of Haitians in Flatbush. But tell me what you think about the topic.
Well, okay, I think that when it comes to cheating, as far as flirting and all the things you have listed, I think it's the intention behind it and what you're doing with the person more than anything else. Because you can't really live your life not making friends or whatever, and you can have friends that are of the opposite sex. It's about the intention,
right,
behind what you're doing.
Right. So. Okay, and anything else you would like to say about any of the things that were being said? Any opinions, commentary? Tell us what's on your mind. You want to talk about any personal issues?
I had a lot to say in the comments, but I think I'm gonna let that go because that can go left.
Oh no! What did you have to say in the comments? That's the whole point.
Okay, I can say one thing. I think one of the biggest problems that we have. I think one of the biggest. Oh, I'm hearing myself echo. Okay, yeah. One of the biggest problems we have is that people take terms that they've learned about mental health and apply it to everything, and take it completely out of context, and just everything. It makes it impossible to have a conversation sometimes, because you're not actually hearing what the person says. And then on top of that, I probably shouldn't say it. Here we go. Sometimes people try to sound more educated than they are. And that's also another big thing that's going to stop the conversation. We're not going to get anywhere with a person who is more concerned with sounding smart than actually having a conversation. There's a lot of that going on all over this app. That's why I don't even do lives. I'm here learning from you, to tell the truth, because I could not have held my tongue. I could have not kept my cool with some of the things that you've had to deal with during this life. And I commend you. Hats off for that, because it's not easy. And that shows. It shows your character, and I'm with that. So I'm a follower now. I'm on you. Thank you. That's about it. I'm gonna jump out. That's it.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate your commentary, and I appreciate you commending me on my patience.
Yes, very patient. Woo.
I mean, like I said,
I was letting go in the comments a little bit, but yeah, I'll be back in the comments.
All right, no problem. Do your thing. Okay. Thank you for joining.
All right.
I'm not gonna start nothing. I don't want to be an instigator. But that says a lot. Let's have another guest up here. Mo, tell us what's your name, where you're from, and tell me what you think about the topic.
Hello.
How you doing? Introduce yourself, please.
Good, thanks. How are you? Are you speaking to me now? Is it Mo you're talking to?
Yes, I'm talking to you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Mona Lisa, and I'm calling from South Africa.
Okay, what's up?
Good. So this is a very interesting topic for me, and I guess for everybody else, because I guess that's why we stuck around. The first thing I'm going to comment on is if we could just listen to comprehend and not to respond, things would be much better.
You want to say that one more time? Mona Lisa, you want to say that one more time?
South Africa, I'm saying, oh, sorry, I didn't get that.
Say that one more time. You said we should listen to what?
I'm saying if we as humans would listen to comprehend and not to respond, society would be much better. Not just on this live, but in general. Yeah. So in
Right.
terms of the topic, I find it very interesting because if I think most people have gone through it, or if at some stage in their lives, because cheating is not just physical, but it could be like you listed there in the form of texting and all those forms. But what the most interesting part and the most, something that hurts people the most is that most things around cheating happens around secrecy. It's the secrecy around it that gets more hurtful to the other partner, because I think if one person spoke to their partner in terms of what this and this does not sit well with me, and so can we fix it, instead of just going around and not telling the other person what you're not happy with. I think communication is key to any relationship.
Okay.
Communicating what what you're not happy with in the relationship, and the other party, I'm sure the other party has stuff that they're not happy with.
Mhm.
And so, yeah, I think things would be much better.
Do you think that people cheat just because maybe they're just selfish? Maybe they just want more. Maybe they just have a.
It could be anything. It could be unresolved traumas, because we don't know how the person grew up, what happened around their lives. Some people might have traumas that they're not even aware of. So I'm not going to judge anyone who cheats, as much as it's painful to be cheated on. We should not judge right away. It's painful, but there's more to it than just meets the eye.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's a very interesting take. I think that cheating is a selfish decision. I do. I also think that there are a lot of different reasons why people do what they do. It's not okay. It's always better to have some disclosure of honesty.
100%, it's not okay. It's not okay. But what I'm saying is, if you try to helicopter around the person's life, but I think some people would do that once they are healed, to be able to take it there. But if you are in that situation at the time, then it's not easy to understand such.
Right. I agree. And I think as people develop, I think that people change over time also. Yeah. So there's always that. There's always that. Mm-hmm. Mika.
I'm not saying it's not selfish. Someone says it's selfish. Yes, it is definitely selfish.
No, it is a little bit. Especially if you don't involve the other person. But hold on a second. Mika, you've been pretty quiet. You okay over there? Did you fall asleep? You there, Mika?
You know I'm here.
I just you just been quiet. This is the longest
You got me muted. What you want me to do?
Oh no, I thought you don't know how to unmute yourself, sweetheart.
No, I didn't know I could, honestly. Teach me how to do it.
Show me what I think it's better if you know. I think it's better if you I think it's better if you know. How you feeling?
I'm feeling all
right. Did you have anything you wanted to say?
No, because here's the thing. Y'all think I'm about to I don't give a Mo, that was very good. I thought your points were very good. Communication is definitely key.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody that came in here to attack me is insane, because Fisher, you and I've been on here since I've been rocking with you since you got on this thing, probably at midnight. I at least saw when you put the headphones on. So me and you been talking for a long time. So anybody that just recently came in, and if they got the circular arguments that we were having, they didn't get the beginning. So I'm not trying to sound, I don't got to prove myself to shit. So, but I mean, it's been cool for me.
Mm-hmm.
whoever else is in their feels about it. I mean, you know, Paula got the father and the son fighting on set, and you know, that's strange, but whatever. It is what it is. Kudos to Paula. I like it actually, but I mean, it's strange.
What's so strange
Ellie,
about it? Wait, hold on. Before you get to Ellie, what's so strange about it?
Nah, because now you don't have no problem with that, Fisher. When our conversation initially was about men versus women cheating and all of that. Like, don't do that.
Wait, hold on. Talk about.
That's fine. You know what I'm saying?
Come on, wait, Mika, hold on, Mika.
Nah.
Mika, hold on. I questioned her about it. Hold on. I questioned her about it. She said that she didn't get involved with them. Did you not hear when I said, did you get involved with them physically? She said no. Now, if she said she got it, hold on. If she said she got involved with them physically, I would have had more questions and that would have led to another conversation. But she said she didn't get involved with them physically. Now, from what she presented, I didn't see a problem with it. Tell me why you thought it was weird.
The part that I thought was weird was that everybody came on live to attack me versus talk about what your topic is. That's the part that's strange to me. Paula can do whatever she want to do. I mean, shit, I'm a woman. Do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? But don't get up in here talking about, oh, you got all this patience. Like,
Russ was good.
I'd have been on here with you for the last we rolling into 5 a.m.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So don't aim them cannons where they need to go. Like, get in here and discuss the topic. Don't talk about me.
Right.
And I don't have to sound shit. My credentials speak for themselves. Now, if you don't like it, then move about the cabin. Do whatever the fuck you gotta do.
Oh,
but leave me alone. I'm talking to Fisher. Fisher invited me on.
Language,
Y'all
please.
requested to join. So that's a different fucking thing.
Mika.
Nah, fuck them and fuck that.
Wait, Mika.
Get up in here with that bullshit.
Mika, please. You can say what you. All right, listen. You can be real, but
I'm tired. I'd have been drinking. I'd have been talking. I'd have been rocking with you. I'd have been listening to your points and vice versa. Ain't nobody about to get up on here and talk that shit to me. Now, Mo, your contribution was great. But, I mean, it is what it is. These women got up in here, and I'm trying to defend women. And they got up in here, and I'm also trying to hear your point of view. Don't get your ass up in here attacking my credentials and stuff like that. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's not right. That's not fair. Period. But I mean, it's whatever you want to do is fine. But Fisher, I feel like you showed out. I'd have been on this thing with you for a long time, and you already know. Ain't nobody else that was on here at the same time where we started was on here. And you just let them come up in here and do that when you know that me and you've been on here for a long time.
Wait, so what did they do? They stated their opinion.
No, nothing.
Hold on.
Ain't nobody do nothing. I'm not mad. I'm just saying. I already know about what the fuck I know about.
So do you feel?
It is what it is.
Do you feel as if I maybe should have defended you when they said what they said?
Now you was playing games, and that's okay. Do what you gotta do. But I'm going like I see it, Paula and Elle. Don't come up in here with that bullshit. Talk about the subject. Don't talk about me. Fisher, you can do whatever you like.
I'm just trying to understand because I get it. You've been on here for a minute, yeah, but like they gave their opinions, and I'm just
what of me or your topic?
Well, to my knowledge, nobody said your name.
They better not have.
So why are you so upset? Why are you saying their names?
I'm not upset. I just told you I wasn't upset. But don't do that either. Don't Fisher. Now be for real. Now me and you been on here for a minute, so don't do that. Now don't do that, and don't sit up here and play games and manipulate. Like I said, Mo gave a very good contribution. Communication is key. Paula gave her contribution. She had the father and the son fighting on set. Elle was I don't know what she said that people not sounding educated. I don't even know what that got to do with what cheating was. But like I said, everybody's going to give their contribution. I don't have no problem with that. But it's weird to get up in here. Me and you've been on here for like hours.
Well, do you
they missed all the parts about me and my husband, and the point, we went all into that circle of stuff. Don't get up in here and do that.
Do you feel as if you have seniority over them because
I
you were
don't have nothing. You not mine. I'm just here on the thing.
Right.
Like, I don't have no seniority, nothing. But
I'm
don't
just
miss
asking.
me.
I'm just
when
asking.
You know they haven't been on here as long as I have. Go ahead and say the truth. Well, nah, me and Mika was talking about this. To say that part.
Wait, what? When was I dishonest and disingenuous? When did I do that? I'm just trying to understand. Listen, I know you've been drinking. I know you've been smoking, but
smoking what?
That's what you said. You say you've been drinking.
I've been drinking. I don't smoke anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why I heard smoking, but I heard drinking and smoking.
You ain't hear that. I did say I have been sipping tequila. Yeah.
Oh,
that was early.
I heard smoking. I'm sorry.
We've been on here so long that I didn't talk, and we didn't. Come on, Fisher.
I felt like this was good therapy for you.
Fisher, how long you been on this live?
I've been on this live for 5 hours and 48 minutes.
And how long I've been on it with you?
I'm not sure. I think you've been here since the beginning. I think you've been here since the beginning.
Right.
Because if you did hear the podcast, then I think you've been here.
Then. But don't nobody get up in here talking no shit. Don't get up in here talking no shit about me. Like, I'm doing what I gotta do. I'm here rocking with you. You requested for me to join. I didn't ask to get on your live.
Okay, but my thing is, you mentioned you've been here.
Don't play games and don't gaslight. And I'm not. You ain't. You know what? Just.
Wait, hold on. So you feel as if because you've been here since the beginning that I shouldn't play games.
They missed portions of the conversation, so they might have came in at the wrong time or at the end of it. So don't get up here like we only been on here for like 10 minutes. We really been on this shit like all night long.
Right.
You're right. So they missed portions.
So say they don't have the right to speak yet.
No, they don't have the right to judge me. Now, say what you want to say about the topic, but don't get up in here judging me. That's what I'm saying. Talk about the topic.
Okay. Well, hold on. Let's let this newcomer speak. White in the Noise. Introduce yourself. Tell us where you're from, and let us know what you think about the topic.
Yeah, I am Moroccan, living in the UK, and my opinion is no free mixing between men and women, no speaking between men and women, except when it's a necessity. That's how you protect society. That's how you protect people from becoming single parents. That's it. You know what I mean? Draw the line. Don't cross the line.
100%. I agree with you, brother.
You know what I mean? Because otherwise, we are weak individuals, both men and women. We follow our desires most of the time, you know. So you better, you know.
You gotta
better. Yeah.
Can't follow your nuffs. I get it. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. That's it, my brother. Okay? You take care, yeah?
Thank you. Thank you for coming up, and thank you for your opinion.
No, brother, take care.
Man, what would this live be without women? I swear. CK, introduce yourself and let us know what you think about the topic.
I'm CK. I'm from the UK. I'm 17. I think what my man just said on the live earlier, completely right. Draw the line and keep the line there. You shouldn't be talking to anyone on any man or woman on a platonic or any other type of level if you're in a relationship.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's types of friendships. You have work friendships. You got other types of friendships, but there's a level to which you talk to them, and there's a way where you talk to them. It depends, innit? It's contextual. It's very contextual, but it depends on the context. You know what I mean?
It's disrespectful, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, innit? I like that.
Disrespectful, isn't it?
I've been watching you for a long time, you know.
Yeah.
Just letting you know.
How long you been watching me?
Like a good 2 years back when you was on Instagram.
Okay, appreciate that. Appreciate the support. I've had a lot of clients from the UK too. Yes, I've been really, I've failed to like hung out. I had some come out to New York, but I'm such a busy person that I never really have time to hang out. So, I really don't like have time to hang out. But one day I'm gonna come to the UK and maybe we could do like a meetup or some shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, bro. Yo, people in the UK need it more than anyone, bro. Carl.
Yeah.
The scene in the UK is crazy, man.
Really?
The stuff I'm hearing, yes, bro.
It's crazy out there.
It's crazy out here.
I bet it's probably a correlation with the United States. I don't think it's worse, but I know it gets crazy.
No, I'd say it's just as bad.
Really?
Yeah, definitely.
Wow.
It's just as bad. Like the same shit you'll hear people going through in America with their boyfriend cheating or their girlfriend cheating. The same shit happens here. Same shit.
Definitely. No, man, that shit is really crazy. I want to come to the UK. I got to plan a trip soon. I just got so many responsibilities. Just me up and taking a trip, man. It's just the most difficult shit ever. It's hard.
What's going on with this live now, though?
I don't know. I'm just. We got a little drama going on. Mika, she's been here the longest, and she feels a little disrespected. I don't think anybody addressed her exactly, but she feels a little disrespected, and she feels as if I didn't represent her well. But
I see.
Yeah.
I wasn't alive earlier. I think I heard a little bit about her and her husband. I don't have a lot of context right now, so I want to know what's going on.
Yeah. Mika, you okay?
I mean, what you want me to do? You waiting on me to flip the fuck out and act disrespectful? I'm not. I'm listening to the conversation. I'm listening to CK. He said that he heard a little bit about my husband and I, whatever. What he said was it's just disrespectful on both points. I'm just listening. I'm just here. What are you expecting me to do? Act
Mika,
no.
I just asked you.
I already said what I had to say, and I said it to Ella and Elle and Paula.
I just asked the question.
Don't Fisher. I'm on your side.
Listen. I just asked you.
Why you worried about me? So I'm just hanging out at this point.
Okay, listen. Hey. I just asked the question. I can't ask you a question. I'm just concerned. I just asked, was you okay? Because you keep saying you've been here from the jump. You keep saying that you've been here from the jump. You've been rocking with me for about 5 hours.
Ass up in here with the bullshit, and they were mad at me versus discussing the topic of discussion. That's what I said, and absolutely, and I said what I said. Now I'm not giving you no pushback about it.
I think you kind of are. You told me I was on some bullshit.
Get a fucking life.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
Leave me alone. And I'm and Sika and Mo, like I said, why you got Mo muted or them muted?
I think Mo muted herself. They know how to control the mute button.
You know what?
Are you addressing me, Miko?
No, I think your commentary was great. It's disrespectful on both ends, and you shouldn't be doing. I think it was great. I'm not addressing anything except for Elle came in here with the bullshit.
I see.
Yeah, y'all cool with me. Paula got the father and the son fighting on set.
And what was wrong with that?
Ain't even one of them get their ass. So I don't understand. So
wait, what? Why are you coming at Paula? What Paula then? She didn't even mess with them.
In here with the bullshit too. She couldn't say it. So she been single for 14 years. I've been married for 14 of them. So who the one got the most motherfucking Listen. Why you ain't tell Paula she was old? The other lady said you said the other lady was old. Why you didn't tell Paula she was old?
Well, first of all, the old lady had a 65 in her username. So I asked
Paula
her
is 72. She look it. Why you didn't tell Paula she was old?
Oh my God, you are being petty right now.
I'm being real. Why
hold
you
on.
Tell Paula she was old?
Hold on. I need you to stop for a second. Just for a second. Because that other lady, she told us the year she was born. She said 1965. And I said, damn. All right. Paula, I don't even know what Paula looks like.
Don't laugh at her.
All right, listen. We got another guest that's about to come up. And I know because she's from Flatbush. She from Brooklyn. I just don't want you guys to say any of the N words. No getting crazy, because I just need things to be respectful. All right. So just please watch your language. My God.
Yes.
Hello, Ella.
Hello.
How are you? What, you came back up?
Now,
May I
you
ask
know,
you what you wanted to say?
I only came back up because my name kept getting mentioned, even though I was trying to say what I had to say without making it personal. But a hit dog will always holler. So, regardless of what, me speaking my mind is going to have this person. I really don't want to. I know where this is going to end up going, and I really don't want to go there. But I also cannot just sit back in the comments and have this person just throwing my name out there like it's all right and just doing the most when you would have won in here sounding foolish, basically, to me. That's just my opinion. I understand that you have gone through a lot. I understand that, you have some traumas. We all do. And for that reason, that's why I don't want to get into any arguments, and I don't want to do that. But what I feel is what I felt.
Okay.
And
Okay.
what
Well,
I saw is what I saw.
all right. Well, you said your piece. Mika, I just think that Mika's been here for a while. She has, and she's contributed a lot to the live, and I think that's why she continues to mention that. And you're right, you didn't mention her name. Now, Mika, can we resolve our issues between the two?
I already told you was cool with me. I'm still here.
I'm talking
you
about.
Keep thinking like I got a problem.
Well, no,
I
between you and Ella, you keep saying her name, and she just doesn't like that. So can we bring that to an end if that's possible?
Yeah, because if I'm gonna throw the shot, then I'm you know what I'm saying? Like if you throw a rock, I'm gonna catch that bitch and throw it back. I'm not, Mary Magdalene. Do you know what I'm saying? Don't throw no stones at me. If you throw a rock, I'm gonna catch that bitch and throw it back.
Same thing.
Could have said my name. I would have been fine with that, but don't get.
I didn't say your name. I just pointed out the stupidity.
Talking about me. So
yeah, you were stupid, and I pointed it out.
Welcome, L. Archer 777. We rolled around at 5 a.m.
Everybody that goes to school is not intelligent.
Welcome back.
School is not a measure of true intelligence. Your conversation
I don't give a fuck what you said. And I
know you don't give a fuck about a lot, especially how you sound. You don't give a fuck about that.
About you for sure. Most certainly. Most certainly, that's the truth. So I said what I said.
How do I always get drawn into this?
Say no names. I said your name, and then
I tried my best to not get drawn into this. I think it's just by default as a Black woman, when you have something to say, it's just gonna be you're gonna get pulled into this thing.
No, you pulled yourself into it.
Why can't we just get along?
And stand on that. And I'm standing on
I've been listening for the last 2 hours. You've been sounding like a complete idiot.
Like, just say my name. Like, don't get up in here and act motherfucking like, okay.
Mika, you sounded like a complete fool.
You are entitled to your opinion. I never said
sound like a fool, Mika. That's all.
But don't get up in here and gaslight me and act like, oh.
Look, see?
Why you not talking about the cheating? You still ain't talked about the cheating. Talk about the cheating. You're talking about me. Talk about the cheating. Talk about the cheating. Don't talk about me. Talk about the
Whoever cheated on you was absolutely justified in it because you're an idiot.
I don't give a fuck what you think. And good. And he was.
Your husband has the intelligence of a 17-year-old because you do also. Y'all match equally yoked.
And he was, girl.
All right. Ellie, that was that. All right, Ellie. That was a bit of a low blow. That was a bit of a low blow. Hold on. Hold on.
She don't have to apologize.
Hold on.
A bitch with no value when I hear it. So
wait. Hold on, guys, for a second. Ellie, that was a bit of a low blow. She was.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. No, she said.
Mika, hold on, Mika. I'm trying to. Mika, I'm trying.
Talk about the cheating. Don't talk
Mika.
about me.
Oh my God, Mika, I'm trying to. Hold
like,
on, Mika.
They on topic.
Mika, I'm trying to defend you the best way I can, but you got to let me talk.
I'm just saying it's okay for you guys to have your discussion and go back and forth, but Ella, you know that was low.
I apologize. She won't stop though.
I understand,
she's asking for it.
but you ain't gotta you didn't have to go low like that, because she
That's
decided to open up to us as a people in this chat and let us know her personal information. You didn't have to use that against her like that, because
that is true. I apologize. If she'll accept it, then I apologize. I'm putting that
she
up.
was on 50. You took it to 100. You didn't have to do that. That was
she just had to stop saying my name when I asked. But I apologize though.
I understand that, and I understand you from Brooklyn, and I understand you from Flatbush, but
I apologize enough. I said I'm taking accountability for that. I apologize.
It's so good, and I appreciate that, because I don't want to, because she was a courteous enough to share her personal life with us, and y'all could go back and forth, but you went to 1,000 real fast. You went 0 to 100 real quick. You know, like the Drake song, she was at 50. You went to 100. Let's just, you know what I'm saying? I just want y'all had some tension. I want y'all to talk it out, and that's fine. You know what I'm saying? But you OD'd a bit.
I understand.
Okay, so did we?
I get it.
Our problem squash? Can we let it go?
Problem, but I'm good.
All right, Mika, I defended you. You've been here from the jump, like you said, and you got your apology. Can we squash the beef now?
You talking to me?
Yes, Mika, I'm talking to you. Is that okay? Can we squash this beef?
What beef? I don't.
All right, perfect. Hey, solid.
I don't know that. I don't know her.
Yeah, it's solid. Done deal. Cool. I'll take it. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God. Yo, women are like, you can't live with them. You can't live without them. I'm not gonna lie.
Please don't group me in with that. Please don't group me in with it, because I'm not.
No, I'm not saying you drama. I'm just saying.
You literally came up here and did that though.
Ellie, you from Brooklyn?
Like, you literally came up here and did that though.
Ellie, you from?
I can't do it. I can't do this.
It's all right. Hey.
Throw rocks and hide your hand. Like I said,
I ain't hiding nothing. I said what I had to say, and you see how. It's probably something I need to work on myself, not getting pulled into something, not getting pulled into that type of back and forth, because you're taking it down to a level to where I'm not trying to go. We can talk. I said I was wrong. You saying if I feel that you were speaking if I feel that some of the things that you were saying weren't as intelligent as they were intended to be, that's my opinion. Then if I say that, that's my opinion. I think that's okay. I didn't even mention a name. I just put it out there as my thoughts. You picked it up because you felt
you don't know how to communicate, and
like
that's
a hit dog will holler, because I did not mention names. I actually tried.
I did holler. That's right.
I tried my best to not direct it towards anyone, but you picked that on up. You picked that right on up in your mouth.
Yeah, I'm on the live. Like, what you think I don't have ears? Like, what the fuck?
Like, what the fuck? I'm not one of those people, so we're not gonna.
But you already did it. Now you're backing out, and now it's
what the fuck? I'm not backing out.
Wait, no. We was trying to squash the beef. Nobody's backing out.
You can have your opinion, and I don't have a problem with that. Obviously not. I didn't say anything about your opinion, but don't get up. Just be straight up with it. You know, I was.
How much more straight up can I be? With what I said, that's the problem.
Get up here and say, "Well, Mika, you know, I disagree with some of the stuff."
Well, Mika, you sounded unintelligent to me, and that's what I was trying not to say.
Try to sound more
that would have started something immediately.
And you're taking shots. If you say what you didn't agree with, and then we could discuss that.
I didn't agree with your ignorance. That's what I didn't agree with, and I was trying not to say that.
Even though that's the truth of what I'm saying. So just because it's not something that you're familiar with,
you don't know what I'm familiar with, because I'm not telling you anything about myself.
There's a difference in the.
You have no idea who I am, what I am, where I am, or what I'm doing. But I know a lot about you. And I had an opinion on what you said. And that's all I did was put it out there.
The opinion was that I
could have come up there and said your name and did all of that stuff.
Educated.
I was asked what my opinion was, and I gave it.
I'm asking you right now, besides you feeling like I didn't sound educated, tell me what your opinion, which part didn't sound educated.
You throwing gaslighting in places where it didn't belong. You not actually listening to what he was saying, but telling him what you think he said, even though he's explaining to you what he was actually saying, and you went right over that many times. I've been listening for a couple of hours now. Okay. And my opinions are not just based on me coming in and hearing a half hour or whatever. It's been something that's been building for a while, and I just felt like I wanted to let that be known. Without embarrassing anyone or saying a name, even though people will know who I'm talking about, but that's not my problem. If I have an opinion, I have a right to say it. If you're offended, you have a right to say it, but the way that you're showing your offense is not the way that we're going to get anything accomplished. You're just trying to take it to that.
I'm not looking at
ghetto level. Let's just say it. I'm not on that ghetto shit. And I'm not on that ghetto arguing shit. I'm not on that bitch this, bitch that, and all that kind of stuff.
I know, but you want passive aggressive and you still don't know how to communicate very well.
So I think I'm communicating very effectively. I'm telling you what I thought about you.
Absolutely, you are not.
You still sound unintelligent. You still sound
I don't give a fuck what you think I sound
and
like.
You still sound foolish. Even in your conversation right now, to me, you sound foolish. The same level of foolishness that was heard 2 hours ago.
Who are you?
So that drink isn't really helping you any. It's just making you sound more foolish. Maybe if you're trying to have serious conversations, we should not drink.
I'm grown.
We should be sober.
So I can do what I want to do. If I want to sit here and drink whatever.
Don't talk to me.
I'm off work.
Don't talk to me without a sober mind. I'm sober minded.
Are you to judge anybody? So what I
don't talk to me. I'm not judging shit. You don't have to speak to me, ma'am. You don't have to speak to me.
Well, then, and I'm not. So goodbye.
Okay.
Fisher, finish the conversation because I don't have to talk to her. You're exactly right. I ruffled your feathers. You got up in here.
You don't have feathers.
Well, bitch,
they're
I got
ruffled
them today.
off.
I got them today.
You have nothing left. Your tank is empty. All you have is the liquor. That's all you have left.
It looks like you had nothing to begin with, honey.
You speaking off of straight licks right now.
Like you have nothing to begin. You don't even have no pictures on your back. I don't even know what you look like, so I can't.
See, look at that. Look at the level. You just showed your level of intelligence. You just showed your level of intelligence. I don't need to show my face because I don't need the extra. I'm not on here to find men, and I'm not on here for that type of attention.
Mute my mic, Fisher. I don't know how to do it.
You're an idiot. You're a straight idiot.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. I tried to make you guys squash the beef.
You can't squash beef with someone who doesn't even realize what they're doing. That's been the same thing I've been watching happen with you for the last 2 hours and change is the same thing that was just done to me. So I'm not surprised. I'm kind of.
I understand. I understand. And you know what? Me and Mika did have our differences. And I'm not going to say you're wrong. I'm not going to say that because some of the things you said was right. I just feel like it got a little offensive. And now I feel like she's kind of getting bullied now. Just a little bit. I
feel like I was being bullied in the comments, hearing my name constantly. That was bullying.
And I can understand that.
I wasn't answering.
And I can understand that. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not contesting that. I just feel like you're not the only one coming at her. She's said a lot of things. We have to take into account that she's not in the right state of mind right now. She did admit to drinking, so she may be drunk.
And we're all adults, and we're all held accountable for our actions.
Correct. We are.
So
correct.
I haven't seen her take any accountability for what she did to even make me get back up on here and say anything at all. I got off before it was a problem. I sensed the problem coming, so that's why I said, let me just get off and go back in the comments.
Right. No. Right. Right. No. You
I'm
did.
Constantly hearing my name. So I mean, I understand you're what you must do as the host to
Right.
keep all of your people together. I understand that.
Right.
So I
No,
apologize for any problems that
no,
I may
no,
have
no, it's
caused by
fine. It's fine.
communicating.
You know, no, really, I'm not. You There's no need to apologize. I think that I just want to try to keep things balanced. I want to try to be a good host here. Um, like I said, she is drunk. And really, it's good. It's great conversation. It makes for great entertainment. But I just want to at least try to be fair. You know, we were talking about cheating, so listen. And I get it. I feel like you did start it okay. You said, hey, some people are doing this and doing that. You didn't say any names, which left it a bit inconclusive, and that's fine because you did that deliberate, and that's okay. She felt as if you were throwing shots, and that's fine. I do have to commend her for asking me to mute her mic because she didn't want to persist in this conversation any longer. Um,
Yeah, it's a little too late.
yeah, true. But I just feel like now she's just being bullied a bit, you know. And that's fine. Listen, you can stay up or you can drop down. That's okay. We're just gonna have another person up. I think. Oh my God, I think this person's been up before. Olivia Dope. Olivia, introduce yourself, where you're from, and what would you like to say on the topic?
Hi. Oh, so I like this new hair. It's a good look. It's interesting. It's good.
Thank you. Does it remind you of Keke Palmer?
I don't know. Does it remind me of Keke Palmer? Did she ever have a fro? I can't remember.
I'm sure she
She's
has.
doing this
My hair may be a bit longer than hers though, but yeah.
Let's not talk about Keke Palmer. That's a whole.
I mean, we did. We've been there. We've done.
But
that. We've flown
Olivia,
that
but
road.
Olivia, for the crowd, please
Yes.
introduce yourself and let us know what you think about tonight's topic.
Okay. I'm this person, Olivia. What else is there I need to introduce myself as?
Where you from? Where you from?
I'm
South
a South
Africa?
African
Right.
who's living in Korea. That's
wow. I didn't get that part last time.
I know. I think we never spoke about it.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm currently living in Korea. I've lived in Asia for the past 10 years. Okay. Today's topic. Do you consider these cheating? So I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a background on my position of what I consider to be cheating, because I'm a non-monogamous person, which means I'm polyamorous.
Olivia.
What?
No, because you didn't say that shit when we was talking the other day about Keke Palmer cheating.
Okay.
See, I knew you was being disingenuous. I knew it because we was talking about Keke Palmer cheating, and you did not disclose the information about you being polygamous. And when we was talking about your husband going on stage, you was like, "Oh, I wouldn't be upset. I wouldn't be upset." Of course, you wouldn't be upset because you practice polygamy.
First of all,
That's that bullshit.
First of all, Fisher. No, first of
Don't
all,
Fisher me.
Even when I was a monogamous person, I did not consider that to be cheating.
Of course you wouldn't, because look what it led to. You're a polygamist.
Well, I'm not a polygamist. A polygamist means one man, many wives.
You practice polyamory. Sorry.
Yeah, so actually, if I had to be honest, my perfect world is that I would be having many husbands. I'm all for kitchen table polyamory. That's one. Like, there should be 5 of them. What can you do with one only? We need more. I'm sorry. It takes a village, right? Is that what they say?
It takes a village to raise a child, not it takes a village to knock your doonies down.
I mean, what can I say?
I think you got the village part a little mixed up.
It's okay. I'm fine with that. I'm absolutely fine with that.
What? Okay, so tell me your position, please.
Okay, so when I think about cheating, I think that it all depends on for a couple. So if you are like 100% traditionally monogamous, I definitely think, anything. I would say for me, if I, when I thought about the days that I was monogamous, I would say things like, having conversations of potential relationships would be considered cheating. Making out, yes, having sex with people, these are considered cheating. However, I think there are some ways to be dishonest where I think fidelity shouldn't just be about your genitals. I think fidelity also comes down to the fact of like, what else are you being dishonest about? Because I think, buying things that are really large without your partner's knowledge is also considered cheating. Right? Because I think fidelity is not just about your private parts.
Well, yeah,
right?
well,
Fidelity.
well, yeah,
is
of
about the
course,
part.
they're not going to be about that with you because you have a different, you have a different paradigm than most people, right? You believe,
I do.
yeah, you believe that it takes a village to satisfy a wife.
Oh no, I don't think it's about satisfaction. I mean,
So
satisfaction.
tell
doesn't
me,
really come-
what is it about for
Mhm.
you? Because what do you mean when you say it takes a village? Is it because you like multiple men or multiple partners, or is it just you need more? You need more fuel for the fire? One man can't satisfy her. What is it?
It's actually not about like one person can't satisfy. It's just like I realize I don't like to be limited, and this is my problem.
Explain,
So if you have
elaborate.
to,
Elaborate on
okay, so
limited.
elaborate.
Please.
Elaborate. So
Please.
even though I could be like the biggest hoe at the moment and I could just be like, right, I can get a date all through the week, I don't actually do that because I'm so picky, right? And it's like, I'm just like, nah, you're not as nice as the one I had before, a little bit. So that's just for me. And I just think I don't like limits. I enjoy going on dates, meeting people. It's fun. Flirting is fun. But do I have to go home with every single person? No, I don't.
Okay, so question: since you're in a polyamorous relationship, poly relationship.
Yes.
So besides financially, because we did have Mika earlier, I'm not sure how long you've been on, but Mika did mention that stealing money is almost kind of like cheating, or doing things financially would be cheating. So aside from that, does cheating even really apply to you?
Does cheating apply in certain circumstances? Yes. So in
How
terms
so?
of what would be the idea of like my partner cheating on me is obviously withholding information that would be vital to us, right? So
Give an
for
example of
instance,
vital information. Yeah, please.
Okay, vital information would be like you're basically making a decision to, move to a different country, but you're not going to tell me. Kind of important.
You said you were married, right?
Yes.
How would your partner do something like that if you're married?
Well, that's the thing. What do you mean? How could they do something like that? Because
pick up and
we're
move to a
immigrants,
different country.
essentially. I mean, the thing is, you can plan all of these things separately, right? And go back to a different country and tell the person a week before, oh, look, by the way, I've actually got a new job and I'm leaving.
And I guess to me, I just feel like when you're married, as being poly, I just feel like the rules don't really matter. So if
well, there are rules,
right,
but like the rules are specific to us. They're not the same as everybody's rules, right? So being poly means that you actually have to be a lot more honest with each other about what it is,
right,
and what it is that you want and the future. So there's the constant,
right,
not a constant, but there's always a renegotiation
so
of the relationship.
So question, what the hell was that?
I don't know. Someone might be expiring.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell that was. Anyway, so how does that work? So so your husband is okay with you sleeping around with other men, correct? And I'm assuming it's the same thing for him.
And he's okay, and I'm okay with him sleeping around with other women. In fact, I think he has, he dates more than I do.
So does he actually really love you?
I mean, I would hope so.
But see that the lack of confidence in that answer concerns me. Because
I mean, I don't think it's a lack of confidence. Like, I mean, what would you say? Like, does he really love me?
I would say most married couples, if they ask their partner loves them, they would say yes. Even if somebody cheated, you can still say, yes, that person loves me, right? I can understand that response, but you would say, I hope so. I feel like when you ask somebody who's married, does your partner love you, or not even married, just in a relationship, a committed relationship, that there would be confidence in that answer, right?
I mean, I'm confident, but like obviously I'm being facetious when I say I hope so, but of course I know he loves me.
I see,
right?
I see. So,
I mean, he's been with me for 8 years, and we've been this way for 5 years, and we've been married for 2 years.
wow. So what made
The funny thing is, we actually got married a week after having like a foursome, and that was great. We were actually like, okay, cool, let's get married.
So, question: this foursome, did it involve all women or some men? How that?
No, it was actually another couple.
Oh, so you switched.
I mean, not really. The other guy was not that into it. He had some issues. He was like, I don't know. He was like, we tried to switch, but not really. But yeah.
He wasn't up for it.
Apparently he wasn't, yeah, and that's okay.
Do you think that wow, so it was just you, his wife, and your husband? Did he watch?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
No, he didn't. I mean, he was there, but like participating in other ways.
Wow. Wow. Shit. So, question. So, let's say let me give you a scenario. So, you come from seeing your boyfriend or dating whoever you're dating. You come home and your husband wants some, and you're like, "Oh no, honey, I'm tired. I just got wore out by John. He wore me out." Does that ever happen?
No, we don't actually have that because, like, you know, you have to have schedules, right? Because we work, we have full-time jobs, and so we, schedule our lives. It's just like, oh, I'm gonna see so and so, and I'm like, okay, cool. I have a party to go to. Yeah, you have fun, and I'll see you later. Or see you tomorrow, and like this is how you live your life. Basically.
So you never got with a man that one of your boyfriends, have they ever been like better than your husband in bed?
I mean, what is better? Everybody's different.
Oh, so it's not better; it's just different. So let me rephrase the question: have you ever been one of your boyfriends that have gave you more orgasms than your husband have?
I mean, I give myself the most orgasms.
No. Answer the question. No. Answer my question.
The question is.
The question is: has another man gave you more orgasms than your husband?
But like that's the thing. What does give you more?
Make you come more.
I mean, sure, but like there's a time frame, right? So like if you're only gonna be in the evening together, you might have 1 or 2 orgasms. It depends.
But just answer the question. Yes, you have. You've been with other men who's made you come more than your husband.
Yeah, I mean, yes, but that doesn't matter. I don't keep count of those things.
Well, clearly.
I mean, I don't. I don't know if I should. Am I supposed to?
I'm just curious. I'm just interviewing you because I think this is the most interesting perspective ever.
Okay.
And I just think that from understand, even in polygynous situations where a woman can be a little jealous, but I would rather be a little jealous than go and sleep with someone else. That to me is just beyond me. But hey, I'm not judging. Has your husband ever, has that ever happened to your husband? Has he ever been in a little, you come home and you want some and well, you said you guys schedule things, right? So you make time for each other.
Yeah. In fact, I would say that that's actually one of the things that I've noticed is that like for us, we both sort of check in and being like, you know what, it's been such a busy week with like month with work or whatever. Let's do something just the two of us, or like let's go out. And we actually make a concerted effort to be together because you're very much well aware of the fact that your attention is not always the same. And so you're very much aware of the fact of like you have a partner. So you actually do things much more, where I feel like when I was, monogamous and I dated someone for 5 years before this, you kind of just get used to the fact that that person is there all the time. You just get used to the fact that they live in the house with you. You just get used to the fact that they're always going to be there and you actually don't put any effort in.
This is very interesting. Very interesting.
And so for me at the moment, like I'd be like, okay, you're going to have to, and I guess that honestly, I would not say that this is a lifestyle for everybody. In fact, I do not advocate it for everybody.
Oh no, I wouldn't advocate that for anybody.
But like, that's fine. It's okay.
No. Listen,
know
how
what?
you live your life. How you live your life is how you
Yes.
live your life.
Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Of course, please.
So in your situation, there's not many ways you can be cheated on or cheat on your partner because you are in a polyamorous relationship. But say a situation like the situation with Adam 22, his wife, and Jason Love, where your partner would go on to make adult content and post it for the public to see, and that may tarnish your character in your relationship. Would you consider that cheating?
Okay, so my partners went on to make public content. Was I informed about it? Was I part of the discussion, or was that sort
Yeah,
of
you were.
something that they did?
Let's explore. We can explore if he was and if he wasn't to see.
Okay. If I was part of the discussion, I'd probably want to read that contract to be like, how much money are you making and what's being split here, first of all. And then I'll be like, okay, cool. If this is really what you want to do, then this is what you want to do. I mean, would it bother me to be like, oh, your husband's a porn star? I'll be like, it's okay.
Wow.
Because would you say like tarnishing my reputation? What's my reputation?
You have no reputation.
Wait, so I'm confused. So are you married to one man or married to all these?
Well, I mean, I'm obviously not married to all of them because that's not legal, first of all. And I have one legal husband.
Okay, so if you're married to one man, this will be kind of the man that represents you. You know, you're in matrimony. So if the man that you're in matrimony with goes and makes adult content, that would sort of, you know what I mean? You know where I'm trying to come from, that it was sort of...
No, I'm not, because I don't understand what you mean by
well,
matrimony.
I think
I'm not being daft, actually. I'm not quite sure what you mean.
CK, I think that you're coming from a traditional standpoint, and I think traditional morals and stuff like that don't apply to this situation.
Which I don't have.
Exactly.
I don't have a single traditional bone in my body.
Obviously, you know, that's not something that applies to her. It's just anything goes. Clearly, before, you know, she said before she got married, she had a foursome with a whole nother couple. So I don't think anything goes. The question is, what are your limits?
What are my limits? Wow.
The sky.
The moon, maybe.
So
how far is Uranus?
All right now. So question. So since you said, you know, there's almost limitless. Would you be open to I don't know if I can. Would you be open to animals?
No, I think that's not right.
You said there was no limits.
No, I think that's not right in terms of, because, you know, one of the I think that's very important is obviously consent, and there's no real consent in that, and that's not right.
What about incest?
That's also, again, that's not right. I mean,
why is that not right?
Conflating
how is that not right?
Yeah.
But in my country, the way that you live on a general basis is not right either. So what we consider right or wrong is,
I mean, first of all, that's not first. First of all, the basis of morality and ethics are not always one and the same, right? So, for instance, your morals are based on your idea of, I don't know, your religion or whatever the case may be, right?
And we would say that's our objective morality. But for you, it's subjective.
Well, I mean, not just
coming from there, because you could say that incest is wrong in society in general, because through evolutionary trait, breeding with family members can cause defects.
Yeah, but the problem is subject to change with her, because if you don't have any reference to, like, for example, somebody that has a level of religiosity, they will say, well, you only can fall into one. You would say, this is our objective morality and this is our reference for it. Doesn't matter what you believe. But when you don't have any reference and you don't have any objective morality, it's always subject to change, because anything goes with you.
I mean, it's not to say that anything goes. Someone asked, like, oh, what if he gets pregnant? Babes, we have IUDs for these things. Hey, come on.
Okay, but you can't control that. What if his partner, there's people that get that have IUDs and have still gotten pregnant?
Yeah, well, the thing is, my partner had a vasectomy because he's smart.
Okay, but I'm just saying it happens.
We are a no baby, no kid zone.
Yeah, I would hope so, because that shit would be nuts.
Why is that? I mean, okay, when you think about that shit is nuts, why do you say
you'd have to put lots of pieces of paper and a hat with names on it and to figure out.
That's only one. That's only one. And then also, you would have to also, like, the way you raise your child, because by definition what you're doing is immoral, right? It's not a norm.
Well, actually,
by definition it is. By definition what you're doing,
say it's immoral?
because by definition it is. And
okay, what's the definition of morality?
All right, so I mean, you went to school for psychology. I remember that shit. You should know that.
But I'm but you know, as you're saying, not everybody uses the same definition.
Okay, immoral, not conforming to accepted standards of morality, right? So a lot of people would consider that immoral. A lot of people consider cheating immoral, but you, my friend, are just indiscriminately, sleeping with people. And with your husband's permission. No, so by definition, that would be considered
indiscriminately. There is a sense of discrimination, which is obviously
so what is how do you guys discriminate on the partners who you choose to sleep with? Because you told me you're pretty picky, but you didn't have any criteria, and I'm pretty sure your husband doesn't choose. That's something that you choose. So
I mean, no, we do. The first thing is, first of all, is like you obviously have conversations with people, and you say, listen here, we're in an open relationship. Are you about this?
By the way, doesn't sound like
you're not about this. Well, no, it's not.
I'm talking about you and your husband.
Obviously, meet people.
Okay, Olivia, can I ask you a question?
Okay, you should just be like, a question. You don't have to say, "Can I ask you a question?" But yes, you can.
I'm just polite. Okay, cool. I know that from now. So
Okay.
So we're talking about morality here. You say you're from South Africa.
Yes.
And you live in Korea.
Yes.
So where did this idea of the way you navigate your relationships come from? Because from my knowledge, neither of those countries carry those types of morals about relationships. I assume that African countries and Asian countries carry a very traditional idea and lookout of relationships. So where did you develop this desire to be with multiple different partners and for it to be okay? You said you was what's the word? You was monogamous at first, and then what caused?
Let's see if I can start from the beginning. I think it was something that I just always, not that I always thought about, but I think, I was monogamous before. I had relationships before. I had moved to Japan first. And then a relationship that I was in while I was there, because my then boyfriend was still in South Africa, had ended. And it was kind of like a really difficult breakup. And one of the issues was actually the idea that, there was an accusation that, a girl that he had been seeing actually messaged me, and she was like, oh, do you know that he's been seeing me while seeing you, while I was away and all this stuff. And of course, there was a lot of this oh, is this person cheating on me? And there was this whole feeling of, the betrayal. And then I kind of just sort of thought to myself, what is it about the betrayal that I really looked into? What is it? Because for me, it just felt like, am I feeling betrayed because he didn't choose me? Am I feeling betrayed because he lied to me? Am I feeling betrayed because this person, I didn't deem her to be as attractive as me? What is it? And I sat with this for and it just always in the back of my head, in the back of my head, in the back of my head. And, fast forward, I think I was there for about maybe I was there for 2 years, and 3 years moved on, and this was way before I met my partner. And then in a year after that, my parents' relationship, after like what?
Okay, so trauma.
31 years. So 31 years of marriage. My parents, and literally their relationship imploded. So my mom found out my dad was cheating for a year, blah 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 blah, and my mom was so angry. And again, I saw it. The betrayal was there, and I was like, what is it about this? Because I grew up in the household of like my parents having a very like normal parental relationship, but there wasn't that sense of real connectedness. But of course, they were parents who were raising kids during apartheid era, and then finally that ended. And so there was a lot of things that were changing for them.
Okay, so generational and personal trauma, to an extent,
I mean,
that's what caused it.
Yes,
Okay,
but the thing is, it wasn't. But the thing was, it wasn't the idea that the trauma had caused it. I was just like, if I look at all these instances, the only time we can say that the betrayal, it's very much built into an ego sense of it was like, why was I not chosen? Why didn't you choose me? Why did you do this to me? Why am I not the right one for you? What do that person have that I don't have? Right? And in that situation, I realized that what happens if I have a relationship and I just took the doors off? What happens if I just have a relationship and I took the doors off? What happens if I just said to myself, okay, fine, give this person the enough reign to put your heart through as much brutality as possible and see what happens? And this is where I came. And now I'm just like, what? Wow. Unbelievable. Like the terms of how much my relationship is grown compared to the relationships that I've had before, the person that I am now versus the person that I was before. And you know what? I honestly, for me personally, I think my partner does choose me because he can walk out all the time. He can leave for better, younger, more beautiful. But
I hear that.
He's not making the choice based on his penis to stay.
So hold on. I have a question for you.
Okay.
And it does sound like a trauma response, but my question to you is, what if he does leave you? Then what?
Then I'm just gonna have to like start again. And what does that matter?
Well, because it seems as if you allowed this open relationship to cure, something that you tried to wrap your head around. But what if that very solution of yours doesn't work?
Okay, so then it doesn't work because we see the statistics. Monogamy doesn't work for 50% of the people too.
Well, we're not talking about monogamy. I think it's the moral compass of it all is what a lot of people have a hard time with listening to what you're saying.
Well, the thing is, that's okay that people have a hard time listening to it, but this is my life and this is how I live.
No, of course. No, listen, and by all means, that's something that you can do. Nobody's objecting. Nobody's contesting that you're living your life the way you are. I was just saying that, because you say if he was to leave you, you say it as if it's as simple as 1, 2, 3. But in my head, I'm thinking that that's something that would probably do a lot of damage to you.
What is doing a lot of damage?
Because I feel like you rationalize this type of relationship based off trauma, and because of that rationale, you would now allow this. But what if that didn't, or what if that doesn't work out somehow? I'm just trying to think about the type of damage that would do to your mental.
The thing is, I don't live my life in fear of how things are going to hurt me. I do not live my life like that. Because the thing is, even if I was in a monogamous relationship and I was married and nobody was having sex with anybody else, the potential of my partner leaving is still just as high. I'm still going to have my heart broken. I'm still going to have to pack up my life and figure it out and move on. I'm still going to have to do all of these things. Why does it have to change now?
You know, I'm just trying to understand how you got to, because there's a lot of women, apparently, we've talked about that go through trauma responses. Like even in Mika's case, she's been through trauma where she's almost like in a battlefield, like, you know, analogous to where she has PTSD, if I got a little loud with her. But I'm trying to understand where you separate from most women as to where your trauma led you to just anything goes versus the trauma of people who do get cheated on and they're just not allowing themselves to. And I think what it is, it comes down to your moral compass and your beliefs. I think that's what it boils down to personally, but I'm just trying to understand what separates them and yourself. Why'd you go to one extreme and other people don't?
Because the thing is, I don't know if you ever read a book called The Road Less Traveled.
No.
Okay, so basically, it's by a guy called Scott F. Fitzpatrick. I don't know, something like his name. Anyway, a really popular book, and so basically, he goes on to say that, you know, people generally are going to choose the road that is the easiest, whether it is it's the path that we all know, it's the path that we all see, it's the path that's there for people before us have done. I, just by my character itself, purposefully never do that. I always want to go, thank you, Mercedes, I always want to go in the road less traveled. So if this means, you know, so if, let's say in like 10, 20 years, everybody is suddenly poly, I bet you damn lost amount of money I'm going to be monogamous. Because it's all of a sudden, oh no. And that's just what it is.
So it's a fad for you.
So it was.
Well, no, it's not a fad. It's not a fad for me. It's just like, I'm doing this now. Will I do this forever? I'm not sure. Let's see how it happens. I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Okay. Very
right?
interesting.
This is essentially my life. It works for me.
What? So everyone going back to, everyone's switching roles, right? So you said if everyone was poly in 20 years' time, would them switching roles reverse that trauma or that kind of trauma response?
Well, the thing is, like, when you're talking about trauma, I mean, you keep mentioning a trauma response, right?
Because that's what everyone's saying in the comments, and you did agree.
Okay.
That trauma did cause this to a certain extent.
Well, why did you think trauma caused this? It was literally, I mean, to a certain extent, maybe it made me rethink my own idea of what it is that I want in a relationship.
But inadvertently,
right?
Because if you did not go through that situation, then you wouldn't be here right now, you know?
I mean, to a certain point, sure, but then I could say that for a lot of things that I've done.
Okay.
So, I mean, the idea is that this is a relationship style that I think is working for me. I enjoy this relationship style. It's not for everybody, and like that's fine.
But do you have like meaningful lovemaking with your husband anymore?
Of course. Like, why? You can have meaningful lovemaking with more than one person.
But my thing is, I 1000% disagree. No. I don't. I'm gonna take that back. I retract that statement. I just think as a man, I think it's very difficult for me to be inside of you face to face and just knowing that maybe just yesterday another man was inside you, perhaps face to face. You understand?
So do you see where that idea of lovemaking to you has nothing to do with your partner, but more to do with your response as a man?
No, it's about my connection to you. That's what it has to do.
No, but that's the thing. Why would your connection with me change?
Because sex is not just a physical action. It's not walking or doing anything.
Hold on.
Okay.
Let me answer. Well, one, it is something very intimate, right? And there's this idea of exclusivity. That's why people have this debate on, body count doesn't matter. Body count doesn't matter. Fuck that. It does. And not because, you're a woman and no, there's the idea of exclusivity, right? If I'm in you and this is something special to me and you, and it's something very intimate, and you are now getting dug out by another man, God knows how,
God knows.
Mm-hmm.
It's just beyond me. And I just feel that that intimacy is no longer exclusive. And sex, obviously, it's something that it's a lot more casual nowadays than I guess if you go back 100 years or even a little, maybe a little less than that. But that idea that you are laying down and allowing another man to be in you intimately the way I am, that's no longer special to me.
Okay, so you think that the sex is the only way that your relationship is special?
Absolutely
No,
not.
but
Absolutely
at
not.
what point do you draw the line with the exclusivity?
Exactly.
You can have any other type of. You can have any type of conversation with any other man. You can do anything you can do with your partner with another man. But then sex is like one of the few things that you have that not necessarily you own, but that is
Exactly.
kind of
And I don't and I don't think it has anything to do with the ego, right? I can share outside of sex. That's what usually makes a relationship a relationship. That's usually what makes a marriage, right? Because just about anything else you can do with anybody. That's not your marriage. That's not your partner. That's not your girlfriend or boyfriend. But what makes that relationship a marriage, what makes that relationship exclusive is the sex part. That is one of the usually the only things that separates that type of relationship from any other relationship. So once we have that and then you give that to somebody else, I'm me I can't the love making won't be the same to me. So that's when you say when you say to me that you guys have this exclusive relationship, it's really hard for me to think that that's real love, you know.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you this. So, because you're basing it on the idea that exclusivity comes from, you're going to the sex is exclusivity. That's what keeps you connected. That's what keeps you intimate, right?
Well, it's not just that. It's literally the
okay.
it's literally the
Okay.
only hold on. It's literally the only thing that separates every other relationship besides an intimate boyfriend, girlfriend, or husband and wife relationship. Because everything else you do, because you said, is that the only exclusive
Why
thing
are
you can
you
do?
shouting?
First of all, I'm not shouting.
Confused.
I'm not shouting. But if I
Okay.
wanted to shout, I could, because this is my shit. You feel
Okay.
me? But
Okay,
but
that's
I'm not.
fine.
But I'm not shouting. And what I'm telling you is, it's literally the only thing that makes things exclusive. So if like, what
Okay.
separates you from having a relationship with your friend, or
Okay. Okay, cool. So the question I wanted to ask, sorry, can I just answer this question one more time? The one question that I wanted to ask is that, like, if that's what you think is like exclusivity, what happens if you are in you and your partner get married, you have a relationship 10 years, blah, 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 and something happens to your partner where the sex is not possible anymore? What happens? What are you building on?
what do you mean? What am I building on?
Well, I still wouldn't have had that with anybody else while I was in that relationship.
Okay, so basically, it means that your partner is unable to perform sexually.
Okay. So does that mean everything else has to deteriorate, or does that mean hold on?
No,
Does that mean, let me answer your question. Let me answer your question with a question. Does that mean because we're not having sex, everything else wasn't being built? Because even while we were having sex, everything else was still being worked on. Everything else was still, doing what it's doing. That doesn't mean just because we stop having sex, the parts of the relationships break down. Those things were still going.
Also, another thing, even on a physiological level, right? When you have sex with someone, chemicals are released. Oxytocin is released when you cuddle after sex and have aftercare. Dopamine is released. These chemicals are released that make you feel a certain way towards a person. If you're sharing these chemicals with other people, what do you really have with your relationship?
And a study that corroborates what he's saying is on psychologicalscience.org. And it alludes to a lot of different things, but I won't do that to you yet, but I'll let you respond.
Okay, so so I'm hearing everything that you're saying, right? I'm absolutely hearing everything that you're saying. I'm answering all your question. I'm doing all of these things. However, I'm still not understanding if you guys are you trying to convince me otherwise, or like I'm just so, because I'm telling you, I get that my relationship is not the norm. I'm aware of that. And I get that by your definition, it doesn't seem like a real relationship or even a love relationship. And that's also fine. But like, it's still just my relationship and it works quite fine for me.
Well, nobody's trying to convince you of anything. I'm just trying to understand your logic. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to understand how you process things and how, and really the real question was, how is love making even still special between you and your partner?
I mean, it's still special because he's still my favorite. He's still my favorite person. He knows me like the real person, the goof, the whoever. Like, and that's another thing. It's like having many partners, or not many, but having other lovers means that I get to be different version of myself. And that's always fun.
1,000% the best. It still feels special.
I mean,
does he tell you he loves you when he looks you in your eyes?
Have to. The thing is, I don't need. Okay, let me explain something to you. But I don't need to be number one. I just need to be in the top 5.
Wow. So that, yeah.
I don't need to be number one. I just need to be in the top 5. Yes, you can.
That said it all, folks. That said it all. But that's you're his wife.
Yeah.
I think it's a cultural difference. I think it's a cultural difference.
I disagree.
It's a cultural difference.
I disagree.
As far as the sexual thing, like, I feel that let's just say melanated people have more of a spiritual connection with sex. So when I'm
melanated too.
Well, what are you, Olivia?
I don't want to say it in a certain ways, but
I'm melanated.
Let's just say that it's a cultural difference. Let's not put it down to race or anything like that. Okay, let me bring some of my experience in it to try to help you understand what I'm saying. Okay, like how they were saying that it was a trauma response with the way that you have your relationships, the open relationship. I've had a very traumatic upbringing, and during my marriage, I was completely over. Let's say I didn't have any friends. I didn't do any of the things that's listed up there in the back there. I didn't do anything like that with anyone. I was the complete so-called Christian wife, doing everything that everyone is out there complaining about not being done. And that the trauma from that marriage and doing all of that caused me to go into complete celibacy. So it's like, it's different. You had trauma and it caused you to want to open up, and I had trauma and it caused me to want to close down. What's the difference between you and me? I would say it's only a cultural difference. Just judging from where you say you live, and I can tell a little bit about your upbringing and mine, it's a cultural difference. Because I agree with what the gentlemen are saying. I can't see myself having sex with someone is a deep connection for me. And I couldn't see myself doing that with multiple people and it being okay. You understand?
That's fine. And I get that. I get
so,
that.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
I absolutely get that.
Thing. It's not like you're, yeah. You know,
I get it.
so.
I honestly, I do get it. I'm not saying that people should do this at all. I'm not saying that people should have all these ideas. But the only thing that I can say to people is that, like, people need to think about, I mean, maybe I went too far and I thought about it like, what is it about relationships? What is it about this possession idea that is there to make me feel better? What is it about this idea that I need to be chosen by my partner? What is it about this idea that forever needs to really be forever when there is no real example of forever actually working out? I mean, yo, man, I'm like, there's only one life and I'm living it to like the fullest degree.
Yeah, and I think,
another aspect, something else I wanted to ask you about is about the children thing. Being that you're a married woman,
she doesn't do it.
Do you get pushback from others when they hear you say that you don't want to have children?
I think I've had a few people say that, but I mean, I don't get that from my family at all. Like my parents, my mom, my dad who's passed, like they don't really give me any pushback about having kids. Because at the end of the day,
Because they probably
I'm
agree that you
37
should
years
have.
old.
You-
I'm 37 years old, and there's no, I like, if I really wanted kids, I should have done this at fucking 25.
I understand.
And
But
I should
yeah,
have done that at 25, for the simple fact is you just can't like all of a sudden be 30 something and be like, oh, I'm ready to have kids. There is a huge responsibility for that. And I'm not there, and I don't want to be there. So yeah, no kids
So
for me.
Olivia, how do you know that you're your husband's? How do you know you're his top 5? What if you're his top 10?
Okay. How do for my top 10? Oh, that'd be interesting. So, does my husband love me? And you asked me that earlier. And do you want me to give you an answer of how I know that?
Well, I would just like you to answer my question. How do you know you're in his top
Okay.
5?
Okay, so I'm going to give you this example of why I know 100% why, like, my husband loves me.
Let's hear it.
So, 2020, literally before COVID happened, we went to South Africa, and he had never been to South Africa, and he went for the first time. And actually, we went because, my dad was dying of cancer. Literally, this was 3 months before my dad died.
Mhm.
And so he
Sorry for
literally,
your loss.
first time he's been around, he's the first time he's been around my entire family. We're talking about my parents, blah, 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 all these things,
Mhm.
right? So the rest of us, my mom and my siblings, we kind of wake up early and we let him sleep in. But every morning he would wake up, and before he comes to say hi to anybody else, he would go to my dad in the room and he would ask my dad, do you want coffee?
Very nice. Very nice thing to do.
So the thing is, it's not about a very nice thing, right? It's not about a very nice thing. It's about the fact that you love me so much that you love someone else by extension, and that's important to me.
So imagine, this is crazy, but imagine
Mhm.
imagine how much you would think he loved you if he only wanted to have sex with you.
I know, but like that's so like really not. Yeah, that's really.
But
that's
no,
really
but
not
look,
what I want.
but
That's
look,
not the kind of love that I want.
okay, but I'm just saying, I'm not saying, listen, I've been, like, we already talked about it. I've been with multiple women before, right? I just don't allow my woman to get dug out by other men. But what I'm saying to you is,
that's okay.
Hold on. What I'm just saying to you is, you really didn't answer my question, how you know you're in his top 5. Just because that just sounds like a very nice gesture. I do that for strangers. I give there's people that come up to me and asks me, hey, would you buy me this sandwich? I'm hungry. I've done that. Like, I feel like he's just maybe a nice person. But for you to not be sure that you're in your husband's top 5, unless he has 5 wives, but then even still, like, that's crazy to me. That's crazy. It's crazy. Because even if there were just 2 of you, you would know that it's you only one of 2, right? It would still be better than 5.
The thing is, okay, let's put it this way: if I'm monogamous, right? I'm always my husband's number 1 by default.
Thank you, Sasha.
And that's not what I want.
So you wanna compete. You want to compete with.
No, it's not competing. It's just like it's literally, you can come back whenever you want to. As you're coming back, right?
So
sorry?
You want him to be allowed to leave.
Yeah.
Is it because you, well, we know why you got to this point. And you said you're not completely opposed to monogamy, right?
No, I'm not completely opposed to monogamy. So if we had the discussion in a couple of years and we're like, this is getting boring, should we close the relationship? Yeah, okay, cool, let's try.
I doubt that's gonna be boring for him.
I don't think it'll ever close. That's gonna be very fun.
Yeah, I doubt that. And that very statement of yours goes to show you that your mind is completely different from where a man's mind is, and what you have to understand about men, it's habitual. And that's what this study concluded, in the study that I was referencing in psychologicalscience.org, that usually in both people, it's basically said that both people, when having multiple partners over the span of time, it was harder for them to be in a monogamous relationship. Why? Because it became such a habit. But the difference
Mm-hmm.
between the men and women, the men were able to come back from it over time, so much so that their brain structure changed. And over time, through habit, a man was able to be with one woman at a time versus the woman. They were able to do it, but the difference was they didn't have that big change and it didn't get easy for them. When they tried to be loyal, they almost had to willpower themselves through it.
Mm-hmm.
And these are just some of the ramifications from living that type of lifestyle long term. But
Mm-hmm.
when you say that, maybe it'll change for him, I doubt it because it's habitual. It's just just my opinion. You don't have to take it, but just something to throw out there because maybe that's something that you would want to change in the future, but chances are it won't change for him.
I mean, the question is like, why would I want to change it in the future?
Yeah, you're doing it now, but you keep alluding to
I
it, which
mean,
you keep alluding to it, which means maybe you would if you
why
keep it.
would I?
Well, because you brought it up. Nobody else brought it up but you. So
I mean, I
maybe
said
we're
like
just thinking
that. We said
maybe.
like you asked me a question. Would I be open to monogamy? And I would because like sure, maybe we can talk about it. But like I wouldn't. I'm not the one that will be like, oh yeah, I feel like I just want to be you. No. Do you know what it's like to have hot men want you? Are you crazy? Like, are you absolutely crazy? Look
Can't
at me. I'm
relate.
37. I look 28. Why do you think that is?
Well, I
I'm
don't.
sucking the souls out of young men.
Wow.
Is it
Wow. Listen, hey, listen. It sounds like you like living a life. You like sucking the souls out of young hot men. I can't relate. I don't know what it's like for young hot men to like me, and I don't think most of the people on this panel can relate. But you know what? You're living your life.
I am living my life, and at least I can say I'm living my life. And I'm not like hiding. I'm not,
Right.
being. You guys can sort of, I don't know, rationalize as much as you want to about why I'm doing this. Is it trauma? Do I hate myself? Blah, 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 blah. I mean, you can do whatever you want to, and that's fine. And I'll give you whatever answers you want to have. But at the end of the day, this is my life, and I'm extremely happy while I'm here.
Well, like I said, I think it comes down to beliefs, right? It comes down to beliefs.
Yeah.
And I think that, majority, we know this is a fact, majority of the world, they do practice some sort of religion. I think Pew put out a study on, the divide of the people who practice some of the Abrahamic religions. And it makes up billions of people, at least 2 to 3 billion, right? Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe 4. But I think that's one of the main reasons as to why people don't just live a lawless lifestyle and just do whatever they want. It may not be so prevalent in the United States, but I think that's one of the main reasons is that, there's this idea of consequences and repercussions for your actions at some point. But I think
the situation. Sorry to cut you off.
No,
I
it's fine.
didn't mean that.
It's fine.
So I mean, the thing that I'm saying is that I think when we think of traditional marriages and monogamy, I think is that the world is not the same as it was before.
Right.
And people have to start rethinking. So for instance, when we talk about what is cheating, what constitutes cheating, I think these are conversations that a lot of couples are not having. It's just sort of the assumption that like, this is cheating. So my version of cheating and your version of cheating is almost like it's supposed to be a universal. It's not. And I'm only saying to people is have these conversations in front and saying to your partner, hey, I don't like you talking to women, on DMs, suggestively or like flirting via whatever. Do you do that? Is that what you do?
Right.
Having these conversations around what your insecurities are and things like that.
Right.
So I think these are things, and that's what I mean by, being poly. These are conversations that we have to have because you've essentially taken your relationship and you've upended everything that you know. So you have to have conversations about this. You have to have conversations of like,
of course.
What is this?
Listen,
what is
I've already said that, and I've said that when I did at the 7 hours ago when I started this live. I talked about that. I said that before you get into a relationship with certain people, not only should you filter them out to filter out the type of woman that you want. Obviously, this is referring to people who have a certain moral compass. But you know, filter these people out, but also set boundaries. You need to have a discussion of boundaries before you get into a relationship. I gave an example of a client that I had named John, and his girlfriend broke up with him because he was dancing with girls at the bar, and she was told from somebody that was there was her sister's ex-boyfriend's little sister saw him, and she said that's cheating, so they broke up. But they never even had a discussion as to what they concluded as cheating. So that part I do agree with you on. I just think that you live a different type of life, and hey, listen, that's for you. And you know, I hope it serves you well.
I mean, that's the same thing of like, you know, when you obviously on dating apps, and, you know, I obviously stayed on dating apps. I'm married, in open relationships. So the idea is that it's not like I can just meet anybody on the street and take them home. I don't do that because first of all, people are disgusting straight off the street. But, you know, just sort of having conversations with people and being like, okay, so you get this, ask your questions. What is it that you want to know? Are you seeing someone? What is this? What is your, before anything even happens? So I think these are things that people should be doing anyway, regardless of your relationship style.
Okay.
Regardless.
Okay. Well, okay. Yes. I'm going to leave it. This is just a random question.
Okay.
Was you married to this guy before you had this idea to do this?
Well, actually, we've been together for 8 years, and we spoke about this about maybe 5 years ago, and then we got married 2 years ago. So we've been open for majority of our relationship.
So what's the point of getting married?
Why not? Because we can.
Nuts.
Oh, wow. What is the logical point in getting married? Because you're not having children.
What's the logical point of not being married?
Because it's
traditional. You
traditional.
want to be polyamorous, so
And it's traditional. You guys aren't traditional at all.
It's not about tradition. Or I'm sorry,
It
Elle, I'm
is.
gonna get to your question. Let me just answer.
Marriage is a religious. Is based in religion.
No,
it is.
No,
it is.
No,
it is.
Okay.
It is.
But
and
also,
then it became a tradition.
let's stop there.
Cultures, but it is religious.
However,
so what is
marriage is but also I'm going to answer your question.
Oh, I didn't finish my question yet.
Okay.
Well, okay, you can continue.
So the question was, why get married anyway? So the thing is, it's not just about tradition. Marriage is also a legal binding contract, right? So for us, when we started to talk about what's the next step after career, where do we go to next? We realized that as a married couple, it works much better in terms of getting visas. If I get a job and he needs more time, he gets a job, I don't, all these things, right? This is the reason of being married. If you want to get married for love only, then by all means, promise each other the world and that's it. But you don't have to sign a legal contract.
That's not what I'm saying. You don't have to be...
Exactly. You didn't have to sign it either.
I'm just saying,
I gave you an answer. It's a legal contract. And I just said, if you move through the world, it works better as a married couple being married. So I didn't have a wedding and wear a dress and, you know, throw flowers and all that stuff. That's not what we did.
Of course, you're not traditional.
Of course, I'm not traditional at all. So Il, you had a question?
Yeah, I was just wondering, like, because like on my side of things, there's always the thing of like denying yourself. Like if you do meet someone that you like or you feel a way about and you're in a relationship, the denial thing, you have to let it go. Is it a thing with you where you just don't feel like you need to do that in your life? That you want to explore everything you can explore, like, you know, you can explore whatever feelings you may have for whoever, like.
So the thing is, for me, exploring different feelings, I do enjoy that. I enjoy falling in love because being in love and falling in love is the easiest thing anybody can do. However, I think we don't realize that, like, there comes a time after being in love when you start looking at the relationship and thinking to yourself, is this relationship even viable? right? And a lot of the time when you're monogamous, you lead with this, I'm in love with this person, and you try to make the relationship viable.
Okay.
Question. So that's
Where
that's one thing I wanted to ask you about, and you alluded to that too. It's almost like you alluded to being in a monogamous relationship previously, and it almost sounding a little boring to you.
no, actually, I didn't think monogamy was boring. I just felt that it was something that I was like, oh, we do this. Why do we do this?
Why do you do it? What do you mean? Why do you do it? Like you're questioning the existence of it?
Yeah, it's just like, is this it?
But see, that's the thing. And this is like, and that's why I said it comes down to objective morality, right? Because everything with you is subject to change because you don't have a reference for your morals. With you, anything goes, and it's always subject to change. And that's why I say a lot of these things, it comes from a religious based kind of thing, right? But you, it's always subject to change because you don't have a reference for that. So it's like, well, God says do this, God says do that, but you clearly don't believe in that. So it's like you're questioning your existence, you're questioning the idea of monogamy. You don't have a reference as to why this is right. You're like, well, is this it? Because you don't you're choosing not to believe in a certain way, in a certain lifestyle. And that's why it makes a lot of sense. And that's why I said earlier, before you even said what you said, that you know why is why is it like that? But I think that it comes down to beliefs, honestly.
Okay, so but the question is like, do you not want to question yourself? Do you not want to question your beliefs?
Oh, trust me, I've questioned everything, and I've done the research, and I haven't been lazy, and I've done hours and years of research to make sure that what I'm on, and I'm confident in that. I question a lot of things. I question people all day, but I also I also use my intellect to come to certain conclusions.
I mean, I think in that regard we're probably similar. Wherever maybe I take it a step further, where I just don't use my intellect, I go a step further and I'm practical.
You use your body, huh?
Right, I do, and my body works well. You want the survey? I can make a monkey survey. Trust me.
Listen, unlike me and you, I'd like to use my intellect. I don't like to experiment with myself. I'm somebody. I would say I don't drink. I don't smoke. I've never drank or smoked a day in my life. I've never been drunk. Actually, I'm lying. I tried it one time. I did. It was vodka and orange juice. I tried that once. Right. I don't do drugs. I don't pop pills. So there's a lot of things. I'm not into just doing whatever. I'm a man who lives by certain laws and rules, and I discipline myself.
I don't do that either. I have a glass of wine here and there, sure. I don't really get drunk. In fact, it's so much fun fucking people not drunk. That's like the best, honestly. I don't need to get drunk or get high. That's not important. I'm 100 with my senses at all times. It's just like, it's fun to live life. This is the only time that I'm going to have this life, right? What's the point? I live it. I enjoy it. I'm not hurting people. In fact, most people actually like me, believe it or not.
No, but I never said that you were a bad person. No, nobody's saying you're a bad person. We're just saying you're a whore. I'm joking. I'm joking.
Am I a
whore? I'm joking. It was a little jokey joke, but
I actually don't say the word whore. I prefer slut. It's much better.
Oh, okay. So yeah, that's what it was saying. That's all it was saying.
And I'm fine because whores get paid for it. That's so cheap.
But wait, that's not what you're doing though. Are you getting paid for it also?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't. Why do I want to get paid for it? Because the thing is, they do the audition. I choose them. It's not the other way around.
Okay. So you did choose you're doing it for free.
I mean, I am doing it for free, and because some of them deserve it because they're cute.
They deserve your body, huh?
Right? Because it's a gift. Trust me.
It's a gift to them or you?
Both actually. It depends. It depends, when they're 25 years old, it's probably like a training session, but that's okay.
Okay. Yeah. Have you ever do you get mad if they ghost you? How does that work?
Oh, do I get mad if they ghost me? To some extent, I don't think I get mad, but it is quite annoying. And the reason why it's annoying is because, you're so honest with people, and you just like, you're just like, this is how it is. Whenever you feel like, you don't want to do this anymore, okay, cool. But that doesn't really happen. Yeah, it doesn't really happen because like I don't think I go through a cycle of that many that often. I think
So
I've had
which
one partner who was literally like 2 years, and then
that's a
he
boyfriend.
moved. Yeah, he was a boyfriend. It was great.
So how many partners would you say aside from your husband, how many do you go through a year?
Wow, how many do I go through a year? Maybe 2 or 3.
2 or 3, and you've been doing this for the past 10 years. Would you mind disclosing the amount of men you've been with?
I don't know actually. I haven't counted.
Would you say it's over 100?
No, actually, not. It's not even close to 30.
2 or 3 a year. You've been doing this for how many years? 7?
I say 2 or 3, yeah. So like it's not even close to like 30, because like not every year. This is my busiest year, 2023. Last year there was only one person, was my husband, and the year before that. So for 2 years there was only like one other person.
And you said this year is the busiest year. So what we talking? 4, 5,
Well, yeah, this
3?
year there's only been like 3 this year. Yeah. It's been, yeah.
Why is this year so busier than the others?
I think this year, I was like trying, because I think the partner that I had left, and I was like, oh, could I replace him? No, I can't actually replace him. So that was like, oh, that was a bummer. And now I'm like, whatever.
Okay, well, you are a very interesting woman, Olivia, and I like the weird relationship we're developing online. You being in my 2 lives, but I have to call you out on that shit because we was talking about that cheating shit, and you didn't disclose the fact that you were polyamorous, and I didn't like that because that was very disingenuous, and you kind of just earned some mistrust towards me. You did, and I didn't like that. That wasn't nice.
I just think at that point in time, it wasn't.
Yeah, because we would have totally discredited your ass. We would have totally discredited you in your opinion, because anything goes for you.
Okay, first of all, discrediting based on opinion, that's not really something.
Well,
right?
but you have to understand. No, everybody would have discredited your opinion. You sleep with just about anyone. There's no discretion with you.
Whoa. That's not true.
Versus Kiki Palmer and her boyfriend.
Anyone. No,
all right.
Just about anyone.
All right.
That's
okay.
Not true.
Okay. You're a little picky. You're picky. Okay, cool.
I told you that I was discerning.
All right, but the ramifications of your relationship, your husband does not care. Kiki Palmer, baby's daddy, care. So you two different paradigms. So for you to say your opinion and not disclose that information, that was a bit deceiving. I didn't like that. I don't think you should do that.
There's many things in life that you're not going to like, and that's okay.
Yeah, but that goes down to your character. Because if you were honorable, you would have had some integrity and let us know your position on relationships.
Okay,
but you didn't.
So first of all, you have to make up your mind. I'm either immoral or honorable.
It's all the same.
I can't.
Well, first of all, I'm talking about you not disclosing that you're polyamorous was the dishonor. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. What you do and how you live is immoral by definition.
Okay.
Okay. Let's get it, get it right.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Right.
Well, I apologize for that. I'm sorry for not giving you this little tidbit of information.
Yeah, it was just a little deceiving. That's all. It's not fair. It was very disingenuous.
It's okay. I mean, I don't know. This is what happens when you're just a horrible person and you live
Whoa. I never said you were. Listen, only reason I said it was immoral because it is not a look, let's read the definition again. Immoral, right? Dictionary. It means not conforming to accepted standards of morality. You sleeping with more than one partner after you getting married and your husband being okay with it, that's not something that's accepted standards of of society. It's not. So that by definition, you fall into that category. That's all I'm saying.
That's okay.
Oh, and I didn't say you were a bad person.
I'm okay. That's okay. So anybody have any other questions? Now that we've, dissected my trauma and my life and all these things.
Yo, this live has gotten so personal. I done got in everybody's life. Is Mika still there? She done probably fell asleep.
Probably. Is her husband doing the same? Accountability? Yes, he is.
That's interesting. I want to speak to your husband. Next time you come up, let me speak to your husband. Is he around?
Oh, wow. No, he's actually at work.
Okay.
This is what I do. This is what I do. He's at work and I finish work earlier and I get on lives and I be myself.
I see.
Yeah. You see, that's how I know he loves me. He puts up with my crazy antics.
Wow. That's real love.
Olivia, if your husband fell in love with someone else to the degree where he wanted to spend his life with that person, how would that go down?
Devastating.
Like, do you think he would even tell you?
Emotional damage.
Emotional damage. Okay, so actually, for me, I would say that, I would hope that he would speak to me, and I think he would. And I mean, I did actually think about this. It was the idea that, if my partner, my husband, he meets someone who he feels loves him more than I love him and gives him everything, because I know how much I love him. I know how much I show I love him. And if he can honestly say that this person gives him more, how can I possibly stand in the way of that?
That's true.
How can I possibly say to that person, I don't want you to have more love than I can give you?
I mean,
because only I should give that to you.
It's only right.
What do you think that would do to you, though? Like, what do you think?
It's going to break my heart. It's going to break my heart, sure, but then I'm just going to carry on living. I mean,
like I said,
the idea of having your heart broken is not the end of the world. You still have to continue.
That's true.
So
somehow I would feel like I contributed to it, though. In that situation, just me.
So the thing is, and I looked at it and I thought about it. I mean, this was like when my parents had their problems, right? And I looked at it and I would listen to my mom and I would listen to my dad as well. And I would just hear the conversations about the way they explained it from their perspective. And a lot of the time it didn't come down to the care that they had and the love that they had for this person, but it came down a lot to like this me situation. And I was like, wait a second, this is all about you. So the idea is that if I'm married and my husband stays with me, it's because it's for my stability. It's for my future and my forever. And I'm literally putting that into the hands of someone else. And I'm saying to them, this is a glass ball, do not drop it. And I've literally given that person my everything. So when it fails, is that also not on me? Because I gave this person my everything and I trusted a human being. That's kind of crazy.
It's the only people you can trust.
And so that's kind of where the thing is like, either which way, if I am monogamous and I say that, and if I'm not, either which way I'm going to get hurt.
Yeah.
Why can't I get hurt and have fun at the same time?
It's not that, it's just the moral compass.
Okay.
I hear that. That's what the lack of it is, But you have been great, Olivia. You have carried us for another hour. I want to let somebody else up here and speak because I'm gonna go to sleep soon. And
I'm gonna say good night. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia.
Thank you for the questions. Nice to meet you. Have a great evening. Sleep well.
Thank you.
Take
care.
Thank you.
Right. Bye-bye.
All right, I'm gonna let these last two people come up. I want to drop everybody. Thank you, Olivia, for coming up. Make sure you should be following me at this point. I basically know your whole life. I'm well versed in who Olivia Dope is, right?
You are well versed. Are we friends now? Does that make me friends?
It's kind of, sort of, something like that. Kind of, sort of.
Okay. You just don't want to like me. That's okay.
Hey, listen, Olivia, listen. I don't dislike you. I think maybe you are a good human being. I just don't agree with your choices in life. All right. I don't think you're a bad person.
That's fine.
Right. I think you're great. And you gave me a compliment when you came on. You said you love the hair. So I appreciate
I do like the hair. It's a good look. It's a good look.
Thank you.
Yeah, you should keep it. Maybe a little bit shorter in the bangs, and then you'd be good.
Listen, I'm not trying. You're doing too much.
Bit shorter in the bangs.
No, like, because this is my hair. I braid it. I'm not gonna no, that's too much. I'm not doing it.
You can have it just a little bit shorter, just to give it a bit of a shape, and then you can still braid it.
I'm not taking advice from the polyamorous woman, okay?
No, the thing is, it's a slippery slope, because the next thing is you're taking my advice. The next thing you know, you're in my bed.
All right. You know what?
Be careful.
Bye, Olivia. I'm not sleeping with you. Oh my God, she nasty. I see what her problem is. See, you gotta. Oh my God, what the fuck? I think Mika. I think she fell asleep. I let her rock. Mika, you there? Is she even alive? I don't think. Yeah, I think she's gone. All right, let's get her off. We got 2 more people on here. Let's just let these last people up. Guys, when I let you up, introduce yourself. Tell me what you want to talk about. Tell me what you got to say. And then just tell me what you think about the topic, all right? And after these 2, I'm done, guys. I've been streaming for almost 8 hours. That's a full work shift. Guys, you need to follow me on Twitter. That's my Twitter. It's True Nation ENT. And if you want to donate to the Cash App, you can do that too. But anyway, guys, introduce yourself. Tell me where you're from, what's your name, and tell me what you think about the topic.
What time is it? Where you at?
One at a time. One at a time. One at a time.
Yo, I'm Jim. I'm from Philly. Yeah, I just really I wanted to talk to Olivia.
Well, Olivia's gone.
Man, but I'll still talk about I don't know. I agree. What is your views on those topics? Do you not find any of them cheating, or?
Well, I felt cheating should be discussed between 2 people, right? You just can't have an ideal for cheating and not discuss it with your partner and then expect them to know, right? And that's one of the biggest mistakes a lot of people make, is they get into relationships and say, well, that's common sense. That's basic. Those are basic standards, but that's bullshit. You have to discuss these things, right? You might do something like, oh, why are you talking to that girl? You're cheating on me. Whoa, what the fuck? How is talking to a woman cheating, right? And if you never had these discussions, along with also setting boundaries, then those things you would never know. So I think these conversations need to be had, and they need to be discussed before you can include any of these things as cheating.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, to an extent,
to what extent do you disagree?
My girl is just straight up, taking it from a dude, and I find out I don't feel like I needed to have a conversation.
Oh, well, yeah, but if we're talking cheating by definition, yeah, okay, cool. But things like, looking at another person, some people do. Yeah. Like, did you see the situation with Keke Palmer and Usher?
No, it's wild putting that blast on in public, but yeah, you got to set boundaries.
Yeah,
in
but
explain that situation.
Well, so apparently, Keke Palmer was, fangirling over Usher, not only getting on stage and allowing her to show off her body and be wrapped in his arms and doing things that are highly inappropriate for somebody in a monogamous relationship, but she also, when he took off his shirt in concert, she's, oh my God, just doing all these things. And as a result, he tweeted and said, it's the outfit though. You're a mom. And then people came at him and it became a big thing calling him a hater because his girl essentially, cheated on him or made it look like she would compromise their relationship with her actions. And people said that he was wrong for not giving her the courtesy of addressing it when she got home, even though she publicly humiliated him, if it were me, I would have left her ass. She wouldn't be my girlfriend after that anymore.
They're monogamous like that though.
Say that again.
Do you know that?
Yeah, because we do know because she addressed it. Yeah. But let him finish talking. I want you to, when you do speak, introduce yourself properly. So what is it? Vaporwave, just finish saying what you were saying.
Yeah. I mean, like, yeah, in that situation, I don't I feel like that's addressing situation. It's sad that situation really did happen.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I don't know, man. Like, if that would happen to me, I probably would respond the same way.
I think how he responded, I think he gave her more courtesy than a lot of people would. I'm not saying that I would have necessarily tweeted, but I think that she doesn't deserve that courtesy after what she did. I would have straight up left her. Now I can understand why some people would stay together if they have children, right? But no, she wouldn't have gotten that courtesy from me. I would have broke up with her publicly.
I think what you said before about them needing to have these conversations on what like the line is and what's cheating. I believe that she was in the moment. She was feeling. She was behind. She acted out. And we do act out silly sometimes.
Hold on. All right. Hold on. Just introduce yourself because you're gonna keep. So we know who you are. Just like proper introductions. Introduce yourself and where you're from.
Hi, I'm Simon. What's good? I am from Canada, but I live in the Netherlands right now.
Oh wow. All the way from the Netherlands. Look at that. So what were you just saying now? Repeat what you said.
Said before is that like cheating is all based on what you guys decide in your relationship, because every relationship is different and people are different. Mm-hmm. So you need to decide these rules. You need to put it down. Like, I don't feel like enough couples have this conversation right at the beginning. Like, what's our relationship rules? What are you going to do that I find disrespectful? What do you do that I love to do? You should have these conversations so when it's like that is there for the whole relationship. What you do was going to overstep a boundary for somebody. Right. And if your girl does something like this, which you obviously, I doubt that they would have this conversation about, if you ever see Usher, don't act like an idiot. So if something like that comes up, then you have that discussion, but in private, don't tweet it out to the world. That's just crazy.
She did.
No, it doesn't. I think they both made him. I think that he shouldn't have brought it out into the public. Right? You should have kept it private. You guys should have that conversation. And like, she can say sorry and whatnot. But also, I think that if they didn't have a discussion where you about this, like acting out and stuff, then like, you can make.
But that's I don't think you thought about what you said, because one, we don't know if they talked about that, right? That's the issue. We don't know. And the way he responded, it seems as if a boundary was crossed. Right. And you can't tell him to keep something private, which was already made public initially in front of thousands of people. And then again, in front of millions once it hit social media. So why does she deserve the same courtesy that he gave her? I just don't understand.
Yeah, I was about to say,
because he made it public, he made it worse, right?
He made it worse? Why? Because he's not as famous as she is?
Put way more eyes on it than if he didn't say anything.
So she deserves courtesy because she's famous. Is that what you're saying? So she gets an exception.
It would have been more for him.
Wait, say that again?
That courtesy would have been more for him. I think that would have benefited him more.
How would that benefit him more when she essentially cheated on him in front of everybody?
Yeah, because saying that in public is not going to make him seem more like a man or anything.
How does that make him less of a man? Because he commented
on. The relationship look weaker.
Yeah, well, that's clearly exactly, and clearly that there's already problems in that relationship. If he felt as if he had to speak on it, but that doesn't make him any less of a man, because he's the only person that's really qualified to comment on it. So for him taking it to social media, I don't think that makes him any less of a man. And I think it was a proper human being response. It was already public. He already had to see it on social media and then be embarrassed because he wasn't at the show with her. So for you to say that makes him less of a man for fucking talking about it, or that makes him less of a man because he didn't give her this.
Not less of that. I think that if he did not talk about it,
you just said it doesn't. That's not. You just said you just referred to his manhood when you talked about it.
I meant that like if he didn't talk about it, that would not make him less of a man. I feel like he did it because that like he had to like defend his honor or something.
And not that necessarily defend his honor. That's a human being response. If you see the mother of your child on stage talking, wrapped up in another man's arms, showing her butt cheeks to him and going on stage voluntarily. She wasn't asked to go on stage. She voluntarily went up there. The man's embarrassed and humiliated. And if anybody has the right to speak on what she's wearing, how about maybe the father of her child and the man she's in a relationship with? I think what he did was fine. It was a normal human being response. And I just find it astonishing how you can even try to get on him for freaking commenting, right? But when people see JT throw a fucking phone at Lil Uzi's face because he took a picture with Ice Spice, they try to justify, say, oh, he lucky, that's all he got. It's just nonsense, the logic that people try to spew out their mouths. And every time I hear this shit, it's astonishing. I don't even understand, like, how could you even try to justify this?
The thing is, the difference is that when number one, like, you got to understand that these are celebrities, right? So when people are making these judgments, they're viewing them as a lens of celebrities. They don't view them as like normal everyday people. We don't see celebrities that way. So when we see a celebrity shaking their ass in public, they can have a whole private life, family, kids, whatever. But we don't judge them the same when they're shaking their ass out there. We think they're doing it for our entertainment, right? So I think that's the first viewpoint that these people are coming from. They're saying, well, she's just being a bad bitch. Like, why are you now tripping?
So you think that you and everybody that shares the same view as you thinks that celebrities get exceptions to the rule?
Personally, don't really have a real opinion on it, but like when I saw all the controversy, I can just understand that side from that view.
But that's the implications of what you're saying. You're saying that celebrities get exceptions. So if they do things that borderline cheating, it's okay.
Basically, if they do some wild ass shit, they're just like, people just pass it off like, oh, well, they're famous people. They just be
okay. Well, what you have to understand, and that's the very thing that he tweeted. He's somebody that has traditional morals. He's a traditional man, and you know what? He's not famous. She is. And that's the very problem. Some people don't think that just because someone is a celebrity, that makes it okay for them to violate you. Just because some people think that they're dating a celebrity, that doesn't make them okay to disrespect their partner. Not everybody shares that same view. I mind you, if I was dating a celebrity, I don't give a fuck who it is. You disrespect me, you're done. And a lot of people share that view. Most people, well, I'm not going to say most, but I know a lot of people don't think celebrities get exceptions to the rule. So, I mean, I can understand you share that rule, but at the end of the day, they're human beings like we are. Just because they have money, that doesn't mean that they get to, do whatever they want. So I get your point and I get your stance. I don't think it's the right thing, but I'm not going to make an exception because somebody's famous. Like, no, I don't worship celebrities.
Yo, can I say, because I'm seeing like both sides right now. If I could explain.
Sure, say what you gotta say, man.
Yo, so I know, like, okay, when it comes to like taking the I gotta be the bigger person route, the high road, right? He should have went to her privately. But when it comes to just making a human being and just having a human being choice, right? Obviously, in that moment, that person's obviously upset. And just because I don't think what they did was right, but it doesn't mean what I think what they did was wrong either. That's just, if he's going to tweet about it and because he's upset, I mean, he got a good reason to. Like, he does.
There's more levels to it because they are celebrities. That's the thing that we're ignoring. The fact that she is a celebrity and she's an icon for women, that means it's different. So if he speaks up against her, then she's now forced to a corner to have to act like what he said doesn't mean shit because she's a strong, independent woman. So now he's just going to get shit on by all her fans and she has to let it happen. So like this, it's a professional relationship at the same time. So you have to understand how to manage your like social media management.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. I do. I understand what you're saying. Like, it does just cause more problems for him since he came out like that. He's just getting all this flack when he really doesn't deserve it because her fangirls are on his butt. I understand that. But at the same time, we kind of have to put aside the perspective of, well, these guys are celebrities. I understand, like, people straight up worship these people. I mean, like, Kendrick Lamar made a whole album about it, right? But, like, I understand, but that doesn't mean it's acceptable.
It's not acceptable, and that's the problem. People, they're not realizing. They're saying, well, she's just working. She is not working. She's not working. That's not something she was getting paid for. She paid for tickets. She paid to be at that concert. She voluntarily went on stage. That's not her just being her. You're in a relationship now. And previously, what she said in interviews and even tweeted a few days before that, she loves this man. She's happy with this man. He's made her change so much. And you love this man so much. That's the way you treat him. You disrespect him. Like, that's nonsense. And it's crazy, the logic of some people that you think because she's a celebrity and she's just being a celebrity, it's okay for her to disrespect somebody. Right. And it's nonsense. And I think people do need to speak up against it, because now you have a younger generation that's looking at this that thinks, oh, if I date a celebrity, they have a pass to do whatever the fuck they want to do with me. No, absolutely not. And I don't think anybody should stand up for that.
I mean, I think you're speaking on a bigger thing as well.
What bigger thing?
Of social media, what direction? Yeah, the direction that we're going as a society. We do make these boxes,
dude,
and we have now categorized people as brands. People are brands now.
Yeah, well, that's one of the dude. But listen, that's one of the consequences for cheating. What happens when people cheat? People lose brand deals all the time. You cheat on your man, you do something that's disrespectful. Why should I give you the courtesy of having respect or tarnishing your reputation? Absolutely not. You don't deserve that same courtesy. I'm not saying that me personally, I would have went out and tweeted. I probably would have broke up with her. We're done now because clearly she has no respect for me. Right? But if you have people that would consider these things cheating, and for the past 8 hours that I've been on live, you've had a lot of people say, yeah, I consider that cheating, or I consider all the above cheating, maybe except for looking. She's a cheater. And there's no way to put it. But yeah, like, I don't care what she did. You don't deserve that courtesy. You don't. I would have never stayed with her.
I have a question. How would you have felt if the situation was different and he tweeted like, "Oh, look how sexy my girl is," or like if he complimented her instead? Would you still find it as cheating, or you think?
Well, obviously, it's not cheating to them because he didn't have a problem with it. The very reason why this is a problem because he spoke up and said something, and then what that does is exposes people to how they think. Because if you're somebody and you're agreeing with this, but you would never do it, you're a hypocrite. And then if you think that this is okay and justified, there's a flaw in your logic, because you think that you basically worship celebrities and you think that celebrities have exceptions over regular people, which means they shouldn't be treated like regular human beings, almost like deified. Either that or you're a low quality person because you think that you can just disrespect your partner. So either way, you fall into this trap of exposing yourself some way, somehow. And it's never okay.
I want to look at it. Do you see these comments, bro?
I see the comments, but I don't really care what they talk about. It's nonsense, and you have to speak up for what's right.
Here's the thing: it's like if you were to reverse this, say if any of these girls saying these comments, say if it's their man's doing this to Beyonce on stage, how would they feel?
If they did it to Beyonce, everybody would they would riot against Jay-Z if he did that. But that's my point. Like, I don't think
but it's different.
Jay-Z and Beyonce, Jay-Z wouldn't say shit. We know this.
Yeah, but that's different. That's different. That's not. But that's not the best example. It's not the best example because you have two celebrities. This man is not really a celebrity. That's one. Jay-Z understands business, and Jay-Z's been accused of prostituting his wife anyway. So that's not the best example.
It's really not.
Yeah, but what was it
saying? Like he could have done it better. He could have said praised her and then reprimand her.
Why the fuck would he praise her if he's not happy?
He could have been on top of it.
What?
Yeah, he's not happy with it.
Understand? Try to help me understand your
emotions.
Try to help me understand your logic. Try to help me understand your logic. Why the fuck would he praise her?
You can feel jealousy, and then you can decide to make a better decision how you acted out. Like,
no, what if he's feeling? What if he's feeling like it's infidelity? What? Why the fuck would he praise her if he doesn't even like the outfit that she came out with? Like, I don't understand your logic. Why would somebody praise somebody if you're being disrespected? Like, that's so fake. Is that how you operate? If somebody disrespected you,
and then think about the situation before you speak.
No, if somebody, if somebody hold on, that has nothing to do with emotional maturity. To praise somebody and be fake and say, "Oh, you look beautiful," when you're fucking infuriated. Like, is that how you operate? That you would be fake about how you feel about things? You would fall into line? Like, that sounds nuts.
He did praise her ass, and like he made that video with her shaking her ass, and he put on the public.
Oh my God, the logic of some people.
Call him a hypocrite.
No, that's not a fucking hypocrite. If I post my woman on the gram, that's me posting my woman. That doesn't now make it okay for her to be half naked in front of every single man and for him to flaunt and do whatever he wants with her. Like what type of rationale do you guys have? Like, that's nuts. That's my woman, not everybody else's woman. If I have access to her,
he's okay with it.
No.
Yeah, but that's her interpretation as well.
No.
It's something. You could easily imagine if my husband's putting my ass up on the internet and he's okay with that. If I shake my ass and look good in the freaking camera, then maybe he also wouldn't care. Like, that's not irrational.
Dude, she didn't just shake her ass. She was being serenaded in another man's arms. It's more than just shaking her ass. And just because I do it, and that's the mother of my child and my girlfriend, and we're in a monogamous relationship, that doesn't make it okay for anybody else to do it. Like, I don't understand the logic here. It's like, is it a lack of intellect on a mass scale, or is it just a straight denial and trying to justify what she did because you like her and she's a celebrity? Which one is it? Like, I don't get it.
All right, wait, what?
I mean, the thing is, I think you're putting your own self into
No, this is common sense. Like, when you love somebody, you don't want to disrespect them, especially publicly. Like, I don't understand how that's like.
So controversial, but you can understand this is controversial.
No, it's not. She's wrong 1,000%.
The viewpoint you have is, but the viewpoint you have, it denies the reality of how society has already changed. We've already changed to view people as brands. Even if you're a small TikToker, they view their own selves as a brand. Like,
even still, that does not make it okay for you disrespect people. And this is why society is falling, because you're sitting here justifying somebody disrespecting somebody or straight up cheating on them. Like, do you even hear yourself right now? And this is the problem. Yes, society's changing for the fucking worse. But when you sit here and justify this shit, it's not justifiable. And then you try to say the man is wrong. He's a fucking human being. I say what he did was the least that he can do. But why does she deserve the same courtesy? Oh, because she's a celebrity? So we deify celebrities, and anything they do is okay versus being a regular human being. That is not okay, my friend. And I think that
it's both. It's a double-edged sword.
It's not. It's one way. It's not.
But we also dehumanize them at the same time. So it does go both ways. Either way, if you dehumanize her, then you realize, oh, well, she's just doing.
How is she dehumanized?
If you praise her, well, she's just being a bad bitch.
Explain how she was dehumanized.
I mean, if she's dehumanized, and you just realize, then you would just think, oh, she's just shaking her ass or whatever. Like, it's not a big deal. It's just.
No, I never know who's thinking that. I never said she's just shaking her ass. It's okay.
That's a lot of the conversations about.
Yeah, and a lot of people just think that it's okay for her to disrespect her man, and he's wrong to have the nerve to speak on it.
Because a lot of people don't think that's cheating, because like she's just hugging them and looking good.
Yeah, and a lot of people are hypocrites because they wouldn't do it themselves, or if it happened to them, they would be in an uproar.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, I mean, the whole discussion is literally about cheating and communicating with the partner, and that cheating can be many different things. So obviously, if man thought a line was crossed, that is cheating to him.
Clearly, some type of boundary is crossed, because if he was okay with it, he would never spoke up on it. And that's the problem, because he spoke up on it. He had a problem. If he didn't have a problem with it, that's different. But he had a problem with it. And it just exposes the type of people in this world, especially women. And I think the women that justify this shit, men shouldn't wife those type of women, or closely examine them, because you can only fall into one of the three categories. You're a hypocrite, a low quality person, right? It just doesn't make sense. And then I just think it's crazy, but hey, I digress.
Like, I understand both sides. I understand how him coming out in public like that, it could have been better. You could have done privately. But also, like, in these comments, y'all saying, oh, she was just flirting. It was just marketing. It was just, those aren't really.
That's not marketing. That's not just flirting. She paid to be there.
Even if it was, though, does that still make it okay?
And that goes to show you.
No matter what she does, it is marketing. That's the world we live in. No matter what she does, she can't walk outside her house without.
Yeah, it is marketing, but it doesn't mean that what she did was okay.
Exactly.
It doesn't mean it's okay.